All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, August 3rd, 2026. All council members are present, including town manager, deputy town manager, town clerk, and town attorney. If you'll please rise, we're going to take a brief moment of silence for one of our fallen islanders, and then followed by the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. If you don't know, we recently lost Brian Thomas, who was on our audit committee. His wife, Dawn, serves on our public safety committee. So he will be missed. Thank you.
We thank you for being with us here today. As we begin this meeting, let us take a moment to express our gratitude for the opportunity to serve this community. We are thankful for the people of Fort Myers Beach, its residents, visitors, and all who contribute to making our island special. May we approach today's discussions with respect, understanding, and a shared commitment to make decisions that benefit everyone. Let us be grateful for the chance to work together towards a better future for our town. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is the approval of the final agenda. Town attorney, is there anything you want to say? I know there's one item that we probably are going to have to pull.
Yes, Mayor. So it's my understanding that we will be pulling the item R, which is on your administrative agenda. And that item deals with the asking you for authorization to foreclose on a lien that's had been in existence on 2815 Estera Boulevard. I've confirmed with staff that that lien has been paid, so there's no reason to move forward with that item. The other item that I have to ask for changes to the agenda is the executive session, which was announced to occur today at 1 p.m. I'm asking to cancel that and remove that from your agenda, and in its place to add a proposed settlement agreement. And I will provide copies to you. We're in the process of making those copies right now before we get to that item.
So that'll be added in place of item R?
No, that would, under town attorney
okay.
items, yes.
Move to approve the agenda as modified.
We've got a motion by Councilor King. Second by Councilor McLean. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk?
Yep, I have two signed up. First is Donna Gallagher, and following Donna will be Carol Steyer. Steer.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fair to partly cloudy.
I love it.
We just wait for, I just need to have you get up at the microphone, make sure it's turned on. Should be a little button there. You can push to turn that on. Thanks, Frankie.
Hi, my name's Donna Gallagher, and I live at 21166 Naughty Turn Drive. Our property backs up to the church property. We are getting eaten by mosquitoes. If you look at my legs, they're eating like crazy. So the pond behind us is stagnant. There's no movement in it. There's no anything in it. It used to get a lot of birds coming and getting fish. They cleaned up right after the hurricane, and stuff went back into the water, and there haven't been birds since. No birds. So we have right next to us, we have a lot that's church property that the grass was this high. I got there were men mowing over on the church property. I got their attention by squirting water over the fence. And they did come and mow, but they didn't clean it up. So all the bugs, all the mosquitoes, everything's still there. Then there's the other end, there's a fence from the church, and just junk is thrown back there. It's been 3.5 years and it's a mess. It's just an absolute mess that we have to look at. I can't even go out of the house because I'm getting eaten by mosquitoes. I've called mosquito control and they said they come and treat it and everything, but it's not helping at all. And then I also have water that lays in front of my house because I have a manhole that's high, and township was supposed to come out 3-4 years ago and repave it so that the water from the condos doesn't lay there. Well, they didn't repave it, and the water comes off the condos and lays right in front of my house, breeding more mosquitoes. So I'm asking for something to be done, a fountain or something in the water so that it's not stagnant, so it's moving, and them to just clean up what needs to be cleaned up so I don't get eaten. I gave you pictures, so. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Don.
Carol? Sorry, Carol? Is Carol not here any longer?
Carol?
Okay.
Is there, that's all you had signed
That's
up?
all I had signed up.
Howie,
Yeah,
come on up.
Howie's raising his hand.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. My name's Howie Hoffman. I've lived on the beach 27 years. I use Bay Oaks quite regularly, and we have these nets that were bought about 2 years ago, and they're supposed to be put up. I understand there might be money problems or something like that, but we have people that support the Friends of Bay Oaks that'll put up some money. But they told me because the fire station was going up, there was electricity out there, we can't do it. We have the nets. We've had them for a couple of years now. I'd like to see them put up, and if you come up with a price on how much it'll be to put cement in the poles in, maybe we could all raise some money together. And also, we got pickleball courts there that somebody's willing to pay to have 4 more of them put in, and that's for without any expense to the town. I just want to see if we're going to move on that or not. And thank you all. Bye.
Thanks, Howie. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Next is local achievements and recognitions. Counselor King.
Yeah, this is a tough one. You touched on it earlier, Mayor, and I'm sure there's other things going on, but with just the news that happened yesterday, I want to send out my sympathies to Don Thomas. It was very stunning news and very saddening news. I enjoyed Brian, I respected Brian, and I appreciated all that Brian has done for this island, as well as Don. And just want to let them know that if we're needed, we're there for you. Please just rely on your family, your friends, your community, and let your memory sustain you.
Vice
Yeah.
Mayor Sarah?
I'd like to echo that too. Brian was one of the good guys. The amount of time and energy he spent with this town was just incredible. He was one of the guys that if I had a question or a concern, I'd call him, and no matter what he was doing, where he was, he'd always call me back right away. I mean, he loved this town. So Don, family, our hearts go out to you. And as Councilmember King said, if you guys need anything, let us know. But it was a really sad weekend for the beach.
Rebecca?
I would just echo those comments.
Counselor McLean?
I feel the same. I feel horrible. I didn't really know Brian well, but I knew him by reputation, and my heart goes out to Don and the family.
Yeah, I won't restate everything again. For the sake of time, I won't talk about the other things. They're not nearly as important at this time. So moving on, we got advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. Our first is an appointment to the audit committee. We have one person, Mr. Dunlap, who has put his name in to fulfill one of the seats. Fill out your ballot. We'll get it to Nancy. Jim, you want to come up and say anything? Thanks. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me also take a moment, pass along our prayers and condolences to Dawn and the family. I'm sure as many of you, if you knew Brian, he became a friend very quickly. He served on the Charter Review Commission at my request when we were recruiting members through that. And he's the reason that my application's in today, because he called and said, we need you on audit. Would you consider it? And obviously I did. So we are going to miss him. And because of him, he set a high bar on how to be engaged, how to be involved, and how to care about something as special as this place. So just wanted you to know that the reason that my application is because of Brian. He texted me a few days ago and said, I'll support you in any way I can, but he's not here to do that. So if you got any questions for me on the application, I'm glad to answer.
Councilor McLean, any questions for Jim?
No, I think he'd be a great addition.
Councilor Link?
I agree.
Scott?
Ditto.
John?
Thanks for stepping forward. Appreciate
bet.
it.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Mayor.
Ready for the?
Yep.
Okay. Councilman King, James Dunlap. Mayor Allers for Mr. Dunlap. Councilmember List for Dunlap. Councilmember McLean Dunlap and Vice Mayor Safford for Dunlap. So 5-0 for Dunlap.
Councilor McLean, is that your vote?
It is.
Councilor Link, is that your vote?
Yes, and it's so easy when there's just one box.
Vice Mayor Safford, is that your vote?
That's my vote.
Councilor King?
Yes.
And mine as well. Is there a motion to accept the nomination and appoint Mr. Dunlap to the audit committee?
I'll make that motion.
Got a motion by Councilor McLean, seconded by
second.
Councilor Safford, or Vice Mayor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you again, sir. Next is the Anchorage Advisory Committee. I don't believe Chris is here.
She's not.
Is there anyone from the Anchorage Advisory? Earlier, Chris sent us a great detailed report to our email, so it's available for public records. Should somebody want it from the town clerk, you can simply ask for it. Thank her and everyone from the Anchorage Advisory Committee for putting in that work and sending that report. It's a good read if you have a chance to get out and read it. So. Next is the approval of the minutes from the town council meeting on June 1st, 2026, and the town council meeting from June 15th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I just have, excuse me, one change in it is the minutes from June 15th on page 51. Beverly Milligan is depicted as Beverly Mulligan throughout that document.
Do you need a mulligan on that?
Yeah, very good. Okay.
That's my only change.
All right. Are there any other changes? No?
Move to approve is corrected.
Okay. Motion by Councilor King,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Lake. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is our consent agenda. We have 3 state of emergency extensions. First one is Resolution 26-143 through 26-146 for the extension of local emergency Tropical Storm Debbie. The second is Resolution 26-147 through 26-150 for the extension of local emergency Hurricane Helene. And the last is for the Resolution 26-151 through 26-154 for the extension of local emergency Hurricane Milton. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilor King. I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Items removed, we have nothing. It brings us to our first public hearing. The next 3 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. On your agenda today, you have the 3 items. One is a variance, one is a home rule development agreement, and one is a rezoning. These items are all quasi-judicial in nature, which requires that your public hearings today comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. The quasi-judicial proceedings will be less formal than a proceeding before a circuit court, but they would be more formal than the remainder of your meeting. And we follow basic standards of due process that require certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and your decision to be made on competent, substantial evidence presented to you through written documents or through oral testimony. Your responsibility is to evaluate the testimony and the information for each of these quasi-judicial items and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law has been satisfied. So speculation or opinions not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating one of these agenda items. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge. Your decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if there is a tie vote from a motion to approve or a motion to deny, then the matter being considered is denied unless a majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion before the next item is called to make an alternative motion action in lieu of the denial. Such action may be moved or seconded by any member, regardless of his or her vote on the earlier motion. Denial of an application or a request is a denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. If an application is denied with prejudice, no similar application for rezoning, special exception, or variance covering the same property or portion of the property shall be submitted for a period of 12 months. So members of the audience that are here today, if you intend to speak, please keep my comments in mind. And when you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interest in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency, before we begin the public hearing on these three items, I would like to go ahead and dispose of a few housekeeping matters. My first question is directed to the town clerk. And I ask if all these agenda items have been properly noticed pursuant to our land development code.
Yes, they have been.
And at this time, if there is any town council member who has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any one of these three items, please disclose this at this time so that we can make sure that we have a quorum present when that item comes up for review.
Councilor McLean,
No conflict.
Councilor Link,
No conflict.
Vice Mayor Safford,
None.
Councilor King.
None.
I do have one. It's for agenda item C, ordinance 26-10 for the Silver Sands Resort. I will be recusing myself from that vote, filling out my Form 8B and turning the meeting over to Vice Mayor Safford for that agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And the nature of your conflict?
I have a business agreement with TPI.
Thank you. So at this time, I believe it's time for the clerk to swear in anyone who is intending to give testimony on any of these three items.
And that would include public comment too. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
Okay. Our first quasi-judicial item is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach approving with conditions, denying variance 202-50260, requesting a variance from LDC Section 34, Table 34-3 for the property located at 102 Baymar Drive, generally referred to as strap number 29-46-24-WT-00155.1010 in Fort Myers Beach to reduce the required 20-foot rear setback by 7.9 feet, to allow a rear setback of 12.1 feet for an enclosed access staircase extending to the second floor of a two-family residence within the Residential Conservation RC zoning district, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of laws, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King?
None that I recall.
Vice Mayor Safford?
I'm very familiar with the property as I resided 2 parcels down from it. Other than that, nothing.
Councilor Link?
I'm familiar with the property, but no ex parte.
No ex parte.
I have none either. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Anyone? All right, seeing none. Jason?
Good morning, counselors, everybody in the audience. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with the town's community development. And before you today is a request for a variance. As the mayor has laid out, the request for the variance is to reduce the required 20-foot rear setback of the house to provide a enclosed staircase which will serve both sides of the proposed duplex. They're requesting a reduction of the 20-foot setback by 7.9 feet to provide a minimum setback to the stairs of 12.1 feet. The applicant's property exists within the RC zoning district. This is considered to be a compliant lot for size and area. The applicant's submission was reviewed by staff. There was a recommendation of denial initially given at LPA. That is the recommendation still based exclusively on the fact that this was a design choice that staff felt that the stairs could have been put somewhere else. At LPA, the outcome was 6-1, which caused it to come to you today for a review. Staff does have some boilerplate conditions of approval at the end there if you do decide to recommend or to approve the recommendations here. And staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have.
Councilor McLean, any questions for staff?
Jason, on the drawings that they show, I understand that the request is strictly about the rear setback, but I was concerned about the height of this building as well. Was that not something that, it looks like the top floor, which is the staircase for the top deck, is 10 feet above. Is that something that's doesn't require a variance?
I apologize. I haven't reviewed the height explicitly yet, but if I may make an assumption here, many people are utilizing the portion of the code section that allows for an additional 250 square feet of usage upstairs. Generally, it's associated with mechanicals or electricals. If they do have a elevator cab, and I apologize, I haven't dug into the floor plan of this one quite yet. But if they do have an elevator, for instance, the top of the cab with the mechanicals that are required by flood code to be up there rather than in the pit, oftentimes will lead people to need additional height up in that area. The code section that I'm speaking of allows for the additional 250 square feet to not be counted against your overall height. And an additional height of 10 feet is generally within what I'm seeing when you talk about a 7-foot high cab, about 18 inches for the mechanicals or electricals on top of the cab, and then another separation between those electricals and mechanicals and the roof as called for by the National Electric Code and the Florida Building Code. To your point, though, no, I have not specifically looked in here, and I would defer to the applicant to see if that is exactly what they're intending to use. In this, when we're looking at this right now, what we're looking at is really just the layout, sort of the beginning point. And if they get the setbacks, we will absolutely be reviewing the height ultimately to ensure that it either meets that code section that I'm thinking of the additional 250 square feet, or it will need to be modified to bring it into conformity with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Link?
I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Safford?
The odd shape of that lot, is that, if it would have been a normal shaped lot, would we even be here?
I think largely this is coming out from two aspects, in my opinion. That's because it's a corner lot. So obviously it has more restrictive setbacks on an additional, what would be considered a side setback in a normal interior lot. And then the fact that they are meeting today's code sort of pushes them into the middle of this property. So I understand that it is kind of a difficult one to lay out initially because you do have more restrictive setbacks, but people do this all the time. They know when they buy a corner lot, they're going to be a little bit more restricted, even though they're going to have a larger lot in general.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor King?
I guess mine would be just a pet peeve comment that we're here about a design choice, but isn't most everything a design choice?
I think that's a fair point, Mr. King. Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
Just got two basic questions. The first one is, you said you haven't looked at the height yet. I find that concerning that if they're here asking for something that's going to require a variance and you later determine that what they're proposing in their drawing doesn't meet code, they would then have to come back again and ask for a variance to the height, would they not?
Ostensibly, we would have them fix whatever problems would be at review stage.
Unless they wanted to have the design that they have, then they would have to come back and do this again. My question is, why
Yes.
wouldn't we do that all at once under the same public hearing?
Just as a general comment about how these things lay out, a lot of times people don't want to go through the trouble of doing full-on designs, architectural or otherwise, at this point until they know that their general layout can work.
Okay. The other question is, you mentioned that staff denial was based on a design choice that staff felt they could put the stairs somewhere else. Based on page 135, where would you propose they could put the stairs that wouldn't require them to have a setback because of the odd shaped lot?
If they didn't decide to shrink the building in some respects to add the stairs instead of having usable space, they could have, in theory, used an interior set of stairs within the existing footprint, and that wouldn't have necessitated it. Although I do admit that probably interferes with any parking or any other uses downstairs that would be then dedicated to stairways instead.
Okay, that's all I had. Thanks, Jason. The applicant, is the applicant here? No one from, okay.
No?
Are there any members of the public who would like to comment? There's nobody asking any questions, so I was thrown off a little bit. Is there any members of the public who would like to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Any public comment? All right, seeing none. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion? Councilor King?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Okay, got a motion to approve by Councilor King. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a second by Councilor Link. Discussion. Councilor McLean, any discussion?
No, I share your concern. I really think that there's a potential issue with the height of this. We're not asked to opine on that right now, but that's my point. And the second thing I'd say is that I think the stairs issue, my reading into it, is it because it goes up to the second level. If it was the first level, it would be able to have the setbacks. And I think that may be an issue we would want to look at in the LDC.
Councilor Link, any comments?
No comments.
Vice Mayor Safford?
No, there's like 8 lots in that area that have this weird shape to them. And it's not enough for the parallelogram lots where there were over 100, but there's right on that stretch of Estero there. I'm very familiar with it. So I'm okay moving this forward.
All right. Councilor King, any other discussion? The only thing I have is just by looking at the drawings, it looks like it's the elevator shafts that protrude up into that extra 10 feet. Looks like there's 2, 1 for each side. And then it looks like an open patio, which would meet the requirements that you mentioned, Jason.
So long as the required fall protection falls below the maximum height they're allowed, the 30 feet in code. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Got a motion by Councilor King, seconded by Councilor Link. If there's no further discussion, Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Link?
Aye.
Councilor McLean?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item B. This quasi judicial agenda item is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 26-06. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for Wednesday, September 9th, 2026, or at another time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving or denying a home rule development agreement for property located at 6890 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Strap number 03-47-24-W1-00003.0010, owned by FMB HLLC, as authorized by Section 2-100 of the Town's Land Development Code and in compliance with the procedures and application and approval of development agreements with 2 phases of development and a request for 7 deviations for the purpose of redevelopment of the property to allow restaurant, entertainment, commercial parking, and residential recreational use, providing for terms and conditions, including but not limited to the identification of the proposed use of the property, a finding of consistency with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, commitments and development obligations, deviations needed for development, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of laws, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor,
Yes.
as before we get started on the merits of this particular request, the application, the town has been made aware that there are an individual on behalf of an association, Larry Gilham. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. He's the president of the Sandcaper Condominium Association, Inc. They have requested intervenor status. If you were able to go ahead and make a determination as to whether you view them as intervenors in this particular case, then we can keep a appropriate order and go through the hearing as we typically do. And there is the opportunity for the applicant to object to their request.
Okay, well, let's hear from you first.
Absolutely. Good morning, Mayor. Megan Strayhorn, for the record. I'm an attorney for the applicant. We're aware that there's an intervenor request. For purpose of the record, we will be objecting to their status as an intervenor. However, I also would like to clarify that I believe it's a Larry Gillum individually rather than Sandcaper as a whole. My understanding is there is a request
So-
for 10 minutes.
We really should be hearing from the intervenor first, making the request.
Okay,
And the reasons that they are setting forth, and he can clarify the status. And then Megan, you'll have, again, the opportunity to put it on the record.
Absolutely.
So
Can-
who is representing
can
him?
you hear us? We can see you. Can you hear us?
Oh, there we go.
I can hear you, and I'm online. And
Can we
I'm
turn
the
him up?
president of the Sandpaper Condominium Association. I'm also representing both the board of directors of Sandpaper Condominium and also 2 other individuals who have residence there. And so I request the intervenor status so that I could express our concerns as direct neighbors of this property and the impact upon our association.
Could you please, for the record, state the names of the other 2 parties you're representing?
The other 2 parties are Jan Coyne, Coyne, and she's an owner in the association, and also John Tuttle, and he also is an owner, and I believe both of them are, also residents there. But I do represent the board of directors.
Okay. Is anybody else having a hard time hearing him?
And
I don't know if it's on our
also,
end or your end, but we're having a really hard time hearing you.
for the record,
can you-
the
Can you hear me
request,
better?
Not really.
Oh,
I'm sorry to interject. However, we do want to keep a complete record. The request itself to participate as an intervener, what is your request? How many minutes would you like for your presentation?
I'd like at least 5 minutes for the presentation. I have delivered a document that is the essence of exactly what I will present. 15 copies were presented this morning and should be passed out.
That's them. We have them.
So if council then can, I guess we could hear from Megan, put putting her objection of record, and this is the document that was referenced.
Thank you, Nancy. Yes, I will reassert the objection for the record as to the intervener status. As far as, yes, thank you. For purpose of the record, reasserting the objection to the intervener status. And we would defer to you all if you all were to accept the intervener as to the time frame permitted.
Megan, have you seen a copy of what was just handed out?
Yes,
You
sir.
do have
Thank you. I do have
Okay.
one. Yes.
Is there any questions for Megan? And Nancy, do you need an official vote from us?
I do, and the request again is for 5
5
minutes.
That's correct? Your request is for 5 minutes?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to grant Mr. Galeen intervener status.
All right, got a motion by Counselor McLean,
I'll second that.
seconded by Counselor Link. Further discussion? Counselor McLean,
Aye.
Counselor Link,
Aye.
and Vice Mayor Safford.
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Now, you want me to go on with my little spiel? If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor King?
I've had a couple of meetings with the neighborhood group regarding this and have received numerous emails, most in support, a few against.
Counselor Safford? Vice Mayor Safford?
I'm the exact same. Had a meeting a couple weeks ago with the neighborhood company and the applicant.
Counselor Link?
Yes, on 6/15, I met with a neighborhood group and their representatives of the property. I also received 22 emails in support and 2 opposed.
Counselor McLean?
Yeah, very similar to everybody else, but I also did have a conversation with Mr. Galeen as well.
All right. I also met with the neighborhood group, and Megan was in that meeting as well here at Town Hall. Also had discussions with John, the owner, about this over the last couple of years as they were moving forward with it. I've received the same emails that everybody else has received.
There, it would be
Yes.
appropriate to ask the applicant's attorney if she wanted to inquire further regarding any of the disclosures that have been made.
Megan,
I have no further questions. No.
who's representing the town on this? Jason Green or Smalley? I guess I just say Jason.
One of us, yes, one of us will show up
All right.
eventually. Jason Green, Community Development. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me go through my thing here. Come on now.
Yes, sir.
Nancy will not like it if I don't follow.
I'm
the
so
script.
eager to be back.
I bet you are. Jason Green has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time?
Yes, Mayor. We'll have 2 expert witnesses, both of which have been previously deemed experts in their respective fields. For planning, we have Patrick Van Ness with the neighborhood company, and for engineering, we have Elizabeth Fountain with J.R. Evans.
Perfect. And has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes, Mayor, we have. Thank you.
Okay. Jason?
Yes, Jason Green, Community Development. Thank you, Mayor. As you already described, the application is a multi-phase. It's a development agreement in front of you. And I'll turn it over to the applicant to give some more detail, but the initial first phase is essentially temporary uses, essentially with the second phase being built out of additional uses. In the request, there's also additional uses that are not depicted on the site development plan. Those are just like a zoning district. It would be allowing those uses, which would require additional site plan updates and come back before you to revise those if those uses were going to be put on the site. So if you have any questions about that later, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Nancy, procedurally, where would the intervener come in? After the applicant or before the applicant?
I think after, giving the applicant the opportunity to cross-examine if they want, but the intervener doesn't really have the right to cross-examine.
Okay. Megan?
Absolutely. If I may, I'm going to move this lectern a little bit over so that I can hopefully, sorry.
Or you can move to the other one. It might be easier.
Is that a design choice?
Here, maybe I'll pop over here.
Just got to push the button to turn it on.
And see
There
if
you
this
go.
will work. Can we have the slideshow up, please? Okay. Again, for the record, my name is Megan Strayhorn. I'm an attorney for the applicant. We're here for a homeroom development agreement for the old Wyndham property. In addition to myself, as well as the expert witnesses, we also have owner representative John Callis here present as well. This is a home rule development agreement. As Nancy has previously identified, it is quasi-judicial, and it'll have to be found to be consistent with a comprehensive plan as well as land development code. The competent substantial evidence, we are asking for this presentation to be included with the public record, as well as the expert testimony in this case. This is a home rule development agreement, essentially seeking to reestablish pre-existing uses that have been located on the site, with the exception of the hotel. There are two phases to the development agreement. The first phase being the immediate phase, essentially. It will include a tiki barn, pole barn, with 6 mobile trailers providing the mobile restaurant. And then in phase 2, the wave dissipation wall will be coming in. The pole barn, tiki barn structure will be finalized or made permanent. The restaurant will be permanent, as well as the addition of a pool, a lazy river, and then there's also the parking. This is not temporary. This is a home rule development agreement, although the first phase is that interim permitting phase, if you will. And it's designed as such in order to get something on that property as soon as possible, as quick as possible, assuming that we get an approval from you all. We come to you with a recommendation of approval from LPA I believe there was one dissenting vote, if I recall. It was a very robust discussion at the LPA level, and the LPA recommended several either new conditions or modified conditions. So we will try and keep this as brief as possible, while also providing enough background and testimony to explain the changes that have been made from LPA to here. The one condition that was not carried over from LPA, we've adopted and incorporated all of those recommended conditions. There was one condition that we will defer to you all, and that deals with the landscaping in phase 1. So as Patrick is reviewing the master concept plan, there was a discussion about including large planters in the parking area for phase 1. We have not carried that condition over, but we will defer to you all and can explain further. We are aware of the intervener, Mr. Larry Gillum. It is my understanding, although I was not present for the conversations, but the team has made contact and have communicated with Mr. Gillum. And it is my understanding, of course, I'm sure that he will opine on this during his testimony, but it is my understanding that he made 3 requests of our team. We are able to accommodate one of them, but are unable to accommodate the other 2. So as I understand it, there's a request for no camper parking overnight, which is acceptable. The second request was no dogs allowed, given the state and federal protections, as well as Fort Myers Beach local ordinance regarding animals on the beach, or dogs on the beach, I should say, with leashes. We're not comfortable including that provision here, although it's not going to be a dog friendly or bring your pet, but we are not comfortable including that condition. And then the third condition deals with the wave mitigation wall. I believe the request was to have the wave dissipation wall not extend to the southern boundary line, but rather fall short of it, because the wave dissipation wall precise location is going to be dictated or determined by FEMA. We're also not comfortable including any sort of condition regarding that. And from here on, I will turn it over to Patrick. He can review the background, the history, review the concept plans, and then when Patrick's finished, we will go through the development agreement and really just highlight the changes that have been made from LPA to here.
Thank you, Megan.
How do you feel today, Patrick?
I will forego talking about my emotions today, and I'll jump right into it. So for the record, Patrick Vanass, Megan did a good job introducing the project and again, addressing that. We had an extensive discussion at the LPA. We had a long presentation, but we also looked at the development agreement in detail. So with that understanding and that being part of the record, and also understanding that we met with each of you, and you've confirmed that you watched the LPA hearing and that you've already looked at your packet, we're going to make the presentation pretty quick today, and we'll answer any questions that you have. So first thing that I want to say is, in essence, what we're asking for on this property is to reestablish the uses that used to be there, except for the hotel. So, and we're all very familiar with the property. You know, it's previous home of the Wyndham, of the Holiday Inn. We know what was there. It was a hotel that had been there since 1960s. It was loved by many. It was a go-to hangout on the South End for many residents, many annual visitors. It was family friendly, and it was beloved by many. What we had there is we had the hotel use that we are not pushing forward, but we had a large pool with a pool deck area for recreation. We were asking to bring that back with a pool and lazy river in phase 2. We had a restaurant. We had an outdoor tiki bar. Again, we are asking to bring that use back as a restaurant, permanent restaurant. And as you know, in phase 1, the restaurant is going to be operating through trailers just because of flood zone issues. Once the wave dissipation wall is constructed and we've gone through FEMA for a map change, we will then get rid of all trailers, and this will be a permanent at-grade restaurant within the tiki bar. So that existed before. We're asking to bring that back. It's also very important to note that, and because I see the comments on social media, this is not a food truck park, folks. This is one permanent restaurant dedicated to this property. And again, it'll only be utilizing trailers until we get FEMA approval for a map change. We had recreational uses. We had access to the beach. We had water-oriented sports. We're asking for that use. We had beach public access. We're asking to bring that back. There was live entertainment. As you all know, they've always been good neighbors, very respectful of the folks around them. 9 o'clock, music stops. The outdoor portion, entertainment, ends, and then the patrons are asked to leave. And that's the way it occurred pre-Ian, and we are self-imposing that on the property, again, wanting to be good neighbors. So we're asking to bring that back. And then with regards to beach access, I think, I don't know if I mentioned it, but we're going to be providing that. And we are trying to bring back the vibe that existed there. We've walked through the reasons why at this point the market and the conditions aren't right for a resort on this site. But we are asking to bring a commercial use that can be built quickly and that can operate quickly. And hopefully before next season, we are operating and there's a great tiki bar, a great hangout there for everybody on the south end of the island. So just to give you a quick reminder of what the property used to look like, you had 3 structures. The interior courtyard component, just to highlight, was approximately 31,000 square feet. So when we get to our site plan, our entire rec entertainment area that we're asking for is roughly 32,000 square feet. So again, very similar to what was there before. One of the things also that we have, and if you look here, surrounding the buildings on all sides except for the beach, we had parking. Just important to point out that there used to be over 200 parking spaces there. Without the valet parking where top left corner that used to be tennis courts, they used to valet that when it was busy in season. They could easily get over 200 spots, but without the valet, approximately 200 spots. We were asking for parking associated with this venue. We know the parking issue has come up. We discussed it at length, but I just want to point out again, that was an existing use. It wasn't controlled nearly as much as we're going to control it moving forward, and it wasn't buffered nearly as much as this is going to be buffered moving forward. This is just to show exactly where the property is located, to highlight the fact that this is a very large property, 11.2 acres. It stems from Estero Boulevard all the way to the Gulf. The development area, which is from Estero to the CCCL, is highlighted in this blue color, and that's approximately 4 acres. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch upon the site plan changes that we've made, and then Megan's going to take over, walk through the development agreement, and highlight all the verbiage changes that have been made. As mentioned, all the recommendations from the LPA have been incorporated. We were happy to do so. The only one was associated with the landscape islands and the planters. We don't know if that's really pragmatic, practical, and we defer to you on that. So with the site plan, starting at the northern part of the property, when we went to the LPA, we depicted that multi-use pathway beach access, but it ended at the CCCL line. We were asked to just show it extending towards the beach, just to depict the fact that we are providing access all the way to the beach, all the way to the water. So we've happily done so. That was always the intent. We were also asked to depict the fact that when you come in, the 2 access points, to pave those access points, the parking lot, if you recall, we're asking for the use of stone or crushed shell. That increases our pervious area. We see it as a benefit. However, we want a smooth transition from that rock to Estero Boulevard, so we've paved those areas. So we show the aprons at both access points. So those are the only changes on the phase 1 site plan. On the phase 2 site plan, again, we carry forward this extended pathway to the beach. The aprons are there. And we have changed one of the notations associated with the wave dissipation wall. Previously at the LPA and possibly in your packet right now, it showed approximately 20 feet from the CCCL. The engineers have looked at that. They told us that we will not be deciding that. FEMA will be deciding where that wall is located. So we've changed that and we show it as to be determined. One more thing to point out, the southern access point, again, both access points existed prior to Ian. Those are the same access points that we are showing here today. In our initial application and at the LPA, we were offering a right out only on that southern access point. One of the council members, when we met with you all, suggested that maybe we keep it exactly as it was before, allow it to be ingress, egress. We are perfectly all right with that. And the arrow, instead of being just a unidirectional arrow, is now bidirectional, showing, ingress and egress also. So those are the only changes that we have made on our site plan. The other questions that we had and we thought you'd be curious about also is, what's this tiki hut venue going to look like? And what we did at the LPA, and it was also to clarify, it is going to be a pole barn metal structure, but we wanted to show that it can be very attractive. It can be basically decorated in such a way to make it look like a tiki hut, to make it look very tropical. So this is what used to be there, the pre-Hurricane Ian. It was a pole barn It was a metal structure, but as you can see in the interior, it was made to look very tropical, very beachy. Here's another picture of what it used to be. The intent is to bring that look and feel back. Also, once it's converted to include a restaurant inside, what can that look like? So we also provided an example. This is a Backyard Social in Fort Myers. Some of you may have been there. It's a large pole barn. It's not going to look like this on the exterior, but it just to kind of show you the size and what can be done. So they've included interior walls. So when you look at this picture, the wall you see is interior to the pole barn. They've enclosed some of that space, and obviously they've decorated. It's a lot more of an urban look than what we're going to be going for, but it just goes to show you that we can enclose it. We can have some walls in there, and we can make it look very attractive. So this is another picture of what Backyard Social looks on the inside. And then we worked with our client. He's got some engineers, and I just want to put a little caveat out there. Our architects did not design this. These are renderings from engineers, so they tend to be a little more basic than we typically put together. But what we do want to depict is the look and feel of what's going to be there. So as you can see, it's going to be a relatively large structure with a lot of seating. We are going to add some landscaping to make it look attractive, welcoming. It's going to have a direct view of the beach. And what you see a bit in the background is where in the first phase, we're going to have those trailers for the restaurant, for the bathrooms. So this is a slightly different view looking from north to south. And a few things to depict here: the substrate for the parking, rock for pervious area. As we mentioned in the first phase, we're not going to have wheel stops for every parking space. We're going to use a rope and bollard system, and that is depicted here. I think the ropes are actually going to have a little more give to them. They're not going to be straight line like that, but again, the engineers do that, not the architects. And then we are depicting that we are going to have bike racks for bicycles and promoting ped and bike use rather than everybody driving their cars. We have the multi-use path that we see here. And if you look at where the trailers are, again, this is not perfectly accurate, but the idea is we are going to have some movable. These seem permanent to me, but they're going to be movable planters or walls with greenery that will make the trailer area more attractive, that will shield those areas. So that the attempt was to depict that screening, but obviously they're going to have to be movable, and we have to allow the trailers to be able to get on site and off site easily in case of a hurricane evacuation. Next two slides just give you an overall perspective from an aerial. And a few things to point out is in this first phase, the areas of green that are a little more of a camel green, those are depressed water retention areas. So as many of you may know, that parking area before for the Wyndham had no water management system. We are going to upgrade that, make sure that we secure our water on site. There's going to be depressed areas to capture the water, treat the water. Also, what's important that we want to depict is we in phase one are asking for terminal islands at the end of the parking aisles. We are not asking in the first phase to provide all the required landscape islands. And the reason for that is that as we get to phase two, we might have to tear things up, and it's a shame to do it all over again. So we're asking for landscape islands on the ends that will delineate the parking areas, and they're going to be there for safety. One thing that we were asking for just putting a hedge in there with some mulch. We were asked to add trees. We have added palm trees to each of those. Also, we were asked, well, instead of just doing a hedge with mulch, would you guys think of using planters? And we're not opposed to putting planters. We're just thinking that planters, to really be effective in delineating the parking aisles, would have to be pretty large. And the thought is, if someone in the parking lot clips a hedge, they might get a scratch to their car. If they clip a planter, it's a whole different story. Again, those planters would have to be movable. We have rock as a substrate, not that easy to move things around with rock. So we still believe that just a hedge with some mulch and the trees that we've added should be sufficient for delineating those parking aisles. So as we mentioned, everything we've been asked to do, we've incorporated. That's the only one that is up for discussion, and we'd like your input on that one.
Patrick, before we
But-
move on, just a quick thing
Yep.
I noticed here, from phase 1 to phase 2, it looks like you're cutting off the beach access on the south side of the property. In phase 1, it looks like it goes all the way back to the property line, but in phase 2, it looks like it ends at where the lazy river or the front of the building starts. Is that just the
Yeah,
design?
so the beach access is really the multi-use pathway on the north side. The other one is a sidewalk, regular sidewalk, connecting, basically providing access from Estero to the venue. People can take the sidewalk up to the venue, and then if they want to navigate around the lazy river and the pool, they certainly can, or they can use the other dedicated beach access.
So it was intentional. That's all I was
Yeah.
trying to get at.
Correct. So a few other things to point out here. We've got the little kiosk at the guard gate, so we are going to have an attendant on site. This is for phase 1. Phase 2 is going to look a little different. All the green space on the south end, that's going to be converted as part of phase 2, where we would have this joint parking area that we discussed at length. I'm not going to go into those details, but it would be completely controlled, access restricted, used by valet only, and it would be well buffered. Again, if you have any questions, happy to go into that, but for now, we just want to highlight that phase 2 is going to look a little different than
Hold
this.
on a second. And you've got trees where you were going to be adding in phase 2,
Yeah.
those separations. Why are the trees there, but not the delineation that's going to be there in phase 2?
The trees are there just because, again, we had some engineers remotely leave trees there. There are trees on site today.
Yeah.
This is not a perfect depiction, just a concept. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go over some of the public benefits and the amenities being provided. I want to highlight, first of all, that we are not asking for any additional height, any additional density, any additional intensity. Therefore, we have no requirement for public benefit. If you guys recall, when you go to the comp plan, and it clearly states that if you want to ask for additional height, more density, more intensity, you need to provide public benefit. That is not a requirement from us, but we are happy to do so. The applicant has already provided some of that benefit through the years. They want to keep doing it. And we were asked to commit to other things that we are happy to commit to. So quickly go through those. So we are providing the beach access. That property was always used for beach access. It wasn't a dedicated public beach access, but we're happy to do so. We are providing public restrooms. So restrooms can be used for the patrons of the site, but they're open to the public. We are limiting the commercial uses to the uses that are presented in the development agreement. We are maintaining view sheds and view corridors. Obviously, we're going to have landscaping. We're going to have a large tiki structure, but we are not asking for additional height. We are not asking to cover the site with structures. Therefore, there's going to be plenty of view sheds for the neighboring properties. We have committed to use Florida-friendly landscaping. We have voluntarily limited our hours of operation. We are providing bike parking, golf cart parking. We're improving our stormwater management. We are providing emergency access to the beach. So we know a lot of beachgoers in that area. The parking lot is designed in such a way where emergency vehicles can use the parking lot and can get right to the sand where the pathway is. So the multi-use pathway is going to be paved, but right adjacent to it for an extra 10 feet. We're going to have stabilized subgrade. So if a truck does have to go all the way to the beach, they can use that pathway area. When it comes to post-hurricane staging and recovery, God forbid we have another storm, there's sufficient parking in that parking lot to be used for staging and recovery. We've committed to allow that to happen. Very important commitment is to build that wave dissipation wall. I think this can be a great pilot project for the island. This might be the first project that can get it done and built. I think it can be done in a very exemplary manner where it's going to be attractive. It's not going to be obstructive. We do have our engineer here, Elizabeth Fountain, if we need to discuss the design details. But we think this is a benefit not just for the property, but also for other properties behind us. It's designed in such a way where it should not have any impacts to our neighbors. Scouring is one of those concerns. It's also a concern for the agencies. It's also a concern for the engineers, and they design accordingly, and the agencies review accordingly, and they have to demonstrate that their designs will not adversely impact adjacent properties. So we feel that from an engineering standpoint, there are engineering principles in place to protect adjacent properties, and this will be done according to best practices. One last thing that I'd like to highlight in light of all the discussions that we've had in the last few weeks and that you will be having moving forward. This is a commercial use. It is not subject to any kind of residential taxation reform. Therefore, this is going to be on the books. It's going to help the tax base. So with that said, I'm going to turn things over to Megan. She's going to walk you through the language in the development agreement, and we've highlighted every section in red that we've made changes to. And once we're done with that, if you have any questions, I'm available.
Just a quick question.
Yep.
On your type F buffer, if no buffer was required and you're putting a 10 to 20 foot in, why wouldn't you consider that a public benefit? Or why would you not list that as a public benefit?
So
At least to the neighbors.
I think if I didn't put it as a benefit, it was just an omission on our part, but we are exceeding the buffering. So you're correct. Where our parking lot meets the adjacent parking lots, there are no buffering requirements whatsoever. We are putting enhanced buffers on both the east, on the south, and the north.
And prior to Ian, were there buffers there before? I don't remember.
There were some buffers, but there was some fencing also, but it wasn't kind of a structured landscape buffer. It
Yeah,
was
that's right.
existing trees. One of the things to highlight also, given that you're bringing it up and giving me that opportunity, is our neighbors did ask us to put a fence. We're happy to do so. I think their concern was we appreciate the buffering, but we want to make sure that no one goes through the buffer and goes onto our property. So our buffers do include a fence both on the north side and the south side.
I've got a question if
Yeah.
you don't mind. So you were mentioning about the buffers, and I guess I'm a little bit confused because two of the deviations being requested are specifically around reducing the buffer size from what would be required. Is that not
Yes,
correct?
it's not completely accurate. So our buffers buffers are always related to what the adjacent use is. So we've got a large property. Closer to Estero, the adjacent use is parking lot. So it's parking lot to parking lot. Code requires no buffer, okay? Same thing on the south, parking lot to parking lot, that segment, no buffer. However, where we've got our commercial use, our tiki restaurant venue adjacent to multifamily, there is a buffer requirement. We have the option of either putting a 30-foot buffer with a wall or fence, or doing a putting a 30-foot buffer without a wall or fence, or doing a 15-foot buffer with a wall or fence. The wider buffer without the wall has less landscaping. The 15-foot buffer without the wall has more landscaping. So what we are asking to do, part of our deviation, is marry both of those. So we provide the wall and we provide the enhanced landscaping, but in just a narrower buffer width.
So if I understand correctly, where the parking lot would be, there would not be any requirement. The deviation is strictly for adjacent to the commercial
Correct.
pole barn area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I'll
I
turn.
had some
Yeah,
questions
go
for
ahead.
you. And maybe this is in the next piece that Megan is going to do, but I'm looking at the conditions that the LPA gave you, and
Mhm.
I don't see that all of them were addressed. Is there a reason?
We are going to go through them one by
Okay.
one. If we've missed something, happy to go
Okay,
through
I'll
it
wait
with
till you're
you.
finished.
I thought we covered everything. But if we miss something, we'll address it, no
We'll
problem.
catch it later.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Jen.
So Patrick, previously, the primary use for this was obviously a resort,
Yes.
right? And now seems that although we're keeping the zoning the same, there's only accessory uses, or the primary use could be argued as a parking lot. My question to you is strictly for the commercial use on the property, how much parking would be required? Because my concern, obviously, where this is coming from is a person that parks at a resort would tend to stay there for days at a time. Whereas the usage that we're considering right now is going to be very transient. And I'm concerned about the impact of the traffic on the south side, quite frankly. The people that will be visiting this venue now will have a very different stay pattern than they previously had. So although there may have been 200 parking spaces before, how many are actually needed strictly for the restaurant?
Hold that thought. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We just had a power blip, and I don't know that we're online for everybody to be able to see it. So we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 10:25. He might have jumped the gun. He was giving me a finger. Now we're good? All right. All right, we're going to call this meeting, back to order. It is 10:22. Where'd we leave off? Patrick, you were going to say something.
Yes, I was asked a question regarding the parking.
Correct.
Mr. McLean was identifying that the uses are somewhat different than they were before, from a resort to a restaurant and restaurant bar venue with rec entertainment. So just, I will definitely address your parking issue, just to clarify this notion of accessory uses versus primary uses. Yes, it used to be a resort, and the amenities associated with it were accessory to the resort, to the hotel. What we are asking today, and through this development agreement, is we are indeed asking for the tiki, the bar, the restaurant to be primary uses. So those are primary uses. With those uses, we have required parking that we have to provide. So in phase one, the required parking per code is 144 parking spaces. And in phase one, we would be providing 163 parking spaces. So that's an excess of 19. But that is very consistent with what code requires, just a slight increase over the minimum required. So in phase two, as we've explained, the southern portion is a area that's going to be secured, fence gated separately. And that area is going to be for joint parking. So joint parking, as you know, in the code, if you're a little short on the ability to provide parking on your site, there are multiple remedies. You can ask for a parking reduction. You can ask for off-site parking, and the off-site parking typically occurs through a joint parking agreement. If you own a separate property off-site, then it's your own property, not a problem. If not, you can go to another property owner, ask to share parking. A lot of times, some businesses are open, for example, during the day, but the business is not open in the evening. Restaurant might need that peak parking in the evening, so you can enter into a joint agreement. So the area, the additional parking that we are providing in phase two would bring us to a total of 237 spaces. And with adding the lazy river and the pool, our requirement would be 147 parking spaces. So this is an excess of 90 parking spaces that would be for that joint parking use. So we see that as a benefit. Again, that use, the parking and the parking in that location used to exist prior to the hurricane. And I've brought back the aerial to demonstrate that a large majority of the parking was along that northern boundary. And it wasn't buffered, it wasn't controlled, meaning that hotel guests could park there. And if they wanted to leave in the middle of the night or pack up or whatever, they had complete access to that parking area and they could use it. In this case, that entire area is going to be available just for valet parking only. So again, very controlled. It's going to be valet person dropping off the car and it gets picked up hopefully the next day, and there's no need to ever go to that parking during the night. But I guess if someone forgets their wallet in there or really wants access to their car, you still have to get it, but it's going to be very controlled. So we think it's a better condition than what it used to be. It's going to be buffered, it's going to be controlled. Yes, it's excess parking. Yes, it's also a solution to this parking issue that we have on this island. We have numerous projects that have come before you that when they have to build, rebuild, and meet today's code, it's very hard to provide all the required parking. This is an opportunity to provide some parking for those businesses. So it's a win-win for each of the business, and it's also a win for the island in that if there is a parking shortage at any given venue, we have a way to address that. So I know it's a long-winded answer, but I think I've covered everything here.
Yeah, you haven't really addressed the nature to the difference between the type of traffic impact that this parking will most likely cause. By that, I mean the change in use from a resort to people coming and going for lunch, dinner, entertainment, what have you, staying for maybe an hour, staying for maybe 6 hours, but not staying multiple days or what have you.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that, and I can also have John talk to this. So John and his family have owned the property for 25 years. I've been on this island for 22 years. We did our traffic study. Our traffic study shows no impact on the adjacent roadway. So this is from a expert certified study that he's provided. Also, personal experience as a resident for 22 years. In season, during peak activities like sand sculpting days, never seen the traffic back up in front of that property. So again, it's never been an issue. We don't see it an issue. We see it as traffic has always flowed well in that area. We have sufficient parking for our facility. We have sufficient queuing with regards to the nature. So the hotel, again, we would like our visitors to come to Fort Myers Beach, park once and only stay here. We know that a lot of people that come here have family and friends in the area. There's a lot of movement back and forth. The hotel had a lot of movement back and forth. There was a restaurant there that was very popular for people that did not stay at the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
As a resident and also someone who's got young kids, my kids could eat for free. I could go hang out by the beach.
Patrick, you don't have
a
to
drink.
sell me on that. I live right down the road, and that was my watering hole.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
And I drove there, and you know, back. So there was always that traffic that was a transient traffic in nature associated with the venue because it was a very popular restaurant, very popular hangout. So materially, we don't think the traffic nature will change all that much.
Can you address? I obviously, like all of us, we watched the LPA, and it was significant. There was a lot of discussion that was involved. One of the things that I believe was agreed to was just no public parking. In other words, parking for the venue only.
Yeah, we were asked
Can
to
you,
put some signs. We're Megan's going to show you where we've put that language in there. We were asked to put some signs visible from Estero that would say for patrons only, you know, not public parking lot. And it's going to be a parking lot that it's going to be a paid parking lot. So the intent is, you know, you make people pay. You give them a voucher or a discount to use at the venue. We understand that it happens all over the place where people might go to business and then, you know, go hang out at the beach for the day. That's not the intent. That is not a dedicated beach parking area. It is for the venue. It is for the patrons. We are going to charge. And the way, as John has explained to me, if ever this were to become a problem, you hike up the parking fee and give a bigger voucher. That's how you dissuade people.
Most are operationalized the other way, right? If the parking associated with a venue is typically free for the patrons of the venue, as opposed to paying for the parking, which thereby kind of you're paying for parking and you only get your discount if you're actually using the establishment. This has turned it completely.
Yeah, and I think we've got examples. Hotels have done this for a long time. When you go to a lot of resort places, you pay for your parking everywhere you go. You pay for your parking for your hotel. You know, take, for example, the Cottage. That was a very popular spot. They always did valet. There was always a cost associated with parking there. So I don't know if it flips it completely around. I understand what you're saying, but I think this is appropriate. I think it's been thought through by the owner. They do want to charge parking for their venue. They think that people will, it won't dissuade patrons from going to the tiki bar and the restaurant. And again, they in turn provide a voucher and provide a good experience and a great meal.
Thank you.
Patrick, just to tag on it, I know that you charged before similar to what you're requesting
Yeah.
now, and then you got the voucher. Did you do that with hotel guests prior to Ian as well, or did they get to park for free, or did they have to get the voucher as well?
The guests park for free.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Patrick, I have a question in regards to parking, and if you stated it, apologizing if I missed it, but if you should build a hotel again at some point, what would be the parking requirements for that? And that would negate this agreement?
So the
Because
right
we don't know
now,
what the
yeah.
continuing phases could be.
Yeah.
And what the parking needs may be.
So as Megan, explained clearly, is that this is not temporary in nature. This development agreement, once approved, is approved in perpetuity. And it's subject to the site plans that have been approved, meaning that the general concept, layout, uses that were allowed have to be consistent with those site plans. However, if ever in 15, 20 years, John's kids want to turn this into a resort, they have to come back to a public hearing. They have to either amend the development agreement, which would be a full hearing process, or they have to extinguish the development agreement, come back in with a CPD and go through the public hearing process for the CPD, outline all the uses, intensities, densities, heights, all that stuff. So we're not allowed to make any of those changes unless we go through an amendment process or a CPD.
Thank you.
What's your lighting proposal for both phases?
So lighting is going to be code compliant. We're going to meet code requirements.
Talking, well, I know it's got to be, but how are you going to have the parking lot lit?
So ideally, and again, the engineer is going to have to see if it meets code requirements. One of the things that we find attractive is as you drive down Hickory Boulevard, there's a private club with kind of a lower lighting, bollards, kind of amber lighting. That's a great look that we'd like to emulate. I don't know if we're going to be allowed to keep the lighting as low as that. I think our code calls for a little taller lighting, but that's the lighting scheme we're looking at. Something attractive, amber lighting. Again, there's always a safety component that we have to meet, but there's also kind of trying to keep a good look, good ambiance, and being, respectful of turtle regulations also.
Thank you.
John, any questions for?
Nothing currently.
All right, thanks, Patrick.
All right, thank you.
Megan? She's hiding back there.
Okay. Let me skip forward here. So we will review the conditions recommended by LPA that we've incorporated into the development agreement. If at any time you want to ask questions or slow me down, feel free. And my apologies, let me pull it up here as well. Okay, the first condition is going to be, sorry, it's hard for me to see this far away.
You're going to start with the conditions?
Yes, so we are going to talk about the conditions that have been added from LPA to here. So the ones that have been recommended by LPA that we have then changed. So the first one's going to be regarding parking, and section E regarding the controlled access. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Okay. Attendant will be present on site from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. This was recommended by LPA. We've incorporated that in. The next conditions come under the second phase, one of which pertains to the restrooms. Just to clarify that the restrooms will remain locked outside of operational business hours. The second one pertains to the COP boundary, that there will be signage indicating where the COP boundary starts and stops. The next goes to parking again, and this is in regarding phase 2. So the controlled access, it's just restating the parking is going to be monitored by a parking attendant. They'll be present from 30 minutes before opening until everyone starts leaving around 9. I think the official ending hours are 10, but from 6:30 to 9:30. The parking surface, we were asked to concrete or harden more of the apron, so we've included that reference as well. There's another condition that we actually have not modified that I identified we will. If you look at section 8, it pertains to the ingress egress access points. When we started, we had initially requested for the northern to be ingress egress, southern to be egress only. We've modified that to retain the right for ingress egress on both locations. So we will have to modify that condition further.
What you said is maintain the right. So it means that you haven't decided if you're going to keep it just egress or on the south, or are you like both going to be ingress egress?
They would both be ingress egress. However, from an operational standpoint, they're not going to be used. The southern portion will likely not be used for ingress egress unless it's busy.
So you'll go in one way, but you'll have the option to go out either direction.
Correct.
Okay.
But as the property sits today, both access points have been used for ingress egress. Previously in this application, we limited the southern to egress only. So we're reverting back to allow ingress egress on both access.
It was just the way you worded it.
My apologies.
Yeah, maintain the right to. That doesn't mean that you're going to do it. It just means you maintain the right to do it if you want to do it. So.
Correct. My apologies, and thank you for clarifying. The next condition was suggested by staff regarding kind of a drop dead date, if you will, of the agreement in the event that phase 1 is up, but there's no signs of phase 2 coming on board. What sort of safeguards does the town have? So we did include this language. I will say that this was something that we had proposed. I believe staff's recommended language was a little bit more lenient, but the intent is to have the wave dissipation wall and permanent structures. So applicant, we were comfortable including this, which outlines that in the event that phase 2 is not completed within 5 years of completion of phase 1, we need to come back. We either need to explain what happened, ask for a modification, an extension, but there would be a discussion about that.
I have a question on this one.
Yes.
And it just comes from what I've seen over the last, since Hurricane, of developments that are coming online. There's a big difference between a TCO and a CO. And sometimes those can take a year or a year and a half to get a CO versus the TCO, where the building is being operated under its normal use, but it hasn't technically got its certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
I would feel more comfortable if this said TCO versus CO, because it could go a year and a half. We've seen it with talking about amber lighting and things like that, where the TCO is in place, but a CO doesn't happen for a year and a half or 2 years later because of things that come up that maybe changed over the last couple of years with lighting, or it usually revolves around environmental stuff. So for me, I would prefer to see this say TCO versus CO. I don't know how staff feels about that, or if that makes a big enough difference, but just going off of what I've seen on some other projects over the past few years.
T as in temporary.
Well, it's a temporary certificate in CBA, so it allows them to operate, but they don't have their permanent this certificate of occupancy, and a lot of it seems to be held up on things that are outside the control of the developer or the property owner. At this, it could be something that has nothing to do with planning. It could have to do with environmental, or it could have to do with public safety. So to me, 5 years, this could be 7 years, or it could be 8 years because of the language that's in there.
Okay.
And it's something, you don't have to make a decision this second unless you're comfortable making a decision. But if it goes to a second reading, I'd like to at least have you consider that.
That's fine. And it wasn't sure if staff was going to.
Well, that's a building code issue related. It's not really a planning issue. So I don't have any input on that, but we can look into that to see if that terminology is correct to be used if it goes a second.
We can include clarifying language, CO or TCO, whichever is first, something.
Okay. Just something to look into between now.
Let me jot my notes down. Okay. That has to do with the timing. The next, this is a very basic one. We just added Lee County Department of Transportation to the needed approvals. Next, turning to the public beach access, we were asked to clarify that the public beach access of the multi-use path on the northern boundary will extend all the way to the main high water line. We've included that, absolutely. And it will remain for the entirety of the agreement. Turning to the restrooms, we're reiterating that the restrooms are going to be locked outside of operational hours. Moving to sound, there was a discussion about the live music amplified sound. We were asked to reduce that from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. So we have reduced the amplified sound to 12 p.m. or live music from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. That will be within the Tiki Barn. In addition to that, we've added clarifying additional language regarding ambient sound, that we're requesting the ability to provide ambient music from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And the idea being around the lazy river, around the pool, small speakers dispersed directly into that area. We were also asked for noise mitigation measures to be taken, which of course we incorporated, so that we'll have sound curtains or established sound curtains on the southern and northern sides of the Tiki Bar to help limit any of the noise impacts to the neighbors. Regarding signage, there are 2 different signage requirements that we've included herein. One regards the COP boundary, and then the other pertains to no public parking, no beach parking, parking for patrons only, something of that nature. And in order to develop or move on to phase 2, an additional traffic study will be conducted prior to phase 2 moving forward. Turning to the deviations.
Would that traffic study be privately?
Yes, the applicant, the property owner.
Okay.
Will. Not on behalf of the town, but on the property owner. We'll provide that, absolutely. Regarding deviations, turning to deviation 1, it just outlines that the aprons will be paved for both phase 1 and phase 2. This will prevent kind of gravel getting into the stormwater system or onto a sterile boulevard, keep it nice and clean, and also provide for additional stacking or queuing of the vehicles in the event of
One of the things I'd like to see you guys consider, again, if this goes to a second reading, is this first condition. I would feel more comfortable in phase 2 that it was more of a permanent, whether it be pavers, whether it be something just for the reason that you mentioned, gravel, things like that. I don't know how it would change. I know you couldn't answer it now on the spot, how it would change your water retention should you go to a pervious or non-pervious surface, what that would do for calculations, but something to keep in your mind if it goes to a second reading that I'm going to be asking about, because I think having, if what Patrick has said is this is going to be this is the use, this is going to be essentially the permanent thing. It would be nice to have a permanent parking lot there, and at least in phase 2, not necessarily have to do it in phase 1 because you are going to change some landscaping if it's approved, it sounds like. So in phase 2, I would like to see you at least consider that if it goes to a second reading.
Okay. And I believe, is that it? One of the conditions was making it, clarifying that in order to come back with a resort, they would have to go through the CPD process. And I believe that concludes the conditions that have been added from LPA. Councilwoman Link, you had suggested or said that there were conditions that may have not made it over. Is there something specific?
I've checked everyone on
Okay.
my hat off. Thank you.
Okay, because when you said that, I said, "Oh no, did I forget something?" Human error does exist, so
They're all there. Thank
I'm
you.
not infallible. Oh, my apologies. All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I don't know if any of the other council had messages, but I have a recommendation that a condition be added, that we include some language in the requirements similar to the ETPP application when it comes to the trailers themselves. I don't see that anywhere in here, since this isn't going to fall in the category of an ETPP application. I would like to see that there's some conditions in there, and really just it's in the application under general conditions. There's specific ones in there that have to do with floodplain management, that have to do with FEMA requirements and our emergency response requirements. And we'll work with you on making sure that right language is in there. I don't think it'll be anything that you'll have a problem with, but we can absolutely.
I think either if you provide the language or if we just take the language that's already in the ETPP associated with, that's not easy to say, associated with having a plan.
Yeah, and you'll see, there's some in there that won't apply to this case. So I just want to make sure that we remove those and you include the ones that do apply.
Okay.
If that's
Perfect.
all right. with
It's
council.
good catch.
May I piggyback on that? Mr. Town Manager, when you talk about the emergency temporary permits, I'm not sure that we ever thought anyone would have those for 5 years. Is there anything we need to add to the language to say that they are inspected or tested every few years to make sure that they can still easily be removed? I'm sure with our salt air and, the conditions we live in, just something that ensures us that if they have to go, they can go, not that they fall apart in year 4 or something like that. Any
From-
thoughts about that, Patrick?
From our
or
standpoint,
Will?
that can definitely be included.
Yeah, I think that's part of the permit. I think there's language about they have to be maintained and they have to be plated.
They have
and
to be
they
road ready.
Licensed,
road ready.
registered, road
Yeah.
ready.
So we don't have a problem with that.
Okay,
That makes a lot of
that's
sense.
covered in the
Well, I
language you
I
already
certainly
have.
don't want to
It
speak
is.
for you, but what I'm interpreting you're saying is everybody understands the roadworthiness, but what we have seen obviously through these ETTPs over the last 4 years is you give someone an inch and they take a mile. And what was temporary once, now 6 months later has become a permanent fixture. And now we have to start code enforcement. So I'm not trying to put words in
No,
your mouth, but
that was not my issue, but I think
Is
that's a
it-
good one as well.
is there any kind of process we could put in as a condition that the applicant has to provide some sort of, or the town can inspect to ensure that quick disconnects are being used, not hard plumbing? Those kinds of things are what I think the town has seen a lot of over the last couple of years. Is it starts out temporary and then all of a sudden it's hard plumbed and then all of a sudden we
Yeah.
have issues.
Well, we are happy to defer to what Will wants to have in there, but I think we'll be subject to the code requirements on those issues.
I think it'll benefit you just as much as it would
Yeah.
benefit the town.
Absolutely, I
So if
concur.
we can have that be clarified.
Before the concluding remarks, just a quick question, Mr. Allers. With regards to, I just want to clarify, so you're suggesting that we look into, in phase 2, putting pavement rather than?
Pavers, pavement, something hardscape, I guess.
Hardscape.
you know,
Okay,
I don't want to tell you how to
yeah,
but to eliminate the rocks and the potential for more stuff getting into storm drains with a surge. I mean, hopefully we don't ever have to deal with that, but just something more permanent, because if it is going to be a permanent use, it'd be nice to have something
Okay.
permanent looking. It'll just, I think, dress up.
Okay.
Dress up. the
and
neighborhood, if
I
you will.
think our client is open to it. Just to give you a little insight, when we were going through the design discussion of this, part of the discussion was, well, if we use gravel, obviously there's advantages in costs, and
Sure.
especially if you're going to modify things. But there is also this idea of it provides more pervious area. So again, if it's the will of the council where less pervious area, meaning that we don't use the gravel, more hardscape, if you guys prefer that, we can certainly include that. But again, we were trying to weigh both. Obviously, when you pave everything, you've got the pervious issue, but also the heat that is generated from pavement.
I guess if you're asking me my preference, I prefer to see pavers over asphalt,
Okay.
but it's kind of a happy medium. But I know the cost associated
Yeah.
with that is.
So maybe as we move to phase 2, if you guys can give us direction as a board, that'd be
Yeah,
awesome,
most
because we are open to either way, but we just like some feedback.
Okay.
Okay. So with that said, in my professional planning opinion, we are consistent with the comp plan, the land development code. We have reviewed the staff report with the conditions that they've requested. Happy to abide by those. As mentioned, we've incorporated all the LPA recommendations except for the terminal islands. And again, open to your direction on those. We have talked to Mr. Galeen, and I know Mr. Galeen is going to make his own presentation, so do not want to put any words into his mouth. But when he did talk to me, and I talked to him personally, the 3 requests were associated with no camper parking, and we're happy to abide by that. We can add in our sign section that we'll put signs up on that. The dogs, unfortunately, I don't think we can supersede federal law. I think that would cause more problems than solutions. And then when it comes to the wave mitigation wall, look, I defer to engineers and to sound engineering principles. I know that neighbors can have concerns. I think there's a bit of a misconception between like traditional seawalls versus what a wave mitigation wall is. And I think they are designed to address potential scouring, to also address impacts to adjacent properties. And I would just ask that we defer to sound science and to, sound engineering principles.
Just one quick question before we, and then I'll see if anybody else
Yep.
has a question.
Yep.
The question I have is, we did receive an email from someone questioning the consistency with the comprehensive plan based on no new paid parking lots. What would be your rebuttal to that claim that this is not consistent because of that?
That the primary use is a restaurant venue and restaurant entertainment bar venue, and this is required parking per code.
Okay, thanks.
So with that said,
Hold on, make sure nobody else. Rebecca, any questions before we go to Larry?
Yes, just about dogs. So when you speak federal rules, I'm thinking service dogs.
service
maybe what
dogs,
you're
companion
thinking of.
animals, people have cards
Right.
that they can bring them.
So I think I would like you to consider the no dogs. There are so many people who are concerned about the critical wildlife behind you. And I can only imagine dogs and the code enforcement calls we'll get because dogs may be running around in an area they're not allowed. We cover that by leash laws on the beach, but I just want to make sure we don't fall in the gap. So
Yeah.
there are areas where you don't allow dogs, but that does not mean that you have a service dog, you can't take that dog. So I would like that to be something you maybe address or consider before you come back to us.
Yeah.
We need to balance people taking their pets, service dogs, and protecting our critical.
And in
wildlife.
vain with the other issue that we discussed, what I would ask is, I don't know if I'm smart enough to have an answer as to how we address that. So I would ask direction from council of how do we balance both? Do we put up signs that technically are not enforceable, but at least we've
Well, it's my understanding.
made an effort? That's where I'd like direction from you.
Yeah, I think it's my understanding if we say no dogs allowed,
Mhm.
that does not exclude someone who has a service animal. They're allowed anywhere.
And if that's the case, I
So
think
that
we're
kind
definitely
of
open to
gives
that
an
idea.
idea that this isn't a pet friendly park. We're not going to have to be worrying about picking up dog stuff, and we're also not going to worry about them heading off where we can't really enforce it when they're in the critical wildlife. I'm just
Understood.
give it some more thought.
Yeah.
Maybe
We would never say
some
you can't bring
educational
your.
signs.
Okay.
This area is surrounded by critical wildlife area. Please mind your dogs.
I like that idea. I like being proactive on the protecting the environment rather than prohibiting something. I think that's a good approach. I like that.
Anything else, Councilman?
That's it.
Council McLean, anything for Patrick before we move on to Larry?
Nope.
Okay,
So
so
Safford, hold on, we got two more. You thought this was going to
Is
be
there
quick?
a way I can request that Elizabeth step in and explain
Absolutely.
the wall?
Let's make sure John doesn't have any questions for Patrick or Megan before we bring up Elizabeth.
That's exactly where I was going because we received a couple of, yes, you did.
Yeah.
A couple of emails regarding that concern and then this intervener concern as well. So I think it'd behoove us to hear from Elizabeth.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was my concern is we've gotten some emails, even on other projects. It seems like there's a theory out there, and I defer to you because you're the expert, that a wall will affect negatively neighbors on both sides. Can you explain the difference between a seawall and a mitigation?
Yes.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, Council. For the record, Elizabeth Fountain with J.R. Evans Engineering. So the wave mitigation, dissipation, structure, it's really more of a system. And it's primarily designed not only to reduce wave impacts, but it also takes into consideration the potential for scour around, if it's not a contiguous wall from property to property, a lot of times we'll have to do a return section on the property lines. But we also we put in to the design scour protection features that are part of that structure. So it reduces those impacts. And a lot of times those return walls will have to end up a little bit inside the subject property that we're focused on, probably on the order of like maybe 6 or 8 feet. So there is a little bit of a gap that's typically put into place between the adjacent property. And when these walls are reviewed at the FEMA level, it's a very technical review. We have to go through and demonstrate that we've put into the design all those components to address any potential adverse impact. So that's the difference between like a standard maybe seawall where it's those same considerations aren't taken.
Elizabeth, would it be a safe statement to say that these are not meant to divert water? They're meant to break down the angriness of the water.
Exactly. So I think there's a misconception that these walls are like 6, 8 feet tall, meant to like stop the surge and stop the waves. They're not. A lot of them are going to be between 2.5 to 3 foot above the ground that you would see. And that's just enough to trip up the wave energy. So it's really just affecting the bottom part of that wave water column that's supporting the velocity of the wave. And so we're not trying to stop the surge or trying to stop the waves. It's more of a reduction in the energy. And as the water comes around, it's not going to deflect or push more water onto adjacent properties, because that adjacent property is getting the same or more direct impact from the coastal waves coming towards their subject property. I know that's kind of hard to visualize, but it's, everybody within that line of a coastal event is getting hit, yes, by the same level. It's just the ones that have the wave mitigation wall are getting less wave heights coming onto their property.
That answer your question?
It did. Thank you.
John?
Took care of mine. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Klein? Anything?
I'm good. Thank you.
Councilman Lang?
Fine, thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
All right. Larry, are you still there?
So with that, I will conclude our presentation, and we're happy to follow up after Mr. Galeen and answer any other questions.
All right. Thanks,
Thank you.
Patrick. Mr. Galeen, you're up.
Tested
Hold
my
on.
microphone. Can you hear me any easier?
We'll just be quiet.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity. I represent the Board of Directors of Sandcaper Condominium Association at 6900 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach. We're immediately south of the old Wyndham property. You've received a copy of the presentation I made to the LPA on June 16th, 2026, but I do have these additional comments and requests I would like you to include in your consideration of the development agreement for the old Wyndham Garden properties. I've asked the neighborhood company through Pat and the owner of the property to commit to 3 things. I'm thankful they responded on Friday, 7/31, to my request for changes on the development plan. I want to add here also that I'm appreciative of the buffer zone alternative that they are proposing between our property. The 3 requested items, as they have told you about before, we could go to slide 3 if you have the presentation there. Though there have been no restrictions on overnight parking at this point, I asked them to commit to no overnight parking of campers, no overnight stays of individuals in their parking lot, and they responded favorably on the request, and I'm very thankful for that. I've asked them to prohibit dogs from being brought onto their property. This would be similar to the prohibition at Bonita Beach Park next to Doc's Beach House that quite clearly marked with illuminated signage. In my LPA presentation, I noted current problems we have already had with dogs on the beach and in the wildlife area. And, I just say we don't need another dog beach. If their primary purpose of the property is service of food and drink and entertainment, other than service animals, pets would not be in keeping with the purpose of that venue. They responded with concerns about federal law and service animals, which I do understand. At this point, I would request that they explore the reasons that Bonita Beach can prohibit dogs. I'm going to add to my comments here that when I did a brief search on Bonita Beach Park, it says that no pets or dogs are allowed on the beach park property or on the main sand. So someone is doing this. And I'd like to know how they can do that and if that can be worked into this application. But in any event, I would ask for no dogs other than service animals be allowed. If you move to slide 4, I've asked for them to explore with the designer of any wave mitigation wall to consider curtailing the wave mitigation wall at least 40 feet from our property, turning it to the east between the Lazy River and the Valley parking lot if necessary. I'd also ask to see perhaps a wall at some distance between our properties that could decrease the possibility of redirected water impacting our property. I understand that wave walls are supposed to be designed to prohibit scouring of the property, even adjacent properties in theory. Again, I ask if there is a need to extend that wall to protect a parking lot, or if it could be cut off prior to the park or right at the parking lot. So I'm asking the town council to include the agreed upon restriction of overnight camper parking in the agreement. I ask that no dogs other than service animals be allowed. And then I also ask for a promise to research the Bonita Beach dog restriction to see if greater restrictions could apply here, and a promise to explore an alternative wave wall design, as I have requested, that would stop short of our property by quite a few more feet than standardly is done. And I thank you for your ability for me to make this presentation, and look forward to your consideration.
Mayor, just for the record, were you sworn in when we swore everyone in your testimony? You were. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Does anybody have any questions? We can, council members can ask questions of Larry, correct? All right. Councilor McLean, you have any questions for Larry?
I'd like to, excuse me, Larry, I'd like to explore a little bit further the last statement about protecting the wave mitigation wall, protecting the parking lot. So your feeling is if they were able to provide the permanent structures and change the FEMA maps for the commercial area, excluding the parking lot to the south that abuts your properties, that is what your request is?
Yes, I'd be more amenable to that. I'm not an expert in the design of these walls, but where they're intending it to go includes potential impacts on the wildlife area and potential impacts on our property. It'd be actually less expensive if they cut the wave wall off quite a bit before our property and ease our concerns about that. If they need to include turning the wall to the east so they can get the rating that they need on the property, we're fine with that. If providing some wall protection between our two properties on that west end would help, that'd be fine too. But I just want them to consider an alternative structure that cuts it off sooner.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
Councilor Link, any questions for Larry?
No.
Vice Mayor Safford?
I do not.
John?
Not really questions, but you're comparing a county park to private property regarding the dogs. So that's where you're going to see probably the difference. Dogs are not allowed in the critical wildlife area, and all dogs on our beach have to be leashed. So I guess I'm not sure why that's such a concern.
Okay, well, first of all, the practice is not being done at this point. I see dogs running in the waves. I see dogs running up and down the beach. I see dogs chasing birds in the lagoon. So, it's not enforced. And I don't know if a private property can enforce the same as the county park can for no dogs on the beach. But I do know that you could restrict animals that are not service animals. So if you required it to be no pets and then have them prove that it is a service animal, that would be helpful.
I believe the leash laws are being enforced and keep it out of the critical wildlife area. But if there are times where it's not being enforced, it does require somebody to call and alert the town to those issues.
Right, and I talked with a woman who said, you know, there was a man with 2 large dogs and allowing them to run in the lagoon. And she went up and asked him, you know, told him, you know, they have to be on a leash, they can't be in there. And he basically told her where to pound sand. And, you know, so he's got 2 large dogs and he's a pretty good sized man. And so now the woman has to call and the people have to react. By that time, they're gone. So I'm just saying that this, in theory, enforcement is right, but there are not people down there to enforce that on a regular basis. And it happens in a short time, and there's not enough time to call in and get somebody to react.
Anything else, John? Larry, does Sandcaper allow the residents to have dogs?
We do not.
Okay.
We are under the Federal Housing Authority, and so there are occasions when service animals can be allowed, but we are a no pet association.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Megan?
I don't believe I have any cross-examination questions from Mr. Galeen. I still have concerns about the dog condition, particularly if the town does have a regulation regarding leashes, allowing dogs to be on the beach, how to enforce that on private property. We're open to including a service animal only, or please be mindful of the environmentally critical area, but those are kind of my initial concerns.
Or perhaps even dogs must be on leashes. All dogs should be
Reminding of the-
leased. That's very helpful.
So it's kind of confusing if they're going to have a walkway and then they say no dogs, but you're taking your dog to the beach.
Right.
I mean,
Well, I think that's why maybe the compromise is there's a sign that says all dogs must be leashed, because they have to be leashed
Per-
on the beach, right?
yeah.
Then it
Because
covers
this
both.
is not, I apologize.
I'm sorry,
Mayor.
no.
no.
This is not intended to be a come bring your dog facility. It's just
Of course.
trying to navigate
Of course.
how to address that.
Mhm.
You know,
Particularly-
I'll just tell you where I
You're
stand on this. I, as much as I wouldn't want to put a policy in place to force Sandcaper to have dogs, I don't want to put a policy in place to force a property owner to not allow dogs to go down a beach path to get there. I'm a bigger fan of education. We know we have people that don't follow rules. Every rule out there, someone's going to not follow. But to try to create policy on a small group, to me, of people that do things that they're not supposed to do, education and then enforcement, I think is always the path I select. But I'm just putting it out there for my fellow council members. If this moves forward, I'm in support of educational signs about the critical wildlife, educate people, but to stop people from bringing their dogs down your dog path to the beach, you know, I'm a dog lover, right? I got 2 dogs, so I get it, but we respect the laws. We keep our dogs on a leash. Not everybody does that, but just again, I won't reiterate it, but I wouldn't want to do a policy decision on someone saying they had to do something, as much as I wouldn't want them to do not something. Right? But that's just me.
That's all that I have.
Okay.
If there are any follow-up.
Anybody have any other questions for Megan or Patrick before we open it up for public comment?
Well, I do have a question or for you, Elizabeth, please.
Oh yeah, I had a question too.
Yes.
So I understand we're not the engineers. We don't understand wave mitigation walls. We do understand what. Is there an opportunity during the design phase of the mitigation wall? I would assume that the line that you have drawn here is not an engineered design, correct?
Correct.
And so I guess what I'm asking is, could there be consideration for not extending that wave mitigation wall beyond the commercial or less than as is necessary to help address some of the concerns of the neighbors? Is that something that could be considered during the design phase? And I'm not sure how we would word that, but this mitigation wall isn't designed yet.
Right. I think there are opportunities. Again, we want to approach it from a standpoint of trying to optimize the level of mitigation we're trying to achieve for the
Right.
property, and then the landward properties, on the other side of Estero Boulevard. So I think, definitely want to be able to try to protect as much infrastructure as possible on that property. So I think, but we can look at it during the refinement phase.
Yeah, I would think that in some regards, it would be in your best interest to protect the critical infrastructure that you're trying to protect, as opposed to spend the money to build it larger than it needs to be.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Just before you run off, can you talk a little bit about what else it does as far as changing flood zones should FEMA adjust it, what it allows a builder to be
Yes.
able to do versus what they could do if they don't have this in place?
Correct. So this property is encumbered by the FEMA map zone VE, which is the highest risk flood zone you could be mapped in. Implementing the wave mitigation wall helps reduce those wave heights such that you can change the map from a VE to an AE zone, which is the next moderate risk flood zone category. It is still considered a coastal AE zone. So there's still some wave action coming in, but because of that designation, you've got more flexibility about the types of uses you can have on the lower level floors, as long as you implement proper dry flood proofing as well. So for instance, you could have the restrooms on that lower level. You could have a restaurant space. The only limitation is that because you're also seaward of the CCCL, the DEP Coastal Construction Control Line, there are certain things that still have to be at that higher elevation based on DEP's criteria. But they do have allowed uses such as retail, restaurant seating area. You just can't have permanent kitchens above at that level. Those have to be at the DEP 100-year elevation. But you can have other recreational spaces and restrooms at that lower level.
All right.
So,
Anything else for Elizabeth? All right, thanks, Elizabeth.
thank you.
All right, public comment. Amy, you have anybody?
First up would be Denise Clint, and following Denise is Dan Duggan.
Good morning, Denise. I think it's still morning. Yep, still morning.
Okay, good. Good morning. My name is Denise Clint.
Is that mic on?
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. I own a condo in the Sanderac condominiums north of this property. I also own a home in the neighborhood across Estero Boulevard. I apologize. I came in at 2:00 this morning simply for this meeting because I felt it was so important to be here. And I've been in Minnesota with some medical issues with our families. So I've not been involved in all these processes that have been going on like I should have been. One of the problem was we did meet with Patrick and John back in April, I think, or May. And our president did send forth a letter stating that in favor and support of the project. However, he didn't listen to some of us on the association and not do it as a group. It was him personally. Some of us still had reservations, and so it is my fault that I haven't been involved. So I just want to say that. So at this point, I'm just going to highlight some of my concerns that have been brought up today and in moving forward. Let's start with the dogs, as long as that's just been the latest one we're talking about. We too have a no pet policy, no dogs on our property unless it's service dogs. And we constantly see dogs running all over the beach, unleashed. It is a problem. And I know that they say they're going to have some kind of security or whatever on the property. I don't know if that's somebody who can also monitor whether or not the dogs have leashes. I don't know. A big issue is contrary to the pictures you saw, in front, going out to the beach from this property, it's very narrow. It is not a whole big ocean. We have that critical area that has the mangroves there. Our biggest issue is how people, traffic, dogs, anything comes over onto our beach, our private beach. One of the things I talked to Patrick about is maybe since they're having a public walkway, can we have some kind of like bollards and ropes going down the beach more to designate? Just in the past, since this project has come up and people haven't been able to walk down there, we have personally put up a walkway with a fence so that people could come down. We're getting people swearing at us, yelling at us, throwing garbage all over our property. That's our concern. I know I'm out of time. So there's a lot of concerns with it, how does it flow over? How do they go out to the beach rather than on our property? I also asked Ms. Baker to send out a photo that shows the rain from a couple of weeks ago
We got it.
and how it's going over. And I know the engineers have to look at all this, and they will, but they also want to build as soon as possible. And I don't think that can happen until this situation is fixed.
I need you to wrap it up, Denise.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you for-
It's just there's a lot more concern. The traffic, people, the beach access is the biggest issue right now. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact us, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Dan's on his way up.
Good morning, all. My name is Dan Dugan. I'm the president of Captain's Bay Condominium Association, which the address that is listed for all 5 buildings is 22704 Island Pines Way. Yes, I have been sworn earlier. Island Pines Way, if you're not familiar with it, would run right into, it's east of Estero Boulevard and would run into the north. Public beach access, by the way, thank you very, very much. That was a huge concern amongst residents that live in our area with the 6 associations under our master and next door at Estero Cove. For the longest time, and by the way, at Island Pines Way, if it would extend, side note, I just think that probably would be the better location for a crosswalk. The south end of the island has been dealing with a entertainment and food desert, I'd say, for years. We all understand it takes time because of the devastation that Ian has caused. Our nearest place was 2 miles away behind Publix. Thank God we have some movement in Santini Plaza, which will alleviate it. But in season, it is extremely crowded. I have polled all the members of our association, and without one dissent, we are in favor of this project moving forward. Many of our residents have enjoyed the Pinchers over at the old Wyndham property, and the family, a lot of friends in the association that know the owners and would like to see this move forward as quick as possible. They have been good neighbors. The sound restrictions always have been adhered to. We have never had a complaint from any of our residents whatsoever. Wrapping it up, just thank you very much for moving forward with your plans. Thank you very much for the consideration. As far as everything else that was said, we really don't have a dog in that fight. Thank you.
Well played, Dan. Well played. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in public comment?
Mayor, I have one question for Megan.
Okay.
You've heard a lot of comments made about the public beach access. Is the intent that it's an easement, correct?
Yes.
And that, just for everyone's information, that easement would then terminate when the development agreement terminates, at which point there would no longer be the public beach access.
And it might be incorporated in a future application, but yes, we could only talk about what's here for the duration of the development agreement. So for the duration of this development agreement, it will be public.
Okay, a public easement for beach
public-
access.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. We'll add that language.
Yep.
Okay. There's no other public comment. We'll close public comment. Do you have any additional rebuttal comments?
No, 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 thank you.
All right, I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny a second reading or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Could we discuss the planters? I think that was an open question.
Absolutely.
So I would just share my personal experience with very large terracotta planters that I had at my house. And 3 times I've had to go to neighbors to retrieve them, as even though I can't lift them up, they float. So that would be my personal observation on planters versus something that was permanent, but I'd like to just have the discussion so that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm with you. Even if it's hedges, I'm a fan of color. I've always said it. If you can add some sort of color to, I mean, you look at the one that was done up on Old San Carlos. There's a lot of color, a lot of delineation. I agree with you. I'm not a big fan of the planters. They do float, and getting them out of a truck is not easy. Don't ask me how I know, or my feet. But yeah, I'm with you. I like the permanent vegetation versus the planters. Rebecca?
I would agree. We talked about that in our meeting, and those planters were not of concern to me. I'd rather see them go as well.
Scott?
Yeah, I totally agree, man. It's like John said, they float.
John?
I'm in agreement as well.
The only question I had, and I brought it up in our meeting, was what was going to delineate between the areas, and still to be worked out whatever is going to be in the parking lot, whether it's shell, whether it's pavers, what is going to be? Is it going to be a curbing? Is it going to be what is it just going to be mulch that's laying on top of, what's going to differentiate? What's going to stop? I know you said you're not going to use the bollards, or you're not going to use the parking stops on phase 1. You're going to use the bollards and the rope. Is it going to be bollards and rope around it, or what's going to keep people from going in there or driving over it?
So I think we were talking about having mulching at the base. Benefits of mulching, retain water, humidity, all that stuff makes it more attractive. I think we were suggesting more the, in a garden, when you use a plastic kind of, for lack of a better word, curbing that you put on the edge of your mulch bed versus the rest of your lawn. I think we're thinking something like that. The other thing that you had suggested was maybe some of those concrete pavers that you don't have to build a whole foundation. You don't have to dig under and build a foundation. It's just laid on top. I think that works also. It's attractive. It does retain the mulch, but it's not permanent where you.
Yeah, that was my concern. Is there's companies out there that they do the small residential concrete curbing. You've seen it. They make all kinds of waves and stuff, and it's there to keep mulch in, because we all know when you get that heavy rain, if you don't have something keeping that mulch in, it just goes everywhere and it turns into a big ugly
But it can
mess.
be removed easily if needed.
I mean, anybody that's been around since the storm and been down to 5th and Crescent understands what kind of shovels are needed to clean up that kind of mulch when it goes all over the place. So I would like to see something to be able to, it shouldn't be a huge cost,
Nope.
even if it's
John-
just something to try to
John
keep
just
that
gave you the
in.
nod that's not a problem, that curbing that can be moved, that's kind of just at the surface. We can do that.
Okay. What other discussions do you have about?
No, that was an open one that they were asking for some direction. I just thought we should give it to them.
The question I had, since we're talking on the landscaping, is the reasoning behind between phase 1 and phase 2. Why it seems like there's only 2 other areas that are going to be in there that would be differentiators between parking spaces. Was that to keep the additional parking spaces to meet the requirements, or what was the reasoning behind?
My apologies. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So if you look at your phase 1 and your phase 2, basically in the middle, down the middle of the property, it looks like you're just adding 2 more of those, for lack of a better term, racetrack oval looking areas that would have the, I don't know, we don't have do we have it up on the screen we could pull up? I could kind of, there's 3 of them actually, it looks like.
We can pull up the.
That would be almost in the
slideshow.
center of the parking lot. It looks like the only difference is you're adding 3 more of those. I'm just curious what the reasoning was for not having them in phase 1 versus bringing them on in phase 2. It's a minor thing, but since when we're pulling that up, the other thing I noticed was from phase 1 to phase 2, it doesn't look like the areas that you're putting the bicycle parking in changes. So why are you not having the bicycle parking in phase 1 in the same locations they're going to be in bike 2 or in phase 2? It's on our page. It's packet 189. So see there, it doesn't have the 3 sections. And if you go to phase 2, you'll see the 3 green oval sections in the middle of the parking lot. See, it just added the 3 there.
So we
I'm
talked
just
about
curious
the-
what the reason why
Are we
they were
talking
there.
about the landscape islands?
Yeah, the landscape islands.
So the reason is, in phase 1, we're asking for deviation for no mid-block landscape island. That's not really a term, but.
Yeah, I
just so you
understand why you're asking
understand.
for the, I'm just understanding what the reasoning was behind
And
it.
the reason is, again, this is more infrastructure needed where we're probably gonna have to reconfigure that parking lot. So the idea is, once we get to phase 2, we're gonna be code compliant. We incorporate all the required landscape islands. In phase 1, it's fewer islands, less vegetation that you have to, we're gonna have to find a way to water those areas and less infrastructure associated with that. So it just makes the transition between.
I'm
phase
just
1 and
curious as
phase
to
2
why.
easier.
Figured there was a reason why. Can you answer the bicycle parking? Why that area doesn't seem to be changing? Just like you're just adding more bike racks. I'm assuming that's what's going to be there is bike racks. You see on the top there, you've got on phase 1, you've got them just down by
Yeah.
where it looks like the dumpster area would be. And then in phase 2, you've got them as you come in along the water retention.
Yeah, I think the thought was just that phase 2 expanded use.
Just quick.
We're gonna have a little more parking in phase 2. The requirement goes up slightly, and we were just gonna add some more parking space, bike parking spaces. Again, I think John is gonna provide sufficient parking. If there's a lot of demand, we've got space. We'll
As
put those
needed.
bike racks in.
And just one other thing, since I have you up there, these are all minor things. I'm just based on one of the comments that was made at the public hearing at the beginning, or at the public comment in the beginning, was stagnant water and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Is there anything on these water retention areas that you could put in to potentially eliminate? Not that there's going to be a lot of mosquitoes maybe coming from here, but I mean, I don't even know if you can
The
with
best
Swift Mud,
answer
but
I can give you, being a non-engineer, is we're gonna have to go through the proper district permitting.
That's
District SCOT requirements. Again, it's gonna meet standards from at the state level. It's gonna meet local standards if we have any from a town requirement. So the intent is you've got to address your water on site. You got to go through the proper permitting, and you've got to abide by those regulations.
just a personal question. Water features always seem to get my attention when I'm driving by.
Yeah.
It's
Well, we know that, both there and at Santini with heavy rainstorms, the sidewalks would get covered completely.
Yeah.
So we've got larger identified water detention areas. And again, conceptual, they're gonna have to go through the engineering design, and they're gonna have to size them accordingly.
all right. That's all I have with the landscaping side. John, any other discussion?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Rebecca?
No, thank you.
I'm good.
John?
I'll go ahead and move ordinance 26-02 to a second reading on Wednesday, September 9th.
If I may, can we also get direction
Hold on a second.
on?
We got a motion. Let's see if we get a second, then we'll do some discussion. So we got a motion by Counselor King. I'll second. Discussion, go ahead.
I was hoping to possibly get some direction on the phase 2, if we want pavement or if we want
yeah.
kind of some of the rock.
Well, since I brought it up, I would prefer to see pavers over actual pavement,
Okay.
but I'll defer to council on whether it's just me that thinks that, or if they're okay with just the shells. I'm just trying to look at potential mitigation strategies for filling up drains and things that we've
So
seen in the
again,
past.
happy to address your concerns. We just like a little direction on it.
John, Councilor McLean, how do you feel about it?
I actually am leaning towards the shells because of the less heat that comes off of the, obviously, interlock pavers are very, very nice and they're very expensive to put in. But as far as asphalt versus shell, I would say shell, honestly.
Okay.
For the water retention and the heat that's generated off of.
My question would be, are you concerned, Mayor, about the sewer system on Estero? Those shells making their way to Estero?
Well, what we've seen in the past, obviously, with when surge comes onto the island, even if there's a mitigation wall there, is all that stuff ends up in somebody else's property. All those shells, all those rocks end up in somebody else's property across the street, and now they're stuck with cleaning it up. So yes, it's about the storm drains, but it's also potential mitigation for those across the street, which is what mitigation wall will help with as well, right? That's going to help the neighbors that are all across the street
Right.
from it. To me, it's counterproductive to do something that would take a bunch of stuff and send it across the street. I agree with you, pavement. If I had to choose, pavers would be the choice over pavement, or I would choose shell over pavement. But I know it's expensive, and that's why I'm not putting in there as a condition. It's just to have a discussion with your applicant and see if that's something. But if the council doesn't feel that it's important, I'm just one vote, just one person.
And you're just thinking about if there's another storm that pushes everything, as opposed to just day in and day out shells being brought onto Estero from normal wear and tear.
Well, and I can tell, being off island, I get to see a lot of cars that come off the island, and the amount of stuff that accumulates just from tires that come off, sand, salt, shells that you clean up at the end of every day.
Right.
Will this have that, you're driving your cars out, is it going to bring all that out onto Estero Boulevard? That's my only concern. Again, I'm not dying on a sword over this,
Right.
but just trying to think in the future for people that may have to deal with an unintended consequence.
Well, I'm wondering if there couldn't be a compromise, some considerations to think about, maybe closer to the road, there's pavers, or the drives out are pavers. But I like having the absorption as well.
Or
It's just
hybrid or
something to
something.
think about, I think, before next meeting.
I just want to clarify that the aprons from Estero Boulevard, I think it's roughly 70, 90 feet from Estero Boulevard, and that is
So
going
that
to be
helps.
paved. Mhm.
Right.
We've extended that further than what was initially proposed.
Scott, how do you feel about the whole?
As a condition, that'd be a big nut for him that's a lot of money. I just don't like imposing that. I think that, they've extended the entryways. So I think that for now that suffices.
I agree with you that it's inexpensive but so is cleaning it up if it's in my property across the street. So
I can't argue that.
But, again, John, how do you feel about it?
Does it make us hypocritical when we have it in our overflow parking? I mean, when I park over there, the inside of my car gets full of shells because of walking through it, and then it's in my tires. So that bothers me to a certain extent, I guess.
Good point. I don't remember if the town came before the town to ask for a deviation to do that. So I don't know.
I know the town doesn't have money to put pavers there right now.
Well, but again, we're in a discussion with an applicant who is requesting things outside what they can do by right. And does this make sense to ask, is there enough benefit to outweigh both for the applicant as well as the neighbors in the town? And it's just, I'm not asking to put in there as a condition now, but it's something for you and your team to consider between now and second reading, to come back and say, yes, we want to do it, or no, we don't want to do it. And here's why, or maybe by then council decides they don't want to do it, or they decide they want you to do it. I don't know, but just something to put out there for discussion to see if it makes sense. But you make a good point, John. Thank you. My truck fills up with sand.
And beach accesses as well.
Yeah. Is there any other? Well, yeah. Is there any other discussion? Yes. Yes, sir.
I request, could you add 1 p.m. or thereafter to the second hearing? It was for September 9th. There was no time associated with that.
Oh, did it not?
So if you could just add 1 PM or shortly after, I think that's what your normal meeting is scheduled at. That would help. Thank you.
Our meeting is scheduled for 1 PM on the 9th?
Yes.
That's right. For
So in
budget,
the
it is
motion,
better.
as far as when you're setting the second hearing, could you
That's
add 1 PM to that, please?
Yes. Well, Counselor King, would you like to amend your motion?
So amended.
Thank you.
I will amend my second to reflect having it at September 9th, 2026 at 1 PM.
Mayor, there was discussion regarding including the conditions that were in the ETPPS. Is that also part of the motion?
Well, I think both sides, does it have to be? I guess both sides agreed on record that they would
Okay,
work with
so they'll
staff
just
to
come back with that.
have that
Okay.
before the second reading.
Okay.
'Cause
And that
we
it's
can always
always in
add it
that
at the second
language.
reading if it.
You can add it at the second reading, correct?
Yes, we'll go back.
Just voluntarily put it in.
Yes, yes.
All right, if there's no other discussion, Counselor King?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
And Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. See you on the 9th
At 1 PM.
at 1 PM. Yes. All right. Do you want me to read this and then turn it over? Or do you want to read it?
I'll just take it over.
Okay. Vice Mayor Safford is now going to take over and run ordinance 26-10.
Let me get to it 1 second, please.
Click over here. And then click on public hearings. And then, click on the arrow. And then click down there and it takes you right to it.
Eric, can you go
Okay.
ahead and stop the Zoom link, please?
Okay, we good? Okay. This quasi judicial agenda item is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 26-10. If approved at first reading, the second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for Wednesday, September 9th, 2026 at 1 PM or at another time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying a rezoning of property located at 1207 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, generally identified as strap number 19-46-24-W4-0150D .0050 from downtown zoning district to a commercial plan development with 11 deviations to allow for a 60-unit hotel and 2,500 square feet of commercial retail space and 46 parking spaces, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Let's see. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilmember King.
Familiar with the site. I've had a couple of meetings with the neighborhood group and their developers and received emails. A couple of them recently against the project.
Councilmember Link.
Also met with the neighborhood group on the 15th of June. And no other ex parte. I'm familiar with the site.
So I also had a meeting with the neighborhood group. I don't believe that I've had a conversation with Mr. Torgerson about this one. I don't think I did. I may have. If I do, it doesn't stick in my mind. But I have seen several of the neighbors on Primo have voiced concerns about traffic and parking.
Yes, same goes for me. I had a meeting with the neighborhood group about 2 weeks ago and received the same emails that everyone else on council did as well. So Jason Green has been qualified as experts already by this town council based on his education and experience has been accepted as expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as expert witnesses on behalf of the applicant at this time?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. For the record, Megan Strayhorn, counsel for the property owner and applicant. We'll have 3 expert witnesses with us today, all of which have previously been deemed experts in their respective fields. So I asked for them to be recognized as experts here today. First, we have Patrick Vaness with the Neighborhood Company for planning. For engineering, we have Brandon Fry from J.R. Evans Engineering. And then also for architecture, we have Albert Dambros from Studio AD. I believe Albert might need to be sworn in.
I think, do you need to be sworn in? Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody else that needs to be sworn in as well? Okay. Amy?
If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you.
I believe they've all been deemed experts in previous meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
fantastic. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes, we have.
Okay, fantastic. So would the applicant proceed with your presentation at this time?
Actually,
Sometimes staff will just do a very general
Yeah.
introduction.
Sorry, Jason.
That's okay.
Yeah.
No problem. I appreciate that. Skip right over me.
Been waiting
Let-
years to do that.
Yes, thank you. I've been waiting years for you to do that. Yeah, so the application in front of you obviously is CPD rezoning for a 60-unit boutique hotel, some commercial ground floor commercial spaces. There's several deviations that are included in your packet. And one of the things that I want to remember to do is anything like this, if it's going to be approved or put to second reading, remember that the drawings that are there in front of you are being requested to be confirmed by you that they are consistent, in your opinion, with town codes. That way they don't have to do this later on, a weird kind of process that is very cumbersome. So through this hearing process, they'll be looking to have those architecturals accepted by you as consistent with the code. It's just a unique CPD thing. That's all. That's just the introduction to that. And obviously it's in the future land use category of Times Square mixed use commercial area and currently with downtown zoning district. I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Jason?
Not at this time, Scott.
I remember that.
Nor do I. Thank you, Jason. Okay.
Thank you. For the record, again, Megan Strayhorn, along with me, as well as the expert witnesses, which I previously identified, we also have owner representative Chris Flagg, who will come up after me to discuss the property and proposed project. This is a request to rezone the property to a commercial plan development for the purpose of a boutique hotel. We do come to you from LPA with a unanimous recommendation of approval. You will have to find that this is consistent with the land development code, consistent with a comprehensive plan based on the application, the LPA hearing, this presentation, the expert testimony that will be presented to you today. We ask that the presentation also be included in the public record. At LPA, it was a unanimous recommendation of approval. There was really only one issue that was identified at the LPA level, and that pertained to the proposed parallel parking spaces located on Primo Drive. So we told the LPA, yes, we'll review it, we'll look at it, we'll come back with a plan. So the engineers and applicant did so. We're going to be eliminating a couple of those parallel parking spots, but shifting the rest of them further into the property while also voluntarily deeding or giving up or allowing the town to use 5 feet of the property for the Primo Drive right of way. So that's kind of the compromise that we've reached. But before I go any further, I would like to introduce Mr. Chris Flagg to discuss the property and project.
Good morning.
Morning.
We all refer to this property as Silver Sands. We have just now recently reached an agreement with Margaritaville that it's going to be called One Particular Harbor. One Particular Harbor is Margaritaville's new upper upscale luxury hotel brand. There's one in Nassau, Bahamas. There's one going in Bradenton. Some are condo components. Some have condo components to them. This one will not. We intend that this one be just a regular hotel rooms like we have at the resort. The real benefit of having the Margaritaville brand on it is the full complexing with the existing resort. So from a parking standpoint, from a system standpoint, from a checking in standpoint, from cards, guest access bands, all of that's going to be seamless across this property as well as the resort. So just wanted to let you all know that our name has changed from Silver Sands to one particular harbor.
Okay, can you hear me? Oh,
Yes.
all right. Well, I apologize if I do get confused and refer to Silver Sands, but I'll do my best. One thing though, when they told us one particular harbor, we immediately said, okay, we're gonna have to change our signs and get bigger signs because there are a lot of syllables in that name. So what you'll see as part of our presentation, we are asking to change our sign deviation to allow for a little more face area to accommodate the new name. For the record, my name is Patrick Vaness, certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about this CPD rezone for one particular harbor, formerly Silver Sands. Same thing I said for with the previous application. We've met with all of you. You had some questions for us. I think we did our best to answer all of your questions. We are completely aware that you have watched the LPA hearing, that you also have reviewed our packet. So again, we're going to keep it brief and more than happy to answer some questions, but we'll quickly zoom through this if possible. Just a reminder of where the location is, intersection of Primo and Estero Boulevard. A little bit about the history dating back to the 1920s, several iterations over time, but right before Hurricane Ian, there were 22 units on site. There was also a small hot dog stand refreshment counter called the Dog House. So everything was destroyed with the Hurricane Ian. So this is an aerial view of what it looked like prior to the storm, and this is what it looks like today. As Megan mentioned, we are asking for an all-suites boutique hotel of 60 units and 2,500 square feet of ancillary commercial at ground level. I'll quickly go through this slide, but from a location, site design, compatibility standpoint, just want to highlight that we are in the downtown core. This is an area slated for the highest densities, intensities, activity within our town. So we believe this is an appropriate area for this use. It is very complementary to surrounding uses, creates synergies amongst businesses. And again, I think it's a hotel that is attractive and fits into the character and is going to benefit the downtown area. So biggest change that occurred, as Megan mentioned, is we were asked, and I think it stemmed from one comment from a neighbor down Primo, of the roadway is narrow, and you are asking for parallel parking along the roadway. Just want to highlight that the parallel parking is completely within our property. It's not within the town's right of way. And we were asked, can you look at that? Is there a way to maybe improve those conditions? So the engineers went back to the drawing board and came up with a good solution that we think addresses their concern and also the applicant's concern. So one thing you may recall at the LPA that we discussed is one of the important components of this boutique hotel is to provide self-parking. They've been in business for a long time. They know what their exact needs are. They have anticipated how much parking they need. So they, as they describe, they need 42 to 45 parking space to feel comfortable that they are providing sufficient parking, that they don't have to go to a valet parking. So if we eliminated all the parallel parking along Primo, we would be under that 42 number. And again, they don't want to trigger the need for valet. So what we looked at and what we think is a good compromise is let's address the right-of-way width. And through that, we are providing an easement to the town for an extra 5 feet. And the town can do what they please from an improvement standpoint, or if it's just extra space between the property and the traveling traffic, it provides a little more comfort level. So what you see here is the revised master concept plan. We had 2 parking spaces that were at the intersection of Primo and Estero Boulevard. We have eliminated those 2 parking spaces. So the intersection is where you're going to have the most activity. So by eliminating those 2 parallel parking spaces, we avoid any potential conflicts resulting from that. The sidewalk in that pocket plaza remains in place, and you do have a sidewalk from Estero to the entrance to the parking garage and to the back side of the lobby area. However, moving north, we had to eliminate the sidewalk. And what we've done is we kept the parallel parking. And again, to offset that, we have provided that 5-foot easement along the entire length of Primo. So going back to the amount of parking, in doing so, we were under the 42 parking spaces minimum that they require. So we looked at modifying our loop road, our little loop drive that is internal to the project. So let me just fast forward here to what it used to be. Okay, so that little loop drive used to cut back in under the building, and then you had your exit on Primo. So what we are proposing is to extend that loop drive. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a green facing the waterfront, the canal. We've unfortunately lost that, but it's more important to have the parking and keep it a South Park hotel. So if we look at this, we've extended that. We were able to fit in a few extra parking spaces. And also we've hugged the building as much as possible. And just, I want to highlight that the plan that you have in your packet is slightly different than that one. So the difference is we've taken that loop road, hugged it closer to the building. And what that allowed us to do is to put one consistent buffer at 18 feet adjacent to the property. The requirement is a 15-foot buffer. We now have an 18-foot buffer along the entire length of that yard. So we think it's a better configuration on that side. And again, it maintains the minimum parking spaces that we need. We've actually increased the total parking spaces to 51 parking spaces. So what you'll see is, as part of our deviations, because we had a parking deviation, we've had to modify that. I'll walk you through that. So it's a reduction in the deviation. So also with this new name change, we figured we'll update our renderings and show you what those signs would look like. So what you have on the side of the building, the proper term for those signs are blade signs. So we are asking for a deviation to increase the square footage associated with the blade signs. Also, we've determined that at the front of the building, there's going to be a logo for one particular harbor, and we're still going to need 1, possibly 2 little retail signs. So what you'll see is in our deviation, we account for that also. Megan, did you want to point to? No? Okay. So again, just same renderings that we had at the LPA, just showing the signs and the sign faces that we have there. We can always go back to this if you have any questions, but we've got Albert here. We've got our footprint. We've got each floor depicted here. If you've got any questions, happy to answer that. Our height exhibits, nothing's changed. And this is just the layout of the parking that has been modified. So we just wanted to show that quickly. Density intensity. At the LPA, we went through this in detail. The important thing to highlight is the code has changed. The comp plan has changed. The code hasn't caught up yet, but the comp plan is now, we have now gone from, instead of doing a density conversion ratio for hotel uses, we are going to a straight FAR. Want to point out that the FAR that is allowed in this future land use category that we could ask for is a 2.5. We are asking for a 2.0, well beneath the allowance through the comp plan. From a transportation standpoint, again, transportation is always a hot issue. We know that. But TI's conclusion from the expert is it's not going to adversely impact the roadway that is already impacted, essentially. We all know that in season, it is a constrained roadway, and it's going to continue to be constrained with or without this project. However, we do understand that we have to do our best to mitigate and to help out as best we can. So we have committed to being part of the Don't Rent a Car program, which is kind of the educational program with the guests, encouraging people not to drive a car if possible, and encouraging people to use transit or bikes or walk around instead. We are going to provide bicycles to the hotel guests. We're going to have bike racks. We are making improvements to the pedestrian realm, widening the sidewalk in front of the property, also providing for a little pocket plaza, which is going to have seating area and is going to be for public space, a little landscaping included in there. And one of the big measures that we are providing, and is going to be a public benefit, we all know that as you get near the base of the bridge, traffic slows down, and we tend to have a lot of jaywalking in that area in season. So we have committed, and the nice thing is the owners own both Margaritaville and this one particular harbor property, and they've committed to a pedestrian barrier along the side where the pool is for Margaritaville, all the way to the entrance to that pool area and to the la-di-da area. So this is going to prevent any jaywalking back and forth. I've got pictures of what a decorative barrier could look like, but we showed that at the LPA. It can be very attractive, and we think this will provide a transportation benefit. So going back to the parking, our deviation is going to change. We were asking for a 20% reduction. We are now asking for a 10.5. We rounded that up to 11% reduction from what code requires. So we are now providing 51 spaces. And previously we had 46 spaces. Not going to go through our list of public benefits in detail, but again, small property, small infill property, doing our best we can with the location we have and the size of the property, but mitigating for transportation issues, widening the sidewalk in front of us. Again, this may not be a public benefit per se that we're giving something to the town, but with new regulations, we have to provide updated, hardened, resilient structures. I think that benefits us as a community when everybody rebuilds. I have to do it for my house. You guys have to do it for your homes. But if we have another storm, we're going to do way better than we did last time. And again, public benefits. You guys are going to be talking about taxes, state mandated requirements, possibly with residential taxes, tax reform. This is a commercial use. It would not be affected by residential tax reforms. This is an operator that has a proven track record in this town. They are ready to go. They are ready to build. And as soon as they build, this is tax revenue on our books. I'll skip through the deviations just to highlight where we've made changes. So what this deviation says is that we are asking for a deviation to the minimum sign face requirement, a maximum sign face requirement of 32 square feet per sign. Excuse me. And we are now asking for 2 signs, those blade signs, to be to allow for up to 80 square feet, which would essentially allow what has been depicted on this rendering. and also for an additional 81 square feet to allow the signs up front, where we're going to have the logo and the retail signs, again, consistent with what is depicted. And then deviation 11, as I mentioned, the only change, the deviation is to allow a deviation for an 11% reduction. Prior to that, I believe it was 20 or 21. So that's different than what you have in your packet. And then we've added deviation number 12, which is a new deviation. And that was just as we were working through this, Tom, I believe, said, hey, I'd love to have a wayfinding sign, just like we have at Margaritaville. And I said, we can certainly add that. So it's a deviation that would allow wayfinding pole sign, and it would be a maximum height of 9 feet from grade, and it would be roughly consistent with what is depicted there on the photograph. So before I go to my conclusion, I just would like to bring that up every time we talk about a hotel on this island. This is the latest data from the Visitor Bureau. Just want to remind everybody that compared to where we were prior to the storm, we are still over 40% down on the number of rooms on this island. So I think we need those rooms back. We need heads in bed. We need people to spend money on our island and help all the local businesses. And this is what I think a great project, great boutique hotel that will contribute towards that. So with that said, we obtained unanimous recommendation of approval from the LPA. We've read the staff approval, the staff conditions of approval. We support all those conditions of approval. We were asked by the LPA to address the parallel parking issue, which we've provided what we believe is a good compromise. So in my professional planning opinion, this CPD is consistent with the comp plan. This is the newly revised comp plan and the older comp plan, and we meet or exceed all LDC requirements. So based on that, I ask that you support our application, move this on to a second hearing, and approve the project. So with that said, thank you, and I'm available for any questions you have.
I have one housekeeping matter, if you will, if you may. Post submittal of this package, we made some modifications to the concept plan and learned some new information. Can I respectfully request for Vice Mayor Stafford to reread the title? There are 2 areas in the title of the ordinance. 1, it should be 12 deviations, and 2, it should be 51 parking spaces. So I would request just to have the title reread before moving on.
That is a statutory requirement, the actual reading of the title.
Sure, I can reread it. So we have 51 parking spaces and
12
deviations.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, then we'll reread it. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions denying a rezoning of property located at 1207 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, generally identified as strap number 19-46-24-W4-015D.0050 from downtown zoning district to a commercial plan development with 12 deviations to allow for a 60-unit hotel and 2,500 square feet of commercial retail space and 51 parking spaces, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date. Nancy, that good?
Yes, that was very, very good.
Getting better.
Actually, I think you left off the last 0 on before the D.
You did on the strap number.
Oh dear.
0150D.0050.
Okay, that's sufficient.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, question time. Mr. McLean, what do you have?
I actually don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Link.
I do not.
Me?
John, you.
My turn? Okay. Going off a couple of the emails we received from residents in the area. Number one, is the property still for sale?
No, the listing agreement expired months ago. We didn't realize it was on the website. It was on the website still, so it's been taken off the website. But
Okay.
no, the property's not for sale.
Thank you. Also, they have concerns, again, about the traffic on the street, but they're talking about the town giving away height, density, intensity with nothing in return. And how would you react to that? I mean, for the last year on social media, I've seen all the smart people tell me that Margaritaville is the gold standard of this town, and now we've exceeded Margaritaville on this.
Yeah, so for the record, Patrick Vaness, when it comes to benefits and compatibility issues, we have documented this at length in our packet, and we've also gone through it as part of the LPA presentation. I do have a slide. I can bring back the slide. We can go look at each of those points, or we can just say that for the record, we've identified what those benefits are. But we do provide benefit, again, that we think is commensurate to the ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
So I have two questions for you. Have you guys spoken to the neighbors about the parking issue? Have you reached out to any of the neighbors about, especially on Primo, about the project and their concerns?
So my understanding is it's one neighbor that I, at least there may be more, John, but what I was forwarded, what we got, it was one particular neighbor. I'm not to be confused with one particular harbor, but we believe that the compromise we are presenting addresses that concern to the greatest extent we can. So we are aware of it, we understand it, and we have modified things accordingly. Just to give you a little personal opinion and color associated with that, I do not appreciate the personal attacks that person has made in her emails to me and to council members. So no real desire to have a discussion with that person. We think we have demonstrated our goodwill to try to address this.
Okay, thank you. Going with the goodwill, is there a way that internally you guys can not use those parking spots until the very last four?
Yeah,
I don't want to codify or anything, but to be a good neighbor, to understand that, you know, there are some issues with that street. Is there a way that those spots aren't used until the very last?
Yeah, Chris, we had given that thought internally of if it's out of season and you guys don't need as much parking, maybe you just have to put barriers or planters in the way. So basically, they're not in use, but peak times if you need them. Yeah, we'd be okay with that condition.
Okay. I think that would be showing some good faith toward the neighbors, and, you know, it's just, let's be honest, there's a lot of trucks there, especially early in the morning with deliveries and everything else. So I think anything we can do to help the flow of traffic would be really nice.
Mm-hmm. We can do that.
All right. Anyone else? Any other questions? Okay. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Okay. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Obviously, are there any other additional comments, rebuttals, or closing statements from you?
No.
Okay. All right, I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or motion from the town council to either approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. John?
I've got nothing further at this time.
Rebecca?
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
Okay. Nor do I. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 26-10 CPD 2025-0286 1207 Estero Boulevard, Silver Sands Resort, now known as one particular harbor. With the changes as outlined for the parking and the reconfiguration.
And the second reading will be, if approved, the second reading will be September 9th at 1
At
p.m.
1 p.m.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay.
It's actually 1 PM or soon thereafter, because
Probably-
it looks like we'll have a little log jam there with a couple projects.
Okay.
Little faith.
Okay.
At 1 p.m. or soon thereafter.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Yes.
Just for clarification, there's an extra condition is needed from what was in the staff report to deal with the right of way and the offer, I think. Was that what you were intended to include in
To
that?
include not just the parking, but the also
Okay,
deviation.
just for
costs.
we'll prepare that condition for the second hearing to add that based on your direction. Thank you.
Please, thank you.
And for the record, applicant is in agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. We have a motion and a second. John?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, do you want to take a short break? Before we, oh yeah. Yeah, we're gonna take a break for 40, what time is it now? 45 minutes. We're gonna come back at 1 p.m.
Look at you.
But until we can find out if they actually pre-fund and recognize it's pre-fund.
Okay, yeah, if they're pre-fund, yeah.
Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order. It is 1:01 PM. We are now on to our administrative agenda. Our first item is Resolution 26-142, fiscal year 2027, proposed maximum millage rate. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach adopting a proposed maximum millage rate for the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida of 1.34 for fiscal year 2027, commencing October 1st, 2026, and ending September 30th, 2027, for the purpose of providing sufficient funds for the general government operating fund, setting the date, time, and place for the first and second public hearings as required by Section 200.065 Florida statutes for adoption of a tentative and final millage rate and proposed and final operating budget, and providing an effective date. Will?
In the interest of time, I'll just turn it over to Mr. Jeffrey Newman, our Assistant Finance Director.
Welcome, Jeffrey.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Newman. I'm the Assistant Director of Finance. I've been with the town now for just about 2 months, so it's a pleasure to stand in front of you guys for the first time. So today I'll be presenting about the FY27 proposed millage. During this presentation, I'll be providing a lot of context, primarily to help inform, educate, and help people make the best decisions possible when it comes to taxes, because every dollar that we use does come from the public. It's given to us as part of the public trust. We have a responsibility to maximize that. So with that, this meeting is required by Florida Statute 200.0654B, where we're required to set a proposed maximum millage. The due date for us to submit it is at the latest tomorrow. That is to the property appraiser's office through the Oasis trim system. We have to submit it within 35 days. Now, you'll hear me echo this multiple times in this presentation. The millage set today is a not to exceed rate. It is not the final rate. We will have 2 additional meetings coming up to suggest whatever the final rate the town council decides upon. Those meetings are open to the public. They will be noticed through the trim process that the citizens receive as part of the mailer from the property appraiser. We will also need to set public meetings on September 9th and September 23rd. Both of those meetings will happen at 5:01 p.m. So as part of the larger discussion today, I just wanted to lay out a few numbers because they weave their way through this entire presentation. What is a mill? 1 mill is equal to $1 tax on every $1,000 of taxable value. 0.01 mills is what I've used as the budget bedrock. That's $50,299.77. 0.01 mills, because we budget at only 96% of the allotted mills, is equal to $48,287.78. So, for taxing perspective, pulling information from the tax collector's office, a town resident pays 13.4329 mills in FY26, of which the town is only making up 7.66 of their mills. So the town's millage in FY26 was 1.0294, and a town resident had a total millage of 13.4329. So breaking it down by what a town resident is paying for, as everyone will see on this chart in blue, there are 4 taxing authorities that collect a higher millage rate than the town. And I have outlined the percentages up there so people can understand it in its whole, as the town makes up only a relatively small proportion of the average millage bill. So putting it in a graph, the town's portion is equal to the blue sliver, that's 7.66%. As you can see, the big purple slice of the pie, that is going to be your Lee County millage, followed by the 2 millages that public schools get. That is the orange and the green. You'll notice there's some diagonal lines indicating that they go together. And you also have the Fire Control Special District for Fort Myers Beach. That is the red millage. Mosquito control, library, South Florida water, Hyanthia, those all make up the small little slices at the very top of the pie chart. So dialing it back and trying to compare apples to oranges, the state charges a 6% sales tax. If you converted the state sales tax into mills, granted the state has limits and the state has certain items that are carved out, but the state is charging 60 mills up front on many of the items people purchase on a day-to-day basis. The town at a flat millage is 1.0294 is approved by this body for FY26. Another big difference currently between millage and the sales tax revenue is that mills are no longer referencing any kind of inflationary pressures. However, if your price goes up by $10 on a $100 order at a store, sales tax automatically adjusts to that new price. So that's just some of the differences between mills and how sales tax is calculated. Now, one thing I wanted to go in brief discussion on was what about non-millage revenues? So from throughout my career, common sources that have been brought to me is why can't we charge a sales tax, a room tax? Why can't we have a developer who's coming to us for a piece of property pay a lump sum into the general fund? I would just urge everyone to understand that Florida statute governs all of those revenue streams, and localities are largely excluded by what's the maximum percentage they can charge, what taxing authority can impose them, how can those funds be used, how much can be assessed. For instance, Lee County collects a millage for room rentals, occupancy tax. That millage goes to the Tourism Development Council, who then vote on and can only supply money to tourism-related sources. So the town does not, unfortunately, have the legal authority to put a 4% tax on rooms, a 3% tax on alcohol. It's just not present in Florida statute. Many things like impact fees, which a developer pays for schools and roads, is specifically in statute prohibited from going into our general fund. So largely, the town's biggest source of funding it can control tax-wise is its millage. We're just prohibited by Florida statute from going into too many other sources. Yes, we can do a little bit of work with utilities. Yes, we can do some work with fees, but by and large, the tax we control is our mills. The town can charge up to 10 mills, as any taxing authority can in Florida. So the top 3 millage rates for a town resident are Lee County and the School District of Lee County. They make up roughly 2/3 of everyone's property tax bill. Our proportion, as I said earlier, is only 7.66%. Now, what makes our portion unique is that 100% of the tax dollars collected to support the town by a town property owner go directly to town residents. So this is a tax paid by our residents that goes directly to our residents, not anywhere else in the county or the state. This town, unfortunately, has no input on how the remaining 92% of mills being assessed by other taxing authorities go. So today, just for perspective, we can only talk about that 7.66%. So what would the net outcome be on my tax bill if we made certain changes? Looking at a whole tax bill, ignoring what any other taxing authority may do this coming fiscal year, if we reverted to rollback, which is 0.9687, it would lower someone's millage by 1/3% as a whole. If we were to adopt the 1.34 as our maximum millage, that would only increase a resident's tax bill by 2.3% because it's a proportion based on a small slice of the pie that a person pays. Real dollars, very important, but just putting it into a little bit of perspective. Now, the three rates we'll be discussing today are the rollback rate, the unchanged rate, and the maximum proposed millage rate. This meeting only sets the maximum. As I mentioned earlier, there's going to be subsequent meetings, and a lesser millage can be adopted or chosen at any point moving forward at a public meeting. This is effectively a cap. So the rollback rate. In FY26, the town adopted a millage of 4.628 million. That is the part that we were allowed to budget at the 1.0294 rate. For both last year and this year, we're budgeting at 96%, which is in keeping with Florida statutes governing how much you should budget. Of that, in FY27, our rolled back will be 4.677 million. As you can see, there is $49,000 difference between the two. So how is rollback set? Rollback is not based on what we adopted as projected income. Rollback is based on what was actually received. And the town is only at about an 86%, a little more than that, receipt ratio year over year. That lowers what our rollback would be because it's based on dollars actually received, not the budget is set by the town. So effective for 27, something new for every taxing authority is that rollback rate is no longer going to be adjusted by the Florida per capita personal income. So how that worked in the past was that a rollback would be looking at dollars to dollars year to year, and then they would multiply by whatever the percentage was for the Florida per capita personal income. I don't want to say that was an inflationary adjustment because it was based on changes to income, but it tried to move it in real dollar buying terms, not flat dollars. That was removed this year. If the 3.99%, which the state has in its documents, had been finalized, that means that the town's rollback would have been 1.007 in that approximate area instead of the 0.9687. That lowered roughly the amount that the town would have collected in rolled back millage by $187,000. It also means that to maintain 1.0294 mils, it will be an increase of 6.2% over rolled back and not a 2.4% increase over rolled back. So how much will rolled back save a property owner? Now, I didn't want to go with below average to minimize the tax impact because I think we have to just do a good estimate. So I went with a high median. Per realtor.com, the high median of houses listed right now is about $750,000 on the island. So if you use the $750,000 home and that home qualifies for the $50,000 homestead exemption, a rolled back will save the average person $56.51 a year, which breaks out to about 11 cents, 12 cents a day. If we adopt a rolled back, that reduction of millage will further widen the differential we're looking to close by $293,000. That will climb our differential to about 1.8 million. If we maintain our rate, budgeting at 96%, and you have a $750,000 home, you will pay $720.58 a year, and that works out to about $1.97 a day in total tax. which is that 11.5 cents higher than if we were to go to rolled back. I have both features on this slide. So 1.0294 mils is 6.2% above the rollback rate. It generates $293,000. To go above the rolled back rate, legislative changes require a 2/3 majority. And looking at the numbers, 2/3 majority can only approve up to 1.0655 mils. Anything beyond that requires a unanimous vote. Now, the maximum millage rate. We set the maximum millage rate as per July 15th, when the preliminary early budget was submitted to council. That rate assumed that we would close the millage completely with rolled back. That is prior to proposed budget adjustments, whether that be cost containment, non-millage based fees for service, things like that. The revenues at the moment at 1.0294 mils without adjustments are forecasted about 12.681 million. The proposed budget's roughly 14.181 million, which left the difference of 1.499 million. So just to go through the math very quickly, the amount of 1.4499 million when budgeted per mill at 96% means that we would have to go 31.06 mils above the 1.0294 I built the budget on. When you add 1.0294 with 3106, that is how we got to 1.34 mils. Once more, that's the maximum before any kind of cost containment, fee changes, anything like that occur. If we set 1.34 today, we will not legally exceed that rate. That is a cap. Anything below that is at the discretion of town council. So if we were to go to 1.34 mils on a $750,000 home with a $50,000 homestead exemption, that works out to about $938 a year, $2.57 a day. And I've broken out the math on this slide so you can see what it would be above the rollback rate. Now, one thing I wanted to do this year, just for information, is provide some millage benchmarking to see where we are lining up with all of our peers, because it's important that our residents, I think, get the best value, the lowest taxes possible. Now, these results are based on the last year of published information by the Florida Department of Revenue. These were the millages that all these jurisdictions adopted in 25, not the 26 that we're currently in. For the purposes of the analysis, I predicted that we would stay at a 1.0294 mils because I had to choose a starting point. And I finished the analysis in late June of 26, and I updated it on July 1st when our new taxable values came out. So the residents are in the bottom 5% millage of municipalities in the state. 374 out of 393 Florida municipalities in 25 charged a higher millage than the town does. Only 19 municipalities in total, and several of them are equal to one another. That's the difference between the two. But only 19 municipalities charged less than 1.0294 mils. So we are in the bottom 5 percentile. So what does the average town charge? The statewide average mean is 5. The median is 5.2. We are less than 1/4 of the average Florida municipality to maximize taxpayer value. Of the 374 jurisdictions, I listed some peers in here, such as Sanibel in 25 was 2.5 mils, Marco Island 1.267, Naples 1.23, Destin 1.615, Key West, Longboat Key, etc. We are geographically, we are closest to our post-Ian peer, Sanibel, yet our rate is 59% below theirs. Now, there are some communities in our area that are applying less mills. Estero, which has an unincorporated style of limited services, is 0.73 mills, and Bonita Springs, which is 0.847 mills with a larger commercial tax base than we have on this island. So as you can see below that, trying to find people who are close peers, it is a Southwest Florida common theme, where Southwest Florida communities typically keep relatively low millages. So one thing that we have in common with our peers here is we have very high property values, which allows us to generate sufficient revenues on lesser mills. We have a relatively limited and lean municipal service model. We are still in hurricane recovery mode, so we were able to rely on things such as the bridge loan in years past. And our low policy rate is policy driven, not necessarily a function of a higher tax base. Now, I did want to look at some of our Gulf Coast peer barrier islands. We were lower than all of those that you see up on the board now, significantly lower in many cases. And when I looked at the Florida Keys, Southern Florida in general, we are lower than all of our peers there. Now, one thing to keep in mind is when I just look at coastal communities are average charging about 3.1 mils. Now, why we're low is that we have been able to rely on a healthy charges for service model. We have been receiving a number of grants, such as from TDC to offset beach renourishment, CDBG to help with some of the construction projects around here. So we have not been raising mills to run a lot of these capital projects on the front end. And one unfortunate thing with our current model is post-Ian recovery, as anyone who was devastated by a hurricane will attest, does impact your taxable value and growth, because things that are demolished, it's terrible, but they cannot pay into our tax base. So there is some rate headroom, and the only thing I mean by headroom is that per Florida statute, you can charge up to 10 mils. So we have, if we had to go up, there is upward room. There are many towns who are already maxed at 10 mils or close to 10 mils. And if we were to adopt those, I listed the 3 common averages and how that would impact our budget. Not suggesting we go to them, just saying if we took on someone else's taxation model, that's what the revenues would yield. And at the time of this report, we had only collected about 4.46 million of our budgeted 4.628. So we are still, as you can see, in a bit of a millage underperformance based largely upon the hurricane. Now, in conclusion, once more to clarify, if the rate is set at 1.34 today, it is a cap on maximum millage. It will not exceed that. 100% of millage collected from town residents goes directly back to the town residents. We do need to set follow-up meetings for September 9th and 23rd at 5 p.m. The reason we select those dates is our meetings must follow the counties and the school board's meetings. So with that, it concludes my presentation.
Will, do you have anything to add to that before we go to questions?
I'll go ahead and just open it up for questions at this time. And I think some of your questions may get to some of what you want to hear from me, or I can, but. Yeah.
Councilor McLean, how about we'll start with you?
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit further on the 86.3% that had been recovered and or collected. You said the reason for that was post-Ian recovery still, but that would have been year-over-year change, right?
a budget from last year to what was collected this year?
That was this current fiscal year's budget. So just, it was a FY26 budget. If we looked at the millage that was adopted versus what was collected, we're only collecting at about 86% of mills.
But that doesn't have anything to
Percentage.
do with a timing or months left in the fiscal year or anything. I'm trying to understand
So,
the
okay.
cause for it.
So typically when we do a millage, we start receiving the majority of our payments. The first large payment we receive is normally in fiscal year starts October 1. First large payment, medium size, comes in November. Then you typically have a big December payment and then a smaller January payment. And then by the time you get to the spring, it really starts to taper off. And by the summer, you're really not collecting mills. This is often when people have to settle up upon the sale of property. So I don't think we'll move much off that 86%.
I'm still not understanding why it's.
If
Is
Jeffrey,
it-
I think it's because there's default in there. There's other reasons
aren't
why
paying their
people
property
aren't
taxes.
paying
Yes.
into their
It's just
taxes.
people
if
that
you
are
can
not
explain.
paying the taxes that are.
Correct.
Okay,
Through
that's
and
what I
that-
was trying to get to.
Yeah,
Right.
sorry. And that's remitted to us directly by the tax collector. We're not involved in those collections.
Okay.
And so what was the number you told us as well? You don't ever use 100% because you know there's going to be some defaulting taxpayers. What
Yeah.
was it compared to what we are having?
We set ours at 96%.
96, and so we're at 86,
Over a
yeah,
10% gap.
yeah. So that's folks who live here not paying their property taxes.
Historically, what's a rolling average? Or say that maybe you don't have that, like 5 or 10 years. What is it of that percentage? Is it that why it was at 96% or why it is at 96%? Or are we just doing it year over year and we're not adjusting that 96%?
So I have not worked in the past. I would have to run our past numbers, budget to actuals, which I can gladly do, given a little bit of time. What I will say, having worked for other municipalities that were not damaged by the hurricane during that period, many of them are collecting right at 100%.
I can say last year we also set it at about 96%, right? But that's as far back as I can talk on.
That makes sense.
It's for
because people
budgeting
can be-
purposes. We anticipate
You
only
cannot-
bringing in about 96.
You cannot under budget less than 95% collection. You can budget up to 100, but not less than 95, and that's per state statute.
Oh,
That's
okay.
very, very helpful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
What else you got, John? Any?
I'm mulling that one over.
Rebecca?
I want to understand the rollback rate a little more. Is that saying, well, I'll just let you explain it. Because I'm thinking of it as that's if we wanted to have the same numbers, that's what that rollback rate is. Can you explain that to me and to anyone else listening?
Sure. So the rollback rate is designed to be with government effectively bringing in the same amount of numbers plus new growth that has occurred during that year. So the reason our numbers are so close to last year's and that we're not coming in with a number sufficient, 86% of that is we have seen significant new growth on the island that's just being factored in for the first time. The biggest change is that they're no longer applying that Florida income. So normally they'd get to that final number, they'd multiply it by 1.0 whatever, and that would be the rolled back. So this year, we've seen a decent amount of new growth that's paying taxes for the first time,
Right.
and that's what's bumped that number up.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's it.
Scott?
I appreciate your comparisons with other coastal communities, but I've got a feeling we're comparing apples to oranges because a lot of these communities have fire, they have police. Have you looked at communities like ours that don't have either and how we compare to them other than Estero?
So I have not gone on a community by community amenities list. I can gladly do that if that is the council's direction and report back to you on as close to a peer-to-peer as we can get.
Yeah, because I, just with Sanibel, I know they've got police, right? And fire. And fire. So I would imagine there's just would be more just because of all those other amenities that they provide.
Admittedly so. And I will do my best to get that information pending the next meeting for you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
John?
Well, I guess I'm not sure if this is where we're going to start drilling down on all the numbers we've received in the last couple of weeks or not. So I guess if somebody can help me understand that, because I've got a lot of questions about the information we've been provided since the 15th.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, where do we expect to end our fiscal year this year?
I'd have to see what our taxes are leaning to. Not tax, excuse me. A lot of our fees for service do come in stronger leading into September because we have the return of tourists to the season. Right now, I think we're tracking largely with our historicals. I will tell you in a first pass that instead of needing roughly 2 million projected from the bridge fund, as we would have done in prior years to close next year, we're only looking at about 680,000. So things like parking are coming in much stronger than they have in recent past years. So I'd like to say we're on pretty good financial footing. I would just need to take a few minutes to go through and give you an exact number on that.
Okay, because now I guess I'm confused about a lot of things, but that's normal for me. But on the memo we got from the town manager on the 15th, the shortfall was going to be projected at $629,030. You say that's going to be covered by the bridge loan, correct?
That for FY27, that's what we're planning on assessing against the bridge loan, yes.
Okay, how much is remaining of the bridge loan after that?
If we take that money out, off the top of my head, it'll be about $6.7 million, somewhere in that approximate area.
Okay, but now we have, as of the 30th of July, we had a budget gap of almost 1.5 million. I guess I'm confused.
The letter that I sent Councilor King on the 15th, the total in that letter was 1.499. There were two numbers in the narrative of my letter. One was a short, drawing from the bridge loan, which would draw us down by 600 and some thousand, and the other one was another. I don't have it in front of me right now, but they were two large kind of reasons identifying for that shortfall. But then the total, if you went down to the end of the tables, that identified the 1.49.
So one thing with the bridge loan is the bridge loan can only be used to balance based on the historicals for the last year prior to the hurricane. And we cannot pull additional revenues or offset increased expenses beyond that out of the bridge loan. So the bridge loan is just a revenue offset in just the categories of what they were the year before the hurricane.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is it hasn't changed since the July 15th proposed budget. We're still basing our forecasting and our budgeting off of that same number.
I just want to jump in before we move on from you're fairly new, Jeff. I don't know that I 100% agree with the number that you said that's still available on the bridge loan, simply from what the discussions have happened in the past on what's available of that original 11.9. You seem pretty confident. Are you confident that it's 6 million that's still left? I believe it's less than that based on previous years, but I just want to give you an opportunity to get that information so that you have it available, accurate numbers and maybe that one is accurate, but my recollection is that there's less than that available.
I can get the most up-to-date information here momentarily if you'd like it.
I just don't want people coming after you saying that you gave out a wrong number. I want to give you the opportunity to give out the exact number so that, to answer Councilor King's question, everybody knows exactly what it is.
We'll have it before the end of the meeting, okay, for sure.
Go ahead, Councilor King.
Thank you. Okay, drilling down a little further, I see we had a council category, a town council category, and it was an increase of $105,330. What's included in that category of town council?
Just one moment, please.
I can pull it up in just a minute.
I do know that there are around $10,000 of consulting fees that go into that for a study. There is also a lot of that goes to an increase in the amount of money that has been paid to a lobbyist. That is just mirroring what we are currently spending this fiscal year. So that's what is driving council.
Okay. We have books, publications, and subscriptions at $2,600. What are we getting for that?
Well, I do believe that those also include some of the membership fees off the top of my head, and I know some membership fees have gone up. I would need to get access to my laptop to answer it at a greater granularity.
Okay, and our executive salaries went up about $1,400. That's just town council pay, or what else is included in that?
That I believe would be the pay portion of it. I would have to look a little closer.
Okay. Our life and health went up about $42,000. That's just for covering counselors?
And I would need to look, if I'm gonna get access to my laptop real quick, I can
Please.
provide you the granularity you're seeking.
Then we have something else that just says insurance at $26,600. I guess I'm not sure what life and health and what other insurance would there be.
I believe the insurance part is actual physical insurance for many of our buildings. Insurance.
Well,
rates
this is
have
under
gone
the
up.
town council category.
I'll pull that up for you. Just give me
All right,
one
thanks.
second.
Well, maybe while Jeff's looking at that, you can.
Sure.
You can fill in some of the issues that you had relayed to us, the 4 areas that you're looking to use proposed money that would be included in that 1.5 million that we're discussing. What it is your initiatives would be for that funding, should it be approved.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Top priorities I've identified to date for budgeting purposes. First would be to continue to replenish our emergency reserves. We've been efforting to do that since I got here and even before. And at times we've had to transfer money out of that for different emergency reasons to fund things in anticipation of reimbursements. It's pretty common to do that in practice, but we try not to do it unless we have to. So I'd like to further replenish that fund to have it truly be an emergency reserve when needed. Others is for another priority there, and these are in no particular order, just for course, that'll be the order of these will be determined as I continue to go through the budgeting and as directed by council. But the will be for the new positions we've identified in the next budget, mostly with bringing the new pool online, staff for the new pool. We're going to require supervisor, lifeguards, and et cetera for that. So we've had those positions kind of unpaid, resourced on the books for a while, but we're going to need to resource them. Not until about halfway through the year is what Jeff is anticipating at this point, but we still need to plan for that. Next would be matching funds for appropriations. Last year, we didn't have a whole lot that we could allocate to that. So in return, we did receive, thankfully to our legislators, a couple of good state appropriations. But in conversations with Ron Book and Associates, they're confident they could have gotten us more if we would have been able to match more. So I'd like to be able to increase those matching funds if we can. And then something that's been a priority, I know for a long time, is canal dredging here on the island, to get us in a position where we could actually apply for grants or maybe go through a different special taxing type of proposal in the future. To pay for that, we first have to do a study, do a findings of necessity type study to determine what the actual scope and costs of that. And now, roughly we estimate around $200,000 for that type of a study to be done appropriately. Those right now are my 4 priorities for using that. And that, but again, as we go through, I started a couple of weeks ago, if I can continue a little bit, Mr. Mayor, we started
Absolutely.
a couple of weeks ago with the staff, like I did last year, with twice a week budget workshops. The staff gets together and crunches the numbers, goes through every line item, as Mr. King is asking now. We're going through every line item and making sure that we're appropriately forecasting what we need in there and what we can, rightfully make efficiencies on. Either move to another revenue to fund it, or freeze positions or hold off on certain projects in order to try and bring that number, down of what we need. And then also adjusting fees as we go through this whole thing that we'll propose to council during the budget hearings to try and bring that revenue gap up, so to try to close that gap. And so the staff will go through that in an early part of the week, and then they brief me towards the end of the week, items for decisions, and they'll make those decisions and we'll move on. We've already made significant progress in this effort. My goal is that we don't have to go to our residents and ask them for more than we absolutely need. That's always my goal. So last year we were able to close that gap with what the council approved, and we'll do the same thing this year with whatever the council does approve. Based on what that number is going to be, might change some of those priorities a little bit. Thank you.
Will, I have a question for you, if I may. If we have emergency reserves, if I can understand this correctly, we will use that emergency reserve fund to house money that we will have to outlay for a grant that we may wait for years or a year to get refunded. Is that a correct understanding?
There have been times when, the finance director has had to, move funds, within our general fund to cover some expenses when we know there's a reimbursement coming. And Jeffrey can talk, help me talk through this issue a little bit about how we manage the general fund with the additional funds there, Jeffrey. You
Because
understand?
what I'm aware of is, in my practice with other federal funds, is it is very difficult for entities like ourselves, or I work with school districts, to put out the money up front because they have to pay for it first and then they get reimbursed. So it's basically, you better already have the money if you want our money, because you're going to spend it and we give it back to you.
That is
So we need to have some money to spend in order to get it back. So when we're getting funds, they don't just come out of the sky. We have to pay for them first and then get them back. Do we sometimes use that emergency fund as a place to say we're holding these because we know we're going to have to pay for these things that eventually the grant will reimburse us for?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so if we don't have those funds in there, we will not be able to use the free money that would eventually come to us in some cases.
That is correct. But
Right.
some of those funds are leveraged currently on a variety of outstanding grants pending reimbursement at completion of work.
Right, thank you.
Well, I think a perfect example of that, we're all familiar with Helene and Milton. Wasn't what we weren't expecting to have to clean those roads again twice. Funding had to be spent that we hopefully get back from those two storms versus what we did after Hurricane Ian. So that's an example of money
Right.
that has to be expended from a town through potentially emergency funds to be able to get the island back open and then submit those funds for mitigation later. Just wanted to give that as an example.
That's right.
Because
I
people
think it's a perfect example.
people
And it
forget
happened
about that,
twice,
yeah.
yeah. So then when those funds come back to us, do we then decide what we want to do with them? They stay in the emergency fund, or some of them can go to the general fund, or some of them can be, put in a portfolio that can gain us interest? Are we required to take those reimbursements and direct them to certain places once they are received by the town?
Reimbursements, once we receive them back, if we typically return them to whichever fund they originated from. So for instance, if we use the water fund to help offset the construction costs by fronting the money for a major water project, if that water project is like CDBG where we do get the money back, we would then use that grant to reimburse the fund balance for that. So I mean, I don't want to say we're not making a profit off these funds, but it's one of those where we use the money where it's available,
Where it's available.
where we're allowed to statutorily use it to allow us to leverage those grant funds. But you know, you hit the nail on the head. It's waiting to get the money back from
It is
them.
waiting, yes. And as well with the matching. If we don't have the matching, we don't get the money. If we can't prove we have the matching funds. So it's a big risk. Thank you.
I guess just moving forward, it looks like you've got your computer up and Councilor King has got some questions. I don't know if this is I know Scott's got more questions too. I don't know if this is the forum to go line by line because you're still working on the actual budget that you're going to present in September. So I don't know that it's fair to staff to be able to ask a specific line by line item of what each thing is. That's what we'll cover in September. But overall, I think it's important. Some of your questions, John, but I don't know that this is the place. If this is what you choose to do, I'm certainly okay with it. If we go line by line item of one specific category, we're going to be doing it again in September because it's going to change.
Yeah, but Mayor, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, but these were laid out in a category. I think there should have been explanations with them when the information was provided. And now you're asking for an increase in something. I think it needs to be, in my mind, justified or at least understood.
I 100% agree. I'm not disagreeing with that point. All I'm trying to say is this is to set a ceiling budget number, not this is what the number is going to be, but
I understand that too, but to me, that needs to be justified
Okay.
if we're going to raise the ceiling.
ask away.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Same question that the mayor asked, because I remember almost vividly in our audit committee meetings that I know for sure we drew over $3 million in fiscal year 23. I thought in 24 and 25, we drew close to 3 million all three of those years. So I have always been running of the bridge loan. And you had said there's $6 million. I think it's 2 million. Can you verify that for us, please?
Sure. Just give me 1 second to pull up the bank.
Okay.
Will said he was working on it, that he can get that too.
We'll get that definitely. No, I think, I believe you're all right too. I just want to give him a chance. He can pull up the actual loan.
No, this is
But
good. This is good.
This is
discussion,
great
but
discussion.
Yeah, that's a big number there.
It's really important.
I think that one of the differences is, although we were budgeted 2 million, in excess of 2 million to pull from the bridge loan during this fiscal year, we have not yet had to pull that money out. So my number, I'm being optimistic and hoping we don't have to draw on our bridge loan necessarily this year.
Well, I hope so. I mean, I think we all hope that, right?
So let me get you the exact dollar amount. It'll take me just a few moments.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good point you just said there, Jeff. I guess I missed that. And
Mhm.
of what was budgeted to come out of the bridge loan last year, the town has not pulled that number out yet, is basically what you're saying.
For FY
That is
26 now.
correct.
Okay.
And that's what, you
That
know,
will
what
skew a number.
what I sent on July 15th as I discussed is what we're proposing for our FY 27 budget. Absolutely. Fair, you know, ask all the questions about why we are projecting certain things and proposing, you know, certain things in the budget. It helps give us some, you know, kind of direction on where I think you're wanting us to go. So I'm all for it.
Will, do you mind if I ask you?
Not at all.
To understand the emergency fund, where that is, the line item that's one of the priorities is the matching funds. And I think we've shown that where we have capacity to make the matches to all the discussion that's been having, we're successfully gating those, and those are opportunities that we would not have. I'm not sure where that
where is that account or line item in the budget? Is it in what area is it, or is it spread throughout the various departments?
Okay, I see where
Well,
you're,
it's separate from the emergency fund, right? The emergency fund and the matching funds were two of the priorities that you made. That's two different.
it would be spread out through different funds, our water fund, stormwater, water fund, and others as well. But I'll give you a better answer on kind of where we're projecting the needs for those, where we would have proposed them, and where the different departments would have proposed them.
Okay, so they are, but they're not a line item. They're spread within the different
That
departments.
is correct.
Now I understand. Thank you.
John, continue.
I tell you, in the interest of time, I guess, what I'm willing to do is sit down in my weekly meetings with staff, go over the questions I have to get the answers that I would like to see. And then we don't have to go back and forth and then different questions coming in. So I'm willing to do that in the interest of time. But I will just say this, that next year, the state is going to require us to conduct a budget reduction exercise to identify strategies to reduce proposed spending by 10%. I would hope we're going to look at that before September and include that in the exercise, because I think that would be healthy, because it's going to be mandated next year.
If I can, yeah. So I appreciate that, Councilor King, and you're exactly right. And that's the exercise that I did last year that I'm doing this year. We will replicate that next year, but we will hold it, at least one or more of those, maybe even all of them, in public as directed by the thing. So I think it's a terrific exercise to have. I think them setting a 10% goal is good, because then it forces you to go for a specific target. So we're doing that, rest assured. And every week, absolutely, in our one-on-ones, we're going to be going through all those lines that we're looking at to make efficiencies, reductions, or whichever.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, John, I don't want you to think my comments were about in the essence of time. I'll stay here till midnight if we have to. That's
No, I did.
I'm just trying to be fair to staff. I don't know that Jeff was equipped to answer every single line item in the budget at this point. And I'm just trying to be fair to staff to allow them to be able to answer your questions in front of everybody, so that he at least has the answers ready or is prepared. And I don't want to speak for you, Jeff, but the look on your face was like, I wasn't really expecting to answer a specific line items as we went. But.
I understand that, and I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but I didn't come up with these categories.
Sure.
I didn't fill in these amounts. Somebody did. They should be able to justify it, in my opinion.
Fair enough. Yes.
All right, so let me answer several different questions that have been asked.
You don't have to answer mine right now. We'll do it
Okay.
one-on-one. Hopefully, maybe you can be brought in on those as well.
Sure.
All right. And then we can air it publicly when we need to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you like the answer for the bridge loan?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
so that's
Yes,
not my
please.
question. So.
Yeah, I'd sure like to know.
The bridge loan current balance is $7.574 million. We earn approximately $22,000 of interest on that per month. That's one reason it's a moving target, of which we were allowed to take out just a little bit more than $2 million this year, but we have yet to do the transfer. It's a loan, so you don't want to draw on it, I don't think, unless you absolutely have to draw on it to meet operating. A lot will depend on, as we get closer to the end of the fiscal year, if we have sufficient liquidity to do it, but it is there as an option. So that number does sit at 7.5 million.
I would anticipate why you might be,
Yeah, 'cause
scratching your head is because I'm imagining what I'm thinking back to, and I wasn't here before last year, as you all know, but Joe or the other previous finance directors and town managers might have asked for certain levels of withdrawal. And like this past year, or this year, FY26, didn't have to draw that entire amount. Would that be a fair kind of assumption, Jeffrey, you think?
Yes.
That's good. That's actually really good news, because I know that $3 million first year, I know we took that.
A little over 3 million.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was taken. There have
Yeah.
been two significant withdrawals. I want to say off the top of my head, it was a little more than 3 million, and then like 2.6 million
Yeah.
the next year.
Okay.
And then for this fiscal year, you approved another 2 million, a little bit more than that. That draw hasn't happened yet.
Okay. Well,
I'm-
that's good to know. I appreciate that. That's great.
Well, and since we're on the bridge loan, just for clarity, and I don't expect you to know this number, but maybe you do know the number of what you said, 7 point whatever has been expended. 7 point, yeah.
574.
Is the balance.
Is the balance or what's been drawn down? I think the balance
Oh,
is
no.
less than 7 million. I think it was said wrong. I think we've
Okay.
drawn down
Okay, yeah.
7.5 million,
You're right.
but the balance
Oh,
would be
oh,
No, you're right.
As,
No,
as
we
of
need to know.
today, we have 7.5 million
available of
To
the bridge loan.
use,
to
available
use
to us
in
to
the
use,
bridge loan,
not
Ig-
expend.
ignoring this current fiscal year's commitment of 2 million. We have a current bank balance of 7.574 million in the bank as of this moment.
But in the bank or the bridge loan, there's two different things because we use revenue replacement money to go into the bank to replace the revenue or the bridge loan. Are you referring to that number or are you referring to the actual bridge loan itself?
I'm referring to when revenue replacement has been used to alleviate the bridge loan. The bank account titled bridge loan with the revenue replacement monies that have flowed around sets at 7.5 million as of right now. Now I'm looking at the books. I believe revenue replacement is largely exhausted because that was a lesser amount. But right now on our bridge loan account as of itself, we have that 7.5 million.
Doesn't seem right.
And I apologize, I wasn't here for any of those other meetings or presentations.
No,
That's
why we're having this discussion.
because we're having a discussion. We got to be on the same page.
Yeah, what has been drawn down from the 11.9 and what is actually sitting in the bank, at least my understanding over the last 2 years, have been two separate things. The loan is if you need to bring it down, but there was money, at least my recollection of the last couple of meetings is there was money.
Yeah, but it's revenue replacement.
Yeah, but revenue replacement came as an appropriation from the state that went into an account. And I'm just trying to recollect what I remember from the past budget meetings over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
The 7 point whatever million it was that we got in revenue replacement from the state went into an account to be repaid for the bridge loan should we have to draw down on the bridge loan. And I'm trying to remember what Joe said last year, but what we were roughly going to be with this 2 million, which it sounds like we haven't drawn down, about 9 point whatever million, but of which we had the close to the number you said in an account to pay back that 9 million that we had drawn down on. So that's where into September, I'd like some clarification so that the public understands, because if I'm not understanding it, then certainly the public's not understanding it. And I want to make sure that those two numbers, as I remember them being discussed, are accurate. What we've actually drawn down from the bridge loan, and what we actually have sitting in the bank to pay back that bridge loan, and what's that difference? This is the first I've heard that we had drawn down on the 2 million that we budgeted last year, which is, to your point, great news. But it goes into, I think, the further discussion that Councilor King is trying to nail down is where can we make some efficiencies so that our taxpayers aren't paying more than they have to.
Absolutely.
Hopefully I said it well enough. Anything else, John?
No, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else, John?
No, I'm fine.
Rebecca?
I'm fine, thank you.
Scott, you good? Thanks, Jeff. Sorry, this is your first meeting. You're
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thick skin.
Yeah.
I would prefer to always work for a council that's very involved and is looking to save the taxpayers' money than one that just doesn't chew on anything. And thank you for giving me clarification. And I will do my best to have those line by line answers for you as we come into the 1st and 2nd September budget meetings. So thank you for your attention to detail and your time.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, Jeff. Will, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, nothing further to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, is there a motion on it's administrative agenda? We don't need public comment.
You should still have public comment.
On all of the administrative?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll open it up for public comment. Anybody like to speak on agenda item A for the proposed maximum millage rate? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any more discussion? If no discussion, is there a motion? Anyone? All right, I will make a motion to approve the 1.34 maximum allowable millage rate requested by town staff to be turned over to the state for tomorrow, with the hopes that we can get that number significantly lower. Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Mayor, just to keep the process rolling with the full understanding that we'll be looking for cost reductions and balanced budgets that are supported.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
No.
The motion carries 4-1. Brings us to our next item, which is Resolution 26-167, establishment of 6 ad hoc committees to assist in the preparation of a charter school application. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, establishing 6 ad hoc committees to assist in the preparation of a charter school application pursuant to Section 1002.33 Florida statutes and Rule 6A-6.0786 Florida Administrative Code, providing for committee duties, membership, and duration, providing an effective date. Will?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, really excited about this one. Myself and the deputy town manager have listened a lot to our community and our counselors on definitely the interest and the motivation for bringing the school back, but really a lot of the hard questions about how are we going to do that and what is it going to cost and how are we going to staff it and run it, and just all those very good and important questions. And Tracy and the staff have come up with a novel and I think great solution for us to move forward in that direction. So I'll turn it over to Tracy.
Thank you, Will. Council, today we are asking you to consider the creation of 6 ad hoc committees. These would be voluntary, non-paid committee members who are willing to serve on these committees as advisors to the town council as we helped write the charter school application. It is quite extensive. It is quite detailed. Everything from governance to the education curriculum, the operations, community engagement, facilities, human resources, and of course, finance. So we are looking for those experts in their fields who are local residents and other interested parties to come forth and apply to be on one of these 6 committees. The committees will go on as long as they need to go on. I don't anticipate anything longer than 6 months. But as you know, the charter application goes through council for approval to move forward. Should it move forward, the school district would then review, come back with questions and answers. So those committees would last until the application has been accepted by Lee County School District or until the time the council has decommissioned the ad hoc committees. So we are again looking forward to your direction on how to move forward with the charter school application, the creation of the 6 ad hoc committees. And should that be approved, we will move forward with advertising immediately and look forward to the applications coming in for your appointment September 23rd at your next meeting, and we'll accept applications through September 10th.
Those 2 committees would also be subject to sunshine law.
Yes.
So their meetings would be held in public, and as well as the public records law. They would not be required to file a Form 1.
Thank you, Nancy. In addition to that, we will be having a sunshine law training the beginning of October for all those members who are appointed by you. And we will send out the links to those members who are not able to attend the in-person meeting.
Counselor King, questions for?
I'm sorry, what? No, I just got demoted to Queen, it sounded like.
Steve.
From King? I think this is an excellent opportunity to utilize the talent on this island to help in this long, drawn-out process. I know how, just talking with you, how intense this is. My only suggestion would be, and I think I've made this to you before, is look for help for facilitating these groups. Maybe FGCU, FSW, folks, kind of like the folks we had for the strategic plan to help us keep us on task, those kind of things that will be very important for a mixed group.
Thank you for that suggestion, Counselor King.
Scott?
You did a fantastic job with this. Two questions, well, maybe two comments. Well, one question, one comment. I think John's right on point. I think you might want to call FGCU. We had discussed this with, when we were doing the charter review, perhaps getting a professor or maybe a grad student or some type of intern to get younger eyes on this. So that's a suggestion. One question I have: when do we decide who's going to be the liaison for these 6 committees?
We can have that discussion at any time that Nancy thinks it's appropriate. Once we establish the 6 committees, then we can determine which one of the counselors may want to recommend. Right now, the makeup is 3 appointed members from the town council, a town clerk office member, as well as a town staff. So if you would like to be a member of each one of these ad hoc committees, it's certainly something that's in your purview to discuss, but is not required at this time. I also think, to your point about having some facilitators, I also think we have some really great community members who might be good facilitators as well when they come to be chairs. So I think that will be evident quickly whether we need some additional help to help guide those individual ad hoc committees.
Yeah, I mean, when you first came out with this list, I was like, oh, I know somebody perfect for this. So, I think it's going to be great from a community perspective if we can get as many people involved and use our beach's talent. There's a lot of talented people out there. So I commend you. This is a job well done. Thank you.
Rebecca?
I too love this idea, Tracy, about having the community involved in helping us decide. If it was just a yes or no, I think we all know where we'd come down. But it's looking at and figuring out, can we do it? Do we have the community support? Would we, what would it cost? What I'd like to see is some framework within the committees that we say, we're looking to you to provide us a range. I know different times when I say to Tracy, well, what do you think a school would cost us? Well, that's like saying, what do you think a car is going to cost you? Do you want a Volkswagen or do you want a Ferrari? So I think it would be great if these committees looked at it with a range in mind. Here is a low end of the range. We could get by on this money, or we could, if we were best in breed of everything, it would cost us this. That way, again, when we come to deciding if we can do it, maybe our school, if we're able to, it grows and gets better in time. Maybe we use different strategies in the first 5 years than we do as things go on. But if they're also looking at not just best in breed, but how can we save money as we bootstrap ourselves for a few years? So I'd be looking for a range from their deliverable as well. But nice work, Tracy. I love it.
Thank you. That's an excellent point, Counselor Link. When I've worked with Jeffrey, we kind of started at a baseline of what the beach school had. Basically, when I was there as the principal at the time, having combined grade levels, ensuring that with growing student numbers, we start with the most conservative outlook financially and then grow from there. So we do have some baseline that Jeffrey has been working on as a starting point, so you can get that range of a fully staffed school versus perhaps when you just start off what the minimum staffing numbers may be.
Or if you're looking at different curriculum types, maybe new books every year cost this, or Khan
consumables
Academy
versus
cost
digital,
this.
all of that.
Thank you. Exciting.
Councilor McLean.
Yeah, no, I think there's a couple of things. Number one, we do have so much talent in this town and so much spirit in the town that wants to actually apply that talent. It's one thing to have the talent, it's another thing to actually step up and participate. So I think that's on its own is fantastic. It fulfills 2 goals, which is one, completing an application, which is something that's necessary to determine whether or not it is feasible and we can go forward. It also sets the various operational, educational, all of the areas that you've outlined of, to your point, what do we start with and how do we grow into it? I guess I see the workflow as each of the committee meetings come in, they flow through you, they flow through the consultant. I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to, once these committees are all staffed, to have some sort of kickoff, to give them like a common vision and a goal of what we're really trying to get accomplished here. And because I think we'll get leadership in each of these different areas. And I think that the operational model will grow out of that. But I think we need to almost come together in what is the starting point. We know what the goal is. We know what the end point, the deliverable is, but kind of what's the model to bring it all together is what I'm saying.
Totally get what you're saying. For example, I know that this community is very focused on a marine and a STEM focus, right? And so understanding water quality, that might be the educational turn that we go, which we as a beach community had started previously with a water-wise program, understanding that might be our focus marine-wise. That will help then generate the curriculum, and it kind of rolls on from there with our partnerships. We had a great partnership with the Mound House. There are just all these other connections we could make.
Yeah, it's
in
the
that
areas that we
application.
can
So
differentiate
give that vision.
our charter school versus any other competing
Exactly.
school in the area, right? That's from that perspective.
What can make us unique?
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess it's a couple things. I'm hoping we won't just, we keep talking about the community, but the goal of trying to get the school back was to bring people from outside the community that work within the community to be part of the school. I would hope we don't close it off to say there's a human resource person that has kids that works at Diamond Head, who, is a human resource director, but would love to be part of this, but doesn't live on the island, but wants to bring their kids here. I would hope we'd at least leave it open to the possibility of someone outside the community that maybe works within the community that can bring kids in to be part of this, that maybe, experts in each one of these categories that you have here. So I'd hope we keep an open mind on that. And then the discussion that you brought up, Scott, about having council liaison for each one of these. Do you feel as a staff that that's necessary? Do you think, would it be more beneficial to have a council member as a liaison to each one of these, or would it be more beneficial to not have us involved?
Gosh, that's a good question. I feel like there's a lot of expertise, and because this will be a out in the open sunshine kind of committee, a counselor certainly could be present. We could advertise if more than one counselor is present at any one of these meetings. I know you all are very busy as well, so flexible to open it up. Do I think it's necessary? No, we can always give reports and updates if needed, like other committees do. We're happy to do that.
Well, I guess I'll just rely on fellow councilors to decide if it's
Yeah.
something that we feel it's important to have a member at each one of these. I mean, there's an odd, there's more committees than there are council members, so someone would have to be on
Double dipped.
multiple. Yeah. I just, my instinct is to say, let the experts that are going to be on these committees and the staff work through the information, providing updates, but if my fellow councilors think it's important, I'll certainly be involved any way I can to.
I think I'm with you, Mayor. I think maybe at times we could probably be intimidated to those committees because we all are liaisons to committees as well. You talk about staff committee reports, but we all sit on those committees as liaisons. So I think let's let the experts run with it and then report back is where I'm comfortable.
Scott, what's your 2 cents?
I'm fine either way.
Rebecca?
I see your point though. Maybe we let these guys run and they flow the information up to us. I'm okay with that.
Rebecca?
Yeah, or even allow for the flexibility. Let's say if at one point they feel they needed them or needed someone in a particular group, maybe it's not all of them.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a possibility. And would we have the time in the calendar? There aren't very many free days in the week that 6 meetings could be held. Amy, I can't imagine.
We will find time for
You'll
all
figure
of
it out.
that.
Yeah, we looked closely at the calendar even to get our sunshine turning
And then the
in.
other thing I would say would be that it would have to be, I'm assuming, during the day, even though some of our committee members may not be able to join, people we'd like to because they work. And so
Yeah, we'll have to set the schedule based, for example, thinking off the top of my head, if we had an educator join the education portion come October, they perhaps may be teaching in
Right,
the classroom.
right.
So it might be that
Right.
5 o'clock timeframe before anyone could get here. So I think it's really flexible on each committee.
But that would require you to have staff here. to
I'll
support
be
that.
here. Not
Okay.
a
Okay.
problem for me.
We'll make the right adjustments.
All right, thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
All right.
I'm in agreement. I think that the committees should run autonomously and then come back and report. And if there's a desire to change course, then we can always do that. But
Just so I can get a clarification, you said you make the adjustments, so that would not necessitate overtime then, correct? Because,
Most likely, no.
okay,
But
I would hope we would look forward to that.
absolutely,
Thank you.
I would want to follow the same.
I get you. Thank you.
All right. Public comment. Anybody want to say anything about? No? All right. We'll close public comment. Is there a motion, or if there's no more discussion, is there a motion for resolution 26-167 to establish 6 ad hoc committees to assist the preparation of school charter school application?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Vice Mayor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford.
Aye.
Counselor Link,
Aye.
Counselor McLean.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 26-155 for the 2027 FROC participation. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the town manager to participate in the Florida Recovery Obligation Calculation FROC program, authorizing the town manager or designee to execute and submit related documents needed to implement and administer the program, including the disaster readiness assessment and any post-disaster questionnaires and abatement activities, providing for an effective date. Will?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The FROC is by the Florida Division of Emergency Management, FDM. It standardizes, streamlines, and simplifies the public assistance process. It provides us with an opportunity for faster funding, including, Category A, debris removal, Category B, emergency protective measures, and so on. We've participated in the beginning years of this, and this is for a renewal for us to continue participation into the next fiscal year, and looking for council approval to do so.
Okay. Counselor McLean, any questions for Will?
no, I think this is an example of where we lead in building resiliency in the state of Florida. So I commend the town for doing this.
Counselor Link?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is kudos to the folks in the town who have worked on this. This means that the high score that we have means that we are the first to get money when we have a disaster because of that high score. So thank you for those who worked really hard.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Do we know what our score was? If we don't, then
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Have Jeff come up.
F-Rock, come on.
Jason come up.
Jason,
and-
come on up.
Jason F-Rock.
Jason may have heard a story or two about what our score is.
Good afternoon, Council. Jason Freeman for the record. So we did get our final scores. I did want to say that we started, so the first part of the process is you fill out what they refer to as the Disaster Readiness Assessment, the DRA, and that's just when you submit all of your initial documentation, and then FDM goes through and provides some suggestions to you on any ways that you might be able to improve or strengthen your policies and procedures. We started it for Category A at a 47 last year, and Category B, which is emergency protective measures, at a 45. With the help of everybody this past year, we did get that score for Category A debris removal from a 47 to a 55. And we did get our Category B emergency protective measure score from a 45 to a 56, and that's out of 60. So we're almost there. This year, from what we heard, was they added a lot more questions into there. So scores, I don't think, went up as much as in the previous years, but through our abatement activities, we did go up, like I said, from a 47 to a 55 and from a 45 to a 56. And I think we still rank. It's very hard to find other municipality scores. They don't really release those too much. But for what we can tell, we're pretty high up there, and we're already planning on addressing a couple things that we need to address moving forward. So I think we did pretty well, at least from our abatement activities, got those scores up, and Just as a reminder too for that, those scores do translate to money up front for us upon obligation. So when an event is declared, this is just from the FROC website for everybody, but once a storm is declared, the event is declared, we request money, or so the town would submit a request for public assistance. And then once that's approved, we would submit through large non-expedited Cat A or Cat B projects. Our money would be paid out through that percentage. So us having at that score of a 55 and a 56 would equate to that 55% or 56% of money. So just as a example, for a large project cost, if we're talking a $10 million project, the town could get upon obligation more than $5.5 million upfront. So I think it's a pretty significant thing for us, and it's a fun program. I think we've heard some changes already coming this year. We'll get to dive into insurance a lot more this year to help strengthen all that. So look forward to participating, hopefully, if this resolution is approved for next year. So I'll defer if anybody has any questions.
Jason, that has to be the first time I ever saw somebody get excited about the word insurance.
Yeah, it's I'm locked into the program now, but it's exciting with everybody's help and with Will and Tracy helping lead it. And it's kind of one of those things that every department has a little say in it. So it's really great working with everybody, and I look forward to seeing how we can strengthen it. So
it's really great to have had, to have the high score. Great job by the whole team, definitely, to have the high score and what could result from that high score. But there's also knock-on benefits of just improving our overall systems and processes and policies. By having to go through this, to get that high score, we've improved things all across the organization. So
Thanks,
Cool.
Jason.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Anything else, Scott?
No, sir.
John?
No, I just thanks Jason for all your hard work on this. It's been great to see over the years the continual improvement that the town has done. Mr. Manager, Ms. Debbie Manager, thank you for your town staff's hard efforts on this. Thank you.
I have nothing else to add. I've beat this thing enough to death enough over the years. It's a great program, and I'm glad to see the town is continuing to increase. So, is there public comment? All right, seeing no public comment, bring it back for discussion or a motion for resolution 26-155 for the 2027 FROC participation.
So moved.
Second.
And a motion by Councilor McLean, seconded by Councilor Link. Any further discussion? Councilor McLean?
Aye.
Councilor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next brings us to resolution 26-168, the First Amendment to the non-exclusive right-of-way agreement with the Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach approving a First Amendment to the non-exclusive right-of-way license agreement with the Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce, relocating the licensed property from 1046 Estero Boulevard to property located within the public right-of-way near 1035 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the mayor or town manager to execute the First Amendment, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Will?
Thank you, sir. The town of Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce entered into a non-exclusive right-of-way license agreement dated February 22nd, 2024, approved by council, granting the chamber a license to locate an information trailer on town-owned property within the right-of-way at 1046 Estero Boulevard in the downtown Times Square area. The town has since determined that it is in the best interest of the town to relocate the information trailer to a nearby town-owned property within the public right-of-way near 1035 Estero Boulevard. Because the original agreement specifically identified 1046 Estero Boulevard as the licensed property, a first amendment to the agreement is required to reflect the new location. The chamber has agreed to the relocation, and all other terms and conditions of the original agreement remain unchanged. Jackie, anything you want to add?
There it goes. Yep. Good afternoon, Jackie Lezak, President, Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for bringing this forward and adjusting the address for us. As you know, the Roxy 2, the new Roxy, is out on Times Square, open, operating 7 days a week from approximately 10 a.m. till sunset, and greeting visitors, passing out information and sharing information about our businesses, what's going on in the town, helping out residents, guests, locals, workers, anybody else who needs some assistance. Do you have any questions on it?
Counselor King, any questions?
So now we know where Roxy's going to be.
Well, she's right there. She's not moving. So as long as it's okay with you guys.
Counselor Link,
No questions, Jackie. Just thank you for everything you're doing
Thank
for the town.
Counselor McLean,
No questions for me. Thanks again.
Scott, you're filling out a form, so I'm guessing I'm not asking you if you have any questions.
No, sir.
All right. I do not have any. Thanks, Jackie.
Okay. And we will be announcing a ribbon cutting for her. We're working on getting her some skirting on there, some lattice to kind of pretty her up a little bit, and some stairs for the front and a sun sail. So as soon as we get those up, we'll do a ribbon cutting and invite the entire community out.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Public comment. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, bring it back to the council for a discussion or a motion.
Mayor, I'll move 26-168. Is that right?
That's correct. Got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second it, Mayor.
seconded by Counselor Link. Any further discussion?
None.
For Scott, I'm assuming you're abstaining from this?
I'm abstaining, yes.
Okay. Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Link. Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Link,
Aye.
Counselor McLean.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries 4-0 with Vice Mayor Safford abstaining. Brings us to item E. This is acceptance of grant TDC fiscal year 25-26 attractions marketing funding for the Mountain House. This is an acceptance of the Lee County Tourist Development Council TDC attractions marketing funding awarded to the town of Fort Myers Beach for the Mountain House for the 2025-2026 funding cycle in the amount of $20,000, and authorize the Culture, Parks, and Recreations Director and/or the museum manager to execute all documents necessary to administer the award. Will?
Thank you, sir. The Mound House was awarded $20,000 through Lee County Tourist Development Council Attractions Marketing Program for the 25-26 funding cycle. The original project, Mound House Stories in the Shells, was approved for funding effective October 1st, 2025, and provides reimbursement for eligible marketing and promotional initiatives conducted during the funding period. Although the award was approved at the beginning of the funding cycle, implementation was delayed due to the transition in Mound House management. The Mound House is now moving forward with the project, and upon approval, will utilize the awarded funds for eligible marketing initiatives in accordance with the grant requirements. If you have any additional questions, Jeff can answer some, on behalf of Karina.
Counselor McLean?
No, I don't have any questions. I'm just glad that it's coming in under the wire.
Exactly. Counselor Link?
No questions.
Vice Mayor Safford?
I do not.
Counselor King?
Sit back down, Jeff.
Wait a minute. No, I'm just kidding. No, I have no questions. Public comment. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there a discussion or motion to accept the Mound House grant funding?
I will make a motion to accept the grant TDC FY 25-26 attractions marketing funding for the Mound House.
All right, got a motion by Counselor McLean.
And a second.
Seconded by Counselor Link. Any further discussion? Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item F, special event for Matanzas Pass Inn Labor Day Bash. The approval of a special event permit for the Matanzas Inn/On the Bay Labor Day Bash hosted by FMB Bayside LLC, including waivers of the town noise ordinance and open container regulations, and approval of a temporary closure of portions of the public right-of-way to facilitate event setup on September 4th, 2026, and the Labor Day Festival on September 5th through the 6th, 2026, subject to all applicable staff conditions and final approvals from the Lee County Sheriff's Office and the Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District.
Hi, counselors. My name is Nora Skipper, Special Events Coordinator for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Thank you so much. It's been a long meeting so far, so let's have some fun with a party. There is the Matanzas Inn Labor Day Bash, and I have a representative from Matanzas Inn, a gentleman named Sean, who is happy to answer any questions. So largely they are looking to do a concert series with some headliners right near the south end of the north end right there near the Matanzas Inn. They are also looking, we have gotten some, or at least I received some communication from the Lee County Sheriff's Office with some concerns as well as from the town manager regarding the closing of the road. So the gentleman is happy to present that there is another option that they've designed and redid their site plan without any road closures included in that. That should have been sent to presentations at FMB, so it could be on the TV. We also have printed copies available if technology is technology. There we go. So they redid the site plan, and that wasn't placed recently in your packets. So they are looking to do this entirely within their property. They have a fence line so pedestrians do not cross into the roadway itself. And if you have any questions, I'm sure Sean is more than happy to answer them. They are looking to get private security as well to assist with their concert and the logistics of it.
Okay. I have one question for you, Nora.
Of course.
Does the vice mayor have to fill out any kind of special waiver for the belly flop contest?
I might get a concussion. My wife might not let me.
Yeah. All right. You want to, anything else, Nora?
That'll be all I have. I did hear one recommendation that compared to their first idea for the site plan, that unfortunately the only thing that was cut compared to the first version presented in your packet and this was they had to get rid of a child area, a place for children to gather. Sean and Matanzas were curious if there would be some conditions or maybe an opportunity to use the parking lot that did have the moorings field office and use that parking lot as an area designated for children as well as families to just have some kind of separate area for that. He was inquiring that. That wasn't included in the site plan, but I just wanted to bring that to you today for consideration.
Okay.
There have been a lot of adjustments, so I appreciate you following along. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to, or Sean as well.
Councilor King, any questions for Nora?
No, I don't think so.
Vice Mayor Safford?
I do not.
Councilor Link?
Not at this point, Nora, thanks.
Councilor McLean?
No, love the revised plans.
Okay. Who's here?
If I can,
Yeah,
before
go
we
ahead.
go to vote, if I can, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say thank you to the Matanzas Pass In and Sean and the team, because a big concern of mine and of our other emergency services partners was the closure, the road closure. And it just would have caused a lot of problems for the whole part of the island there. So I appreciate the concessions to doing that. I would, as the town manager, although, you know, I would be okay, absolutely, with granting them his request of using that our parking lot as a trade-off for them making this concessions for us in their request. Would not have much of an impact on us in the town itself. There'll still be plenty of parking available underneath the bridge and on Old San Carlos. So I just offer that to the council on their behalf, that I'd be willing to make that deal.
Okay. Sean, you want to come up and just tell everybody a little bit that may not know what this event is or what they can expect? In the words of former Vice Mayor Safford, we're giving you time to hype your event. What did I say?
Free advertising
Safford? Oh,
time right
sorry.
here.
We are talking about Labor Day weekend, the 5th, 6th. It is the 7th. Was amended as well on the application. It's primarily allowing us to show off some of the foods we're doing. We're bringing in 2 headliners, the Ben Allen Band and another one, Jackie Ward from Oregon. These were some 4-chair turners on The Voice. So their social presence is gonna bring a lot of people to the island, is what we're hoping. With the parking, we also have lots that we own to the left. So I was gonna offer to the moorings that any of the moorings residents could park in our parking lots, if that would also be a trade-off as well.
That would be a great trade-off, because I was just thinking too, we'd have to notify our mooring residents and everything of all the changes and so.
Given that we lease to that
Yep.
office there, we're in communication with them every day. so
Absolutely. Thanks, Sean.
We can talk with them. I mean, it's going in line with the concert series and some of the things we want to do with entertainment. We just thought it was a good way to end the summer and start a new season.
Okay. I'm just looking at the events that I'm signing up for. That's
Gotcha.
all.
Kitty contest.
So we're putting you down for the bikini contest then? Or?
I might have a better shot at the Oreo and key lime pie eating contest.
Ooh.
Ooh, Oreo, I could do that.
Oreo key lime pie eating. We've got watermelon There's going to be a comedy kind of, they'll go against each other, and then with the bikini, the belly flop. Belly flop was not my idea. And then we're also doing cornhole and some other, there's hopefully some fishing involved, and canoe, kayak races, Naples, the cardboard boat race is always popular, so we're
Oh,
going
that's
to bring
fun.
that to Fort Myers Beach as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Any questions, Councilor McLean, for Sean?
No, thank you for doing this.
I have a
Councilor
quick
Link?
question though about the children's area. So
Yes.
are we to blockade that off, or is that something that you will do? Just if it's a parking lot now, we want to make sure people aren't driving in there thinking it's still
Yeah,
a
so-
parking lot and there's children.
It's the parking lot to the left facing the restaurant of us, which is where the Mornings residents park. There is a bush line there, but what we're going to do is then extend the fence line across down to the water, and that way it's not accessible to anyone but those that are in the event.
Great, and you'll take care of that. I just wanted to make sure those kids were safe. Phil, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I don't. Any concern I had was addressed.
Was addressed.
Just because the
Thank you.
microphones don't always pick up everything you said. You said bush line, not bush light, right?
But
For the
yes,
kids zone?
we will have bush light, but there is also a bush line. So.
All right. Vice Mayor Safford, anything for Sean?
No, good luck. Sounds like a good
Sounds
time.
like fun.
Councilor King?
I'll just echo what the vice mayor said. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Nora. Public comment? Anybody like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, bring it back to council for a discussion or motion for the special events for the Matanzas Pass and Labor Day Bash. Where is it here? I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Second by Councilor King. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Councilor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Link?
Aye.
And Councilor McLean?
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. Next is the special event Island Hopper Songwriter Festival. This is an approval of a special event for the Island Hopper Songwriter Festival to be held September 25th through September 27th, 2026 at Bayside Veterans Park for Fort Myers Beach from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on September 25th, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. on September 26th, and 1 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. on September 27th, as requested by President Jackie Lezak of the Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce in partnership with iHeartMedia, including setup beginning at 12 p.m. on September 25th, amplified live music on the permanent stage, and a waiver of the town's open container restriction within Bayside Veterans Park, subject to the compliance with all applicable town requirements for final approval by the Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District and the Lee County Sheriff's Office. Nora?
Hi, thank you again. Long time no see. I am happy to bring the wonderful Jackie here to your council chambers. The Island Hopper Festival is in collaboration with iHeartMedia, a big name. I grew up near the area, so just hearing them on Cat Country and stuff has always been big. So they are hosting a wonderful event, and I'll have Jackie explain the specifics because they're really exciting.
So Jackie Lezak, President, Fort Myers Beach Chamber. As in years past, I worked with the VCB, Lee County VCB, iHeartMedia to bring this amazing event back to the island each year. We're speaking specifically about Bayside Park, so the amplified music within the Bayside Park area. iHeartMedia and the VCB coordinate and manage all of that event across the island for the final weekend. And then, of course, the chamber helps with the permitting aspect of it as far as the Bayside Park area is concerned. It's a great event. If you've never been, you need to come. It's amazing. The music spills out of every single doorway in town. We have amazing acts that come, singers and songwriters. You get a chance to be up close and intimate with these individuals, the folks who wrote the songs that you sing to every day in your car and at home. And it's a chance to kind of hear the stories of the songs, how they got to be, and how the artists came up with them and recorded them and who they worked with. It's intimate. It's really a great event for the whole island, for our Southwest community as a whole, because as we know, it starts out in Captiva, moves to Cape Coral, then to downtown Fort Myers, and of course concludes with us and the big pool party at Pink Shell. So this specifically is just for the Bayside Park aspect of it. It's required to be permitted. So as an assist, the chamber does help the VCB and iHeart with that. Any questions?
Councilor King?
None.
Counselor Link,
None.
Counselor McLean.
Love this event.
The only question I have just for Scott's is this application under the chamber or is it
We
under?
pull the permit, we have no financial benefit
Okay.
for this
I
event.
just want to make sure you don't have to.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no financial.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thanks, Jake.
All right, thank you.
Any public comment? Seeing none, close public comment. Bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a special event permit for Island Hopper Songwriter Festival.
Got a motion by Counselor McLean,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Link. Any further discussion? Counselor McLean,
Aye.
Counselor Link,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 26-160, Special Event FMB Chamber of Commerce Bayside Concert Series. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a reoccurring special event permit for the Bayside Concert Series hosted by the Town of Fort Myers Beach and the Greater Fort Myers Beach Area's Chamber of Commerce at Bayside Veterans Park, granting waivers of the town's noise ordinance and open container regulations to allow amplified live music on designated Sundays from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., establishing a one-year permit term subject to applicable staff conditions and final approvals from the Lee County Sheriff's Office and the Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District, providing an effective date. Nora?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I did notice the last time council approved the Bayside Concert Series was over 3 years ago. So I thought it would just give us the wonderful opportunity while Jackie is here to share some support, have a discussion, give town resources if needed, but just give the reapproval for the Bayside Concert Series that has been such a wonderful staple.
Okay. Counselor King, any questions for Nora?
None, thank you.
Vice Mayor Safford?
I think I'm going to recuse myself on this one.
Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're
there's
just gonna
sponsors and everything else. So best interest of the council and the chamber. I'm going to recuse myself from this too.
Full transparency.
Counselor Link?
I have no questions, Jackie.
Counselor McLean?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Nora.
Nora, you just, I guess I didn't, you talked about town resources. Are we charging to use Bayside Park when we're talking about increasing millage rate on people? Are we now at a point where we're charging for the use of Bayside Park because there are fees required? I mean, electricity, cleanup, things like that? Are
No,
we
so
on any of these special events?
Yes. We will, yeah, as we go through the fee schedules and stuff this coming September, along with anything, we're going to be assessing all of our fees for different, and there has been a fee associated with use of all town property. So we will be recommending that going forward. There have been times when we haven't charged for that, but given the conditions, the current state of our budget and funding as we look at offsetting, different things like the millage and everything like that. Yeah, we will be reinstituting a lot of those fees to our fee schedule.
Okay.
thank you, Will.
Pending
Jackie?
council approval.
Right. Okay. Jackie?
Okay, Jackie Lezak, Fort Myers Beach Chamber. A couple of points. So the Bayside Park Concert Series is hosted obviously by the town of Fort Myers Beach and the Fort Myers Beach Chamber Water Foundation. That is the 501c3 arm of the chamber, not the C6 arm. So it is in conjunction with the 3 business entities that are located down there, Snug Harbor, Wahoo Willie's, and Nervous Nellies. They've been great supporters of the event since the very beginning. They do also participate monetarily to make that concert series go every week. It's not a money-making opportunity for us. It's simply to cover the expense of having the bands down there. Also, Nervous Nellies has been providing electricity for the event the entire time, so there's been no cost to the town. And the businesses have been cleaning the area and removing the trash each week down there. So for the most part, I think it's been a really successful win-win for everybody, showcasing how government and businesses and nonprofit can all work together to host an event on the island. It has become a weekly tradition now. And we've also, thanks to groups like the Alex King Foundation, has given some additional sponsorships. We do highlight different entities. We provide nonprofit space down there. Any of our island nonprofits can set up any of the Sundays and put a table out and talk to the guests and be there to showcase their information. We do not charge for that. And I think the whole thing has just been a total slam dunk. It's activated that space on an evening where normally it wouldn't be active. And I believe that the businesses had asked and maybe coming forward to try to do a Friday night. We were doing Friday and Sunday for a while. Then we stopped during season because it was pretty busy. So they may come back and ask for maybe every other Friday or one Friday a month in addition to the Sunday through the rest of the slower season here. So I'll come back to you should that change. But please do know it's the Water Foundation's entity. It's their event that they are putting on. And I think it's really been incredible to see the amount of people that have come down for it, anywhere from a couple hundred people to, 400, 500, 600 people in this space of the evening. And I want to see more things like this on the island. I think we're really at the tip of what we can do with events like this and partnerships. Questions?
Councilor McLean, any questions for Jackie?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Rebecca?
No, thanks again.
Councilor King?
Nothing.
Good. Thank you.
No.
Thanks, Nora.
Thank you.
Public comment? Is there anyone in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back for a discussion or motion for resolution 26-160 for the special event for the FMB Chamber of Commerce Bayside Concert Series.
So moved.
Yeah, motion by Councilor King,
Second.
seconded by Councilor McLean. Discussion. I guess the only discussion I'd have, Jackie, is there a reason why it's listed under the Chamber of Commerce then and not as the 501c3 Water Foundation? I'm just for clerical purposes. Is there a reason why it's under the chamber and not under the nonprofit?
Yeah, there we go. I am not sure why it was put that way because we had changed it to the Water Foundation and all of the ads and all of the information. It's a simple clerical change. We can make that adjustment.
Yeah, that would be a clerical error. I was just basing it off of the previous application that was in 2023. It was very slimmed down and there wasn't much of a resolution record for that. So that's what I'm happy to provide and try to make today.
I think just for transparency.
Yeah, I can work with Nora to make that change. I think we started as the chamber and then switched over to the Water Foundation when we were trying to partner with the elementary school for water stuff and for the Mound House and all of the water things we were doing. So
perfect.
Happy to make that change.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I got a motion by Councilor King, seconded by Councilor McLean. If there's no other discussion, Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor McLean?
Aye.
Councilor Link?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Motion carries 4-0 with Vice Mayor Safford abstaining. Brings us to item I, which is resolution 26-166, FDOT memorandum of agreement, maintenance services. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the mayor to execute maintenance agreement number BEK14 FM number 432-729-1-78-19 between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, for mowing, litter removal, and mechanical sweeping maintenance services along State Road 685, authorizing the mayor to execute any further documents, including renewals necessary to effectuate the agreement, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Will?
Yes, sir. Services will include large and small machine mowing, manual weed control, litter removal, mechanical sweeping as detailed in attachment A, locations and prices in attachment B, specifications. The agreement provides FDOT compensation to the town of $7,990.35 annually for a total of $23,971.05 over the 3-year initial term with no matching funds required by the town. Any of your questions?
Councilor McLean, any questions for Will?
No, I have no questions.
Councilor Link?
No questions.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Are we going to make any money on this or lose any money or break even or what are we thinking here?
Jeff says we may make a little bit of money, but I'll wait and see.
Jeff?
Come on up, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
That was my question. Is the goal to break even, goal to make money?
Yeah, it's pretty minimal when it comes to what we have to do. It's nothing major. It's if there's litter on there, we'll go sweep it early morning once in a while if it looks like it needs it to get the sand and the debris off. And then we just cut that corner, which actually they made it smaller now with the bus lane on the other side of the bridge on Main Street there. If you're going out off the bridge, it's on the left-hand side where that bench is and the stoplight. We trim that. That's about all that's involved. So it takes very minimal staff time to do.
Would, I hate to say the H word, but if there was a weather event, that we responsible for cleaning up afterwards as well?
I think any major event, we'd probably have a declaration. That would probably be to an emergency fund. But yeah, I mean, on the bridge, it doesn't get terrible. I mean, we probably clean it up as best we can anyway for traffic coming on and off, just for emergency services too.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, before you run off, you didn't say your name. Just say your name for the record. So.
Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director,
Thanks.
for the record.
Counselor King?
No questions. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. Public comment. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there a discussion or motion for Resolution 26-166 FDOT Memorandum of Agreement for Maintenance Services?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor McLean,
Second.
second by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
And Counselor Link?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item J, Resolution 26-169, the CHNEP ILA Grant Approval Engineering for Stormwater Projects. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement between Charlotte County on behalf of the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership, CHNEP, and the Town of Fort Myers Beach for services supporting CHNEP's comprehensive conservation and management plan, including the associated work assigned for the stormwater evaluation and improvement project for Focus Area 15 Indian Bayou and Focus Area 16 Ibis Street for an estimated project cost of $200,000 and providing an effective date. Will?
Thank you, sir. The town is seeking professional engineering services to evaluate performance of existing stormwater management in the areas you identified, Indian Bayou and Ibis Street, as identified in the town's 2025 vulnerability assessment and adaptation plan, and to develop engineering solutions to reduce flooding and improve water quality and minimize pollutant transport into coastal waters and enhance resilience. An estimated project cost of $200,000. The services performed under this work are funded through the Chinook grant funds administered by Charlotte County. Pursuant to Section 3 of this agreement, Charlotte County shall pay all invoices on behalf of Chinook from Chinook funds, such that the town of Fort Myers Beach will incur no cost to the town under this agreement on the associated work assignment. And I do have Chad here to talk more details if necessary.
Counselor King, any questions?
I was just mesmerized by Chad's bright shirt. No, I have no questions. I sit on the Chenep board as the council liaison. I was proud to approve it earlier this year.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Now, so this is a pass-through. It's kind of a win-win for both of us, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Counselor Link?
No questions.
Counselor McLean?
No questions.
I do not have any either. Pretty straightforward. Public comment? Seeing no public comment, we will close public comment. Back to the council for discussion or a motion for Resolution 26-169 for Chenep ILA grant approval engineering for stormwater projects.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor McLean. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thanks for coming, Chad. Next is item K, Resolution 26-159, change order number 2, ITB-23-18-UT for Andrew Site Work LLC. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the town manager to execute change order number 2 to contract ITB-23-18-UT between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and Andrew Site Work LLC to add additional water and stormwater improvements needed to Carlos Drive and Seaview Street, including increasing the contract amount by $1,047,146.57 and providing for an effective date. Will?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The town is continuing our commitment to make necessary water and stormwater improvements for the benefit of all island residents, businesses, and visitors. Andrew Site Work has been engaged to construct the Tier 1 water and stormwater projects. To ensure cost effectiveness, this proposed change order will address roadway flooding and relocate existing water mains to accommodate the new storm piping on Carlos Circle, and provide potable water distribution to the adjacent property owners and include stormwater improvements intended to help alleviate flooding on Seaview Street. The Tier 1 water and stormwater improvements project is currently being funded with a combination of state revolving loan funds, hazard mitigation grant program funds, and state legislative appropriation, Lee County funds, and town funds. Staff has secured additional SRF funding for the change order number 2 expenses. Any of your questions?
Counselor King, any questions?
I'm sorry, the funding is coming from where?
Funding is coming from multiple sources, a combination of state revolving loan funds, hazard mitigation grant program funds, state legislation appropriation, Lee County funds, and town funds.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Safford?
That was my question. Thank you.
Counselor Link?
What was the last one you said, Will, after Lee County funds?
Town funds.
Thank you. That's all.
Counselor Link? Or, I'm sorry, McLean?
The other link.
Rough approximate percentage that the town is actually responsible for, the 200? Rough order.
Jeffrey, you might have that off in his notes. If not, we'll follow up. Go ahead.
So the funds will be coming out of the stormwater account first and foremost of the town funds. And there's, that is a self-contained fund, so that does not connect with the general fund at all. Town funds would only be used if, for whatever, we had to do something outside of the original project cost that we could not apply back to stormwater. So the general fund, town funds would sort of be like a contingency to a contingency. There's other main sources we would pull first.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Public comment? Seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion for resolution 26-159, change order number 2 for ITB-23-18-UT for Andrew site work. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor McLean. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item L. This is resolution 26-171, earth balance change order number 3 for dune plantings. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the town manager to execute change order number 3 to contract ITB-25-02-EN between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and Earth Balance Corporation to add 274 days to the deadline for completion of the contract, extending the completion date to December 31st, 2026 to align with the extended Florida Division of Emergency Management FDEM Local Agency Program Grant Agreement D1502 and providing for an effective date. Will?
Well, Chad is coming up. The funding necessary to complete, this funding is necessary to complete Estero Island Dune Planning Project under the extended contract term and is available through FDEM Local Agency Program Grant Delta 1502 and has already been appropriated by the Town Council, and this change order does not increase the total contract price. FDEM Local Agency Program Grant Agreement D1502 total contract price. FDEM Local Agency Program Grant Agreement D1502 has been extended with the new grant period of an end date of December 31st, 2026. For specifics on the dune planting project, if you have any questions, Chad can answer those.
Counselor McLean, any questions?
No questions.
Counselor Link?
None.
Vice Mayor Safford?
None.
And Counselor King?
I'm good.
I do not have any either. Chad, you got an easy day today. Look at that. Public comment. Seeing no public comment, we'll close it and come back to the council. Is there a motion or discussion for resolution 26-171, earth balance change order number 3 for dune plantings?
So moved, Mayor.
Got a motion by Counselor Link,
I'll second.
second by Counselor McLean. Any further discussion? Counselor Link?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item M, the resolution 26-164, First Amendment Amendment CUSI Agreement, a resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach approving a First Amendment to an agreement between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and Continental Utility Solutions, Inc. to increase the yearly total by $768 and to incorporate the town's contract addendum to the agreement, authorizing the town manager to sign the addendum amendment, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Will?
Thank you, sir. The town's utilities department has identified a continued need to enhance the CUSI, sometimes referred to by staff as CUSI, UB4 utility billing software as a service platform following its successful implementation. 2 additional components have been identified for addition to the existing agreement: the CWP third-party usage analytics, and the Neptune module and additional service location licenses. The total for adding these 2 is $768, and the funding source is the water fund.
All right. Counselor King, any questions?
Answered mine, thank you.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Answered mine.
Counselor Link?
I'm going to ask the question, what are the enhancements you're expecting to get? Is anyone able to speak to that?
Come on up, Jeff.
Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director for the record. The enhancements are just more data analytics. It ranged a little farther than what we were thinking as far as getting the information back. So we're going to add a couple more data locations, and that comes with licensing.
Great.
So-
Anything that the residents can benefit from?
No, it'll be the same. It'll just be a stronger signal and more data. that
Stronger
we can
signal.
get.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Counselor McLean?
No questions.
Thanks, Jeff. Public comment? Seeing no public comment, we'll close the council. Is there a motion or discussion for Resolution 26-164 for the First Amendment CUSI Agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Vice Mayor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item N, Resolution 26-165, Tidal Basin Second Amendment. This is a resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the Second Amendment to the agreement between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and Tidal Basin Government Consulting LLC, amending the agreement to incorporate additional Florida statutory references for contract compliance and community development block grant disaster recovery, CDBG DR, supplemental terms and conditions to ensure compliance with applicable law, state law, and U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD requirements, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Will?
This Second Amendment adds required federal and state compliance provisions that were missing in the original agreement. Following the First Amendment of February 19th, 2026, which exercised a renewal option and added the town's standard addendum, the town determined that services supporting its CDBG-DR award, not yet in place at the time of original solicitation, fall within the agreement's existing disaster recovery and mitigation scope. Because the agreement lacked the contract provisions required by Lee County as the granting agency and HUD as the funding agency for CDBG-DR funded work, the amendment incorporates those provisions. There's no financial impact. This amendment adds required compliance provisions only and does not alter the agreement's scope of services, term, or compensation.
Counselor McLean, any questions?
I have none.
Counselor Link?
None.
Vice Mayor Safford?
None.
Counselor King?
Nothing.
I do not either. Public comment? Seeing no public comment. Is there any further discussion or motion for Resolution 26-165, Tidal Basin Second Amendment?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor McLean, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item O. This is Resolution 26-158, Access Infrastructure LLC, STA number 2. This is a resolution of the Town Council, the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving supplemental task authorization, STA number 2, with Access Infrastructure, Inc., in the amount not to exceed $220,000 retroactive to April 1st, 2026 for a cumulative total of payment for services under RFQ 24-26-AD to close out the fiscal year 2026 for the continuation of planning services, authorizing the town manager to sign STA number 2 and providing for an effective date. Will?
Thank you, sir. The STA is a continuation of the original contract for the services for the remainder of fiscal year 2026, retroactive to April 1st, 2026, such as technical support, GIS, and special project management. The action is necessary for the continuation of services with the total expenditure of $195,000.00, retroactive to May 1st, 2025, added to the RFQ 20-24-26-AD. The total expenditure will be funded through the general fund. Any of your questions?
Counselor King,
Answered, thank you.
Vice Mayor Safford,
That answered it. Thank you.
Counselor Link,
No questions.
Counselor McLean.
No questions.
I have none either. Public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion for resolution 26-158 for Access Infrastructure LLC STA number 2.
I'll move it.
Got a motion for Counselor McLean
And I'll second.
and a second from Counselor Link. Any further discussion? Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item B or P, that's resolution 26-170, Coastal Engineering Consultants, STA number 5, beach project permit required activities. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the town manager to execute supplemental task authorization number 5 of contract RFQ-24-06-AD between the town and Coastal Engineering Consultants, Inc. for permit required shorebird monitoring and tilling coordination services associated with the Estero Island 2026 truck haul project for a cost of $7,010 and providing for an effective date. Will?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the town applied for and is receiving state funding for Hurricane Ian recovery for the purchase, transport, and placement of sand to offset impacts by filling scour holes and rebuilding emergency berms on Estero Island through the Estero Island 2026 truck haul project. Permits from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the United States Army Corps of Engineers require shorebird monitoring, agency coordination, and compaction testing throughout the beach tilling associated with the Estero Island 2026 truck haul project. Permit required activities are eligible for grant reimbursement from FDEP, Lee County, and FDEM grants. The town would be responsible for up to approximately 15% of a special tax, of a STA number 5 cost, which equals $1,051.50 from the general fund.
Counselor King?
No questions.
Vice Mayor Safford?
This is required by by FWC, isn't it?
FWC wasn't listed in here, but Chad, please go ahead.
Hey everyone, Chad Schutz, environmental staff. Yes, sir. So FWC via via FDEP, who's the regulatory agency. So FWC gives them comments and then FDEP tells us what to do.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Link?
No questions.
Counselor McLean?
No questions.
I have nothing either. Thanks, Chad. Public comment? All right, seeing none, is there any discussion or a motion for resolution 26-170 for Coastal Engineering Consultants STA number 5 beach project permit required activities?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Counselor Link has made the motion. Counselor McLean has seconded. Any further discussion? Counselor Link?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
I am an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously.
Mayor,
Yes.
the next item is a hearing, and there's going to be presentations by both parties as well as myself. Could we take a 5-minute break?
I'd be happy to. Yes, we'll take a break and we'll come back at 3:15. Is that
Thank
enough
you.
time?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
got it.
It was quite a stretch.
We're on a roll there for a while.
We need a stretch.
Yeah.
7th inning stretch.
We need a fan.
I said, can we stay?
Sure.
Take me out.
I haven't looked yet, but thank you.
Yes.
I know you've been pumping them out. and I appreciate
You got it? How about I sign them right now? Oh, okay. Oh. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. It is now 3:17. Our next agenda item is item Q, a motion to dismiss second renewed building appeal. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach approving or denying a motion to dismiss filed by Zachary W. Lombardo Esquire on behalf of Todd R. Plaisted as trustee for the Todd R. Plaisted Trust of a second renewed administrative appeal building permit number 242333/ and number 234477 for 21391 Widgeon Terrace, filed by Himmelstein Associates LLC, Robert Himmelstein and Stephanie Himmelstein, providing for an effective date. Nancy?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an administrative appeal that has been filed by Mr. Himmelstein Associates LLC, Robert Himmelstein, and Stephanie Himmelstein collectively. They are represented today by Shai Osiri, and there is a pending motion to dismiss that has been filed by Zach Lombardo. I just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of kind of what the arguments are going to be and what they're not going to be. This is an administrative appeal that has been pending since roughly 2023. It has gone through a lot of reviews and a lot of discussions. In the effort to be efficient and try to resolve this matter, we have actually split the appeal into two sections. The first section, which we would like to present to you today, is the procedural components of this appeal. Based on your decision on the procedural issues, we may or may not proceed to the actual merits of the appeal itself. I do want to direct your attention to page 726 of your agenda materials, and there you'll find actually on 725 is the beginning of the staff report, but on 726 is a listing of all the attachments. And I have conferred with both attorneys. There does not appear to be any objection to including specifically on the record that all of these items, these attachments, are part of the record of this this appeal that is before you. So before we get started on the actual arguments, I would be asking if there would be a motion to accept the attachments to the agenda into the record.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Lyler, seconded by Councilor McLean. Any discussion? I'm an aye. Councilor McLean. Aye. Councilor Link.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford.
Aye.
Councilor King.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And at this point, I'll just defer to Mr. Lombardo.
Thank you very much. Again, Zach Lombardo for the record here on behalf of the property owner, Todd Plaisted of the Plaisted Trust, the property owner here. We filed a motion to dismiss this building permit appeal for lack of standing. This is part of what I'll call a larger saga of disputes between these neighbors, but today we're focused on the building permits for the pool that has since been constructed. The building permit appeal should be dismissed because they filed the wrong process. They've appealed to the wrong tribunal. As a result, it's untimely. But at the head here, it's all about standing. And I keep emphasizing it's a building permit appeal because there seems to be an unnecessary amount of confusion in this record about what kind of thing this is. But if we look at the appeal, it's in your record. You've moved to include it into the record. It asks for these building permits to be revoked. I have a hard time understanding how this could be anything other than a building permit appeal because the end of the day question that you're being asked is to revoke building permits, which reminds me of a fake Florida aphorism. You can paint a pelican pink, but it's not a flamingo. So we have to be aware of what kind of thing we're doing here, because when we are aware of that, your code provides all of the answers. If you have a building permit appeal, your code in 680 states that if you would like to appeal it, you follow that process. That was not the process followed by appellants. Appellants didn't follow this process by their own response to my motion because they acknowledge they are not one of the parties withstanding to follow that process. Only the building owner can file an appeal under 680. So what appellants are here before you today saying is because we couldn't follow that process, you should allow us to use this other process, the process in 3486 of your code. That's a general appellate standard for zoning administrative actions. That can't possibly be the result here, and I'm going to walk you through why that can't be the result in this case. 3486 applies to a very specific set of appeals, including impact fees, including concurrency determinations, including historic preservation. So it's doing a lot of work in your code. What it's not doing is addressing building permit issues. And the reason why this matters, and the reason why appellant's interpretation is somewhat dangerous, is what they're saying is if someone doesn't have an appellate remedy, they can use this section to appeal anyway. So let's shift gears for a second. If this were a code enforcement case, according to your code and according to Florida statute, who can appeal that? Aggrieved parties. If you're not an aggrieved party, under appellant's argument, you could say, well, we don't have a process, so that means we can use 3486 and we can appeal it anyway. And so what I'm suggesting is that there's no way to read appellant's argument without concluding that all sorts of things in your code are appealable by, frankly, anyone. There's no standing requirements. If there's a building permit on the other end of the island and you want to appeal it, 3486. If there's a code enforcement case and you're not really the defendant or you're not really a neighboring property owner, but you just don't feel this was handled right, you can appeal it under 3486. Respectfully, I don't think your code says that anywhere in it. And so I was somewhat surprised to see the response to the motion to dismiss say that they agreed with me that they don't have standing under 680, and that's why they're going under 3486. In my motion and my reply, I've provided case law to give you what you need to see that your ordinances should be read by their plain meaning. Their plain meaning is very simple. 3486 states that if any ordinance or other regulation or provision in your code provides a different appellate procedure, 3486 doesn't apply. 680 does that. So I know this is a lot of code citing, and this is probably a more technical appeal than is typical, but it's important because at the end of the day, the question is, when do disputes stop? What are the points and who are the parties to these various disputes? Here, as you know, and as identified in your executive summary, there was a variance associated with this pool. It was heavily challenged by appellants. It went to LPA twice. It went to you all twice. It went to the circuit court. It went to the district court of appeal. The variance stands today, and it has been challenged as far as anything can possibly be challenged. Now we're shifting to the building permit, and we're going to go through the same process, except what I would suggest is that there was an appellate remedy for the variance that the appellants used. Here, there is no appellate remedy, and I want to just put into the record, even though you've accepted it, what 680 says specifically. In 680C, it states that the appellant can be the owner of such building or structure or his duly authorized agent. That's who may file the appeal. Appellant does not argue with that. Their position is that's correct. We're not any of those people, and that's why we'd like to appeal under 3486. And so what I want to close with, and I want to reserve a right to respond to any arguments that come up that are separate from what I've raised here, but what I want to point out is there's a difference between process and standing. And it matters whether or not a party has standing here. And it matters for all kinds of reasons: property rights, certainty in the town, understanding who can do what, understanding when disputes can end. And so here, your code's clear. If you interpret 3486 to mean that anybody who doesn't have standing can show up and just file a new appeal and come to you all, you're talking about floodplain appeals, code enforcement appeals, building permit appeals, all kinds of interesting things that have not been thought of yet, because I would suggest that to date, I don't think anyone's argued to you before that 3486 applies when someone doesn't have standing. So I would appreciate your review of this. I'd appreciate you dismissing this appeal. And I want to assure you that there are plenty of ways for this process to work through. In fact, as we're standing here today, appellants have sued my clients in circuit civil court as to this project in a way that is unrelated to this. So I assure you, and I am confident, that this dispute is going to be fought to the bitter end, but this is not part of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Shai Ozeri, Hartzell Ozeri, PA, on behalf of the Himmelsteins. I want to just, before I get into the argument, make a few quick corrections, because in the placed reply, the reply twice states that we have conceded standing. We have not conceded standing. What we argue, and I think what the parties agree on, is that Section 680, by its plain text, applies only to the owner of a property. That's part of our argument. That's not a concession. However, 3486 does apply, and Himmelsteins have a right to file this appeal. I do want to note as well that the first time the word standing is mentioned in the briefing by the Plastids is in their reply brief. It's actually not even found in the initial motion to dismiss, because this is not about standing. This is about whether Himmelsteins can file this appeal. Standing is to be presented as reflected by the town attorney's memorandum when the appeal is presented on the merits. So again, the town attorney's memorandum has now confirmed the point, stating that Himmelstein has a right to file an appeal. And further, standing is an issue for the town council or special magistrate to determine when an appeal is presented. Not today, not on the motion to dismiss. And I want to also quickly address the way that this is being framed, two competing code provisions, as it's being argued, 680, 3486. We don't go to 680 first and then try to squeeze it into 3486. 3486 is the default procedure. They could not invoke that. Therefore, they're not going around that to get to 3486. They're going to 3486 first, and that's where they stay. That's where this appeal lies. So to jump into the argument now, 680 doesn't apply. It applies when a building official shall reject or refuse to approve the mode or manner of construction, materials to be used, things of that nature. These are technical construction code determinations that are adverse to an owner or the builder. This is the classic dispute between a permit applicant and the building official over the methods, materials, code interpretation for which the code provides an owner-initiated appeal. That's the situation for 680. That's the substance of 680. This appeal is entirely different. The Himmelsteins appeal alleges that a town administrative official erred in issuing a permit in reliance upon a survey that misrepresents the unit boundaries established by the recorded condominium plat, thereby understating the impervious surface coverage in violation of section 614, the code's 67% impervious surface limitation, to the direct detriment of the adjoining property owners, the Himmelsteins. 680 has no language that applies to that appeal. Section 3486 does. That is, again, the general rule. The town attorney's memorandum describes it as the default procedure. We agree. It's broad by design, and it provides that this council will hear and decide appeals where it is alleged that there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, interpretation, determination, or action of any administrative official charged with the administration and enforcement of the provisions of this code. Any error, any administrative official. And importantly, there's no limitation on who may bring that appeal. Again, subsection A1B, which is being argued by the Plastids, is the exception, not the general rule. It removes the appeal from this council only where there's a specific code provision which provides a different appellate procedure. As explained, 680 does not apply to this appeal. No different appellate procedure exists for this appeal. Certainly an ordinance that provides these appellants, the Himmelsteins, no procedure at all, cannot be the different appellate procedure, thereby removing it from 3486. And if we examine the Plastids' arguments, the case law they cite in support actually supports the Himmelsteins' position. For example, the City of Miami versus Gabella, the quote is, if the plain language of the ordinance is unambiguous, we are required to apply its plain meaning and are without power to construe it in a way which would modify, limit, or extend those expressed terms. So with that in mind, the Plastids are asking that this council do two prohibited things at once. Number one, impermissibly limit section 3486 by writing in a restriction on who may appeal that the drafters never put there. And second, to impermissibly extend section 680 to reach a dispute it plainly does not describe. This result would be that an erroneously issued building permit could never be appealed by anyone in any forum in the town. Florida law does not permit a reading that produces an absurd result, nor permit nullifying an entire section of the town code. Finally, this appeal was filed properly and on the town's instructions. The second renewed appeal was filed on December 13th, 2024, the 24th day of the 30-day window. It was emailed directly to the town clerk and to the town attorney. The clerk's office acknowledged it with an auto reply that same day, acknowledged receipt. It was reserved in February of 2025 at the town's request. We followed the code and the town's instructions, and on November 15, 2024, one of the correspondents from the town, which is actually attached to the appeal itself, states, if you would like to continue with the appeal, we will work on scheduling the appeal before the town's special magistrate. That's exactly what we did. We continued the appeal, we filed it with the town, we relied on the town's instruction on how to proceed. The bottom line is that the Himmelsteins followed the code here. They filed it properly, they filed it timely. The Placed's position is that under no circumstances can an adjacent property owner ever appeal a building permit in this town, and that's plainly not the case. No matter how egregious the error is, the neighboring property, no matter how affected they would be from this erroneous permit, they could never appeal it. The plain language of section 3486 provides for this appeal. The town memorandum corroborates that. Again, it states that the Himmelsteins have a right to file the appeal and redirects the inquiry to whether the Himmelsteins can demonstrate a special injury sufficient for standing, which again is to be determined when the full appeal, the merits are presented. As such, we ask that you deny the motion and set this appeal on the merits, for hearing on the merits. And should this council desire or be inclined to refer this to the special magistrate, we would happily agree and stipulate to transfer this to the special magistrate without conceding any of the points that we've made today. Thank you.
If I may briefly respond, since it mischaracterized a portion of my argument.
Yes.
The appellants are stating that places are asking you to engage in some sort of prohibited action by extending these interpretations. We're simply reading the code. 3486 doesn't apply if there's another section that applies. 680 applies. It's very simple. And I think that what is making this sound less simple is the town has no obligation to create administrative remedies for this particular sort of concept. And so does this mean that a property owner has no recourse at all? No. We have a court system for that. We have an entire process for this. And so the town today, by granting this motion to dismiss, is not saying that these property owners have nothing they can do. What they're saying is 680, which is the controlling appellate section, does not provide this remedy to these property owners. And if that's not the case, my suggestion to you is you have a serious interpretive issue with the rest of your appeals, including code enforcement and floodplain appeals, which I think can be addressed. And as to the magistrate part, and I'll stop after this, 3486 is an appeal to town council. It is not an appeal to the magistrate. That's the whole point here. 680 is to the magistrate. So I don't understand how you could deny the motion to dismiss and then send us to the magistrate. If we're going to town council, then we're going to town council, and we will have this appeal here about whether or not this building permit should be revoked, because again, that's the request, based on the arguments of the appellants. But my suggestion is we don't have to get into all of this legal gymnastics, because your code's very clear. 680 is what deals with building permits. And I'm going to go on a limb here and disagree a little bit with your town attorney here, because when we talk about what's the general catch-all for appeals, your land development code is organized into chapters, and at the very top, there's the administration section. In that section, there is no reference to how general appeals work. And I point this out because in some of these subsections, like impact fees and historic preservation and concurrency, those are not, when they get to the appellate section, they point down to 3486 in zoning and say, use that procedure. But building and floodplain have their own appellate procedures. And so to suggest that somehow there's a catch-all provision at the bottom of the code, and it doesn't make sense as to why you have these specific provisions and impact fees, concurrency, and historic preservation. And so we believe in the written documents we provide a clear understanding of your code, and that of the two interpretations, this one leads to less absurd results, because this section does a lot of work in the rest of your code. There are plenty of things that can be appealed under this. But at the end of the day, you're not taking a remedy from anybody. It's just you're not expressly providing an administrative remedy, and you don't have to do that.
If I may briefly just clarify something. There's no interpretation needed our argument is that the ordinance itself is very clear. Section 3486 says any error, any administrative official. It is, you don't have to interpret anything. You don't have to add anything to that. It is plain, unambiguous. Secondly, the jurisdiction is with the town council. And I just want to be clear that by offering to stipulate the transfer to the special magistrate, we're not conceding anything other than that. This jurisdiction is here. However, if the town council is inclined to then transfer that to the magistrate, we would agree to that. And finally, in terms of the way that this permit is being characterized as solely a building permit, the town attorney's memo actually describes it as both a horizontal and vertical view. Horizontal being more land use and zoning, and vertical being more specifics of the construction, more of the what you would think of a building permit. So the permit that's being issued here is actually not so clear in one pot or the other. It's actually sort of a hybrid because of the reviews that are necessary, including zoning for setbacks, for pervious space, impervious surface area. So I would argue, and I would push back a little bit on this being just some simple building permit. There's a lot more to that, which is why zoning has to conduct a review prior to its issuance as well. Thank you.
Nancy?
Well, I would just add that this is the first time that your ordinance is coming before you on these two particular sections of your code, which apparently there is a gray area as to how to characterize which appeal is appropriate. The amendment that was made to the review of the building official decisions, that was made at a time where initially the appeals of our building officials went to the Lee County Board of Adjustment and Appeals. And that was during the time where the town was moving forward with its building official identifying properties in the town that needed to be demolished because of the unsafe character of the structures as a result of Hurricane Ian. We were not aware that the contract, the interlocal agreement between the town and Lee County had expired back in 2018. There had been no appeals of building officials, so there was no reason to suspect that that agreement had expired, yet it had. And so town council moved very quickly with an emergency ordinance directing all building official appeals, which at that time it looked like they would primarily be demolition permits or requests, to the special magistrate to allow that process to proceed. Thereafter, we did adopt the ordinance with a first reading and a second reading, and shortly thereafter in December is, I believe, when this appeal was filed, which meant that the ordinance itself had changed, and I believe it was the intent of the town council to direct appeals of the building official to the special magistrate. And for that reason, there was correspondence regarding that process at that time. So fast forward, this one kind of got filed at the very last minute when the change had occurred. So I think that that contributes to some of the perhaps confusion or disagreement as to which process applies. If you recall, those of you that were present at the time, there was a lot of debate from some of our residents concerning who can file an appeal of a building official decision. And for that reason, Becky and myself, we did provide you with a short memorandum on the issue of standing. It is our position that anybody can file, but that doesn't mean that they have standing. And standing is what would be the basis for the denial because of the lack of standing. But if someone wants to file an appeal, they could file an appeal procedurally, but they're not going to really get their day in court because of the standing issue, which you have to show special injury and whatnot. So today, I think that we're really looking for a decision from you so we can try to move this matter forward. I think you have basically three options. The first is to approve the motion to dismiss. And as your counsel, the reason that you've heard argument from both counsels as well as the material in the agenda, that this is not the correct forum for it, that it should be directed to the special magistrate rather than to you as town council in the form of an administrative appeal, that the issue of standing, that is also a reason at this point, I believe, to approve the motion to dismiss. And also briefly, there was reference made to a variance. And in my materials, or my response, I provided my thoughts that it appears that this is somewhat of a collateral attack on the variance, which was approved by you, which was approved by a circuit court judge, which was then approved by a appellate court judge as being properly granted, the survey being based on, the variance being based on a survey, which was then subject to other challenges and attacks, which is all set forth in your agenda materials. So I think if you want to approve the motion to dismiss, I think you could, based on those three reasons. You could also deny the motion to dismiss for the reasons set forth by Mr. Osiri, and set the date for a hearing on the motion itself, on the merits of the appeal. And your third option would again be to grant the motion to dismiss, and they could then go to the special magistrate. They could, quote, transfer it to the special magistrate, at which point he would make a determination as to whether or not he had jurisdiction and whether or not the parties had standing. So that's kind of how I see the issue going forward. My request would be that we come to some kind of decision so that the parties can review their rights and discuss with their clients and take whatever next step is necessary.
If I may just ask
Sure.
a brief question, Nancy, I believe you said if they would grant the motion and then transfer, I think you meant denial.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just
Yes,
wanted to
deny.
make sure it's clear.
But they would deny the motion. Whether or not they have the authority to actually, quote, transfer is a subject that is debatable. But nevertheless, anyone can file, and whether or not you have the ability to have standing before the magistrate, whether he believes he has jurisdiction or not, that's another day.
So Nancy, just a quick question. So if, say we were to dismiss this, then that would bypass the special magistrate part of it, and they could choose to take it on to higher courts?
Yes, I believe that there would be probably an appeal of your decision. Quite candidly, I think that the parties are at odds with each other, and whatever you were to decide, and most likely there would be an appeal, which is fine. They're entitled to their day in court. They do have other remedies available to them to try to resolve this.
Well, I'll save my comments. See if there's any questions. John, do you have any questions? We're allowed to ask questions, correct? Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
John, do you have any questions for either of the counselors?
So what I'm hearing is that this is basically, the dispute is based on a believed error by a building official that has come through LPA and council multiple times, and then has also been moved to a court of law and then further appealed from that. Is that a fair characterization?
That is the variance that has gone through that procedural route.
Right.
However, when the building permit was applied for, that building permit was dependent on the variance having been approved. And the variance is dependent on a survey, which is primarily the substantive part of the appeal.
Just something relevant to your question. survey that is intended to have errors. Now, the other side will say that the survey does not have errors.
Understood.
Right? The error that arose and the disciplinary action from the state surveying board, that information was not available at the time in which the petition for writ of certiorari was filed. So it's not that the issue we're bringing up now has already been ruled upon, because it has not. That information is new, and that's part of the basis here. Let me take that one step further. I don't know if this is working.
As long as the green light turns on. If it's not,
It did.
it's probably dead now.
Can only take so much.
Was mine on for that?
Yeah, I think you will.
Just to go over the full panoply of disputes here, I agree with that characterization that at the time of the variance, that information was not known. But there's one more dispute beyond this one. After that information was learned, and this thing's really hot, I don't know if you want to turn it down a little bit, but after that information was learned, they submitted another request for reconsideration that isn't this appeal at all. And so that, I assume, is going to have to come to you too. That's not this. And so there are three challenges before you. There's the variance, which was litigated to the end. There's this, the building permit appeal. And then there's a third reconsideration that has not even hit your desk yet. It's hit your staff's desk, but it hasn't hit your desk yet. And so this information, I would not characterize as being, I just want to make that distinction, because we're going to have to do that too. And so what we're asking for, and I know it sounds like what my client is doing is asking for a very parsimonious read on this, but because there are so many disputes here as to this one issue, I think it is critical that the code be very carefully applied in each case here. And so to that question of where are we in this dispute, we're in what I would call tranche 2 of 4, because as I mentioned in my argument, there's a civil lawsuit that's already been filed in the circuit court about this pool that is in addition to all of this. So there are 4 disputes going on about this. 3 of them are before you. 1 of them we can call resolved, and that's the variance. This one, the request for reconsideration based on that survey issue. But what I want to note, and you have this in your records, is after that was done, my client's surveyor redid the survey. It was submitted to the town, and you all issued a screen cage permit based on that variance. And that was not appealed by the other side here. And so, when we talk about where are we in this dispute, it's getting so intermeshed that at a certain point, what would be helpful is just to draw a line in the sand here. And that's what we're asking for here, is your code provides 2 options here. They didn't follow the correct option. And that's not, amazingly, that's not going to stop this dispute at all. We are going to litigate this thing for the foreseeable future. But that doesn't mean that we need to have another appeal about this building permit. And I would agree with the characterization that this is a collateral attack.
I just want to be very careful that we're not lumping in lots of different factual and legal disputes across different actions into this. That's not what we're here about. Yes, the parties may be the same. Yes, there might be an issue that's common, but they're not the same legal issue. They're not even the same factual issues in some cases. What's before the council today is whether or not 3486 applies. And I would note that it states specifically in plain, the language is plain and clear. The town council will hear and decide appeals where it is alleged there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, interpretation, determination, or action of any administrative official charged with the administration and enforcement of the provisions of this code. That's what we're here for. And so I understand that there's a lot of talk about the variance and things of that nature. Right now, it's simply whether we can file the appeal. The town memo corroborates our position. We can file the appeal. Standing is the proper inquiry. I think standing is what we're all kind of, looking at here. That's for another day. Whether my clients can show that they have a special injury above that of the general public, that's for another day. But here, the language of the code is clear. It's unambiguous. Florida law requires that you apply that code without extending it, without limiting it.
And it's also clear that you need to use the entire code. That code section has an exception, and the exception states that it does not apply if there's any ordinance or other regulation or provision of this code which provides a different appellate procedure. 680 does that. And so I don't understand how we can ignore that exception. I am asking for the same thing. Read the code as written so we can move forward here. I only addressed those other cases because there was a contention that somehow it matters that the surveyor was found to be in violation of some regulations post the variance appeal.
So I would be remiss if I did not point out to council that your staff did review the initial survey and its mistakes. We did attempt to get a surveyor hired by the town to review it. We were unable to obtain one in a timely manner. And thereafter, the Placids, through Mr. Lombardo, filed a new survey, and I believe staff reviewed it and found that there were no issues that would impact the decision. So I would like to go ahead on the record, if I could, ask one of our planners just to make sure that I stated that correctly.
Just for the record, I would object to that. I think we're going into the merits of the appeal now, and I think that's problematic. And the way that this was noticed and had been discussed prior was that we're not going into the merits of the appeal, because I could also provide my position on why I believe that the survey is wrong, but then we're going down the merits, right? That's not the decision for today. That's what the town memo says, that that's not the decision for today. So
that is a true statement, but it's very difficult to keep the issues separated. As you can see, they're all somewhat intertwined, and the intent today was to simply focus on the procedural components, but I didn't want you to leave thinking that staff did not do an adequate review, because they did.
I guess I would tend to agree with you to the point of this is what we're here tasked to do. I agree with you, Nancy, as well. There's a lot of things intertwined. I think there's other jurisdictions that are going to hear all this stuff. It sounds like you're going to take this as far as you can take it. But I agree with you that the code is the code. And if you're going to apply the code, you have to apply the entire code. Oftentimes we see plans up here where people that want something apply just a section of the code because it meets their narrative, but they don't look at the entirety of the code. So I agree with you. I tend to side on your side when it comes to the entirety of the code and how it reads, at least my interpretation of the code. So I would be on your side to dismiss this appeal, but I'm looking to my fellow counselors for their input. That's my 2 cents on, because I do want to keep it separate, because I agree with you that all that other stuff, surveys and hearings and appeals, that people that have gone to school for a long time to be able to work through that, judges will solve that. We're here to talk about the code, and I agree with you that I think the code in its entirety supports your argument today.
Mayor, I would, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I would have to say I'm leaning in your direction as well. I'm leaning to making a motion to approve that the motion be dismissed, to dismiss, I should say. Yeah, I think as well, the code needs to be looked at in its entirety.
You're making that as a motion?
Well, I support that.
Oh,
So
okay.
if anyone else has discussion, I can make it as a motion, and then we will discuss it. I will make the motion then. I would like to make a motion to approve the motion to dismiss because of the wrong body. And I think standing comes into that as well, whether that's debatable at this point or not. I think it's the standing issue.
I will second
lacks
for
standing.
discussion. Councilor McLean, I guess I kind of jumped over. You were quite finished or not?
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I agree with the characterization that you put it as what we're being asked to do. But I do believe that the entire code needs to be taken into account. And I would support a motion to dismiss, and I would not support moving that towards our special magistrate.
Vice Mayor Safford.
So if we do with this motion, what's next for?
This goes away.
This goes away.
and all of the other remedies still are in play.
That is correct, because the motion to dismiss would dismiss the appeal on procedural grounds before this body, so there would be no reason to hear the merits, which would go into the survey issues.
There's a reason I didn't go to law school.
But there are
No
other,
offense.
there are other mechanisms,
Right.
right? And they're being pursued.
I want to make sure that he has other avenues. He does. Is that Nancy? That's a direct question to you.
Well, I can't give legal advice
Well-
to them as far as what their appeal rights are, but
Right. I think that the town attorney is saying, I mean, she can't tell you whether we're going to appeal or tell me whether we should appeal. I think she's implying that an appeal would take place. I would just note that a decision based upon whether or not the council thinks there are other remedies would be inappropriate.
No,
Fair enough.
good question.
Okay.
I'm basing my
So
decision
without the
based on.
remedies, though, it still goes down to whether or not the entirety of the land development code is being, that's the thought process that we have.
Counselor King?
I guess I would like a little clarity around 34-86 because it says the town council will hear and decide appeals where it's alleged there is an error, but I haven't heard where the error was.
Yeah, the error, which is contained in the appeal itself, is that the building permit was issued upon a faulty and incorrect survey. So for example, the issue of how much impervious surface is allowed. If the lot size is now bigger, right, you can say that there's more pervious surface and therefore your percentage, your 67 required percentage, is you're meeting that when you might not be meeting that if you had a smaller lot, right, depending on the survey, or even the setbacks for that matter.
But sorry to interrupt, but you're arguing with yourself. You essentially just said that we have to take this matter specifically about the appeal and not talk about this. But now you're saying that you're using something you don't want us to discuss as a reason why 3486 applies.
I was just providing examples because the council member asked for what the error was. If I'm going to answer that question, I have to, even if it's generally, I have to answer the question.
No, that's all right. I guess now I'm confused as to if there actually was an error. If the survey was provided to us, we made a ruling based on that, then we got another survey.
that is
I'm not
the
hearing an error.
merits.
That's going
If
back to the merits.
that would be the merits of their appeal.
I understand, but that's what the appeal is based on.
That is correct, but
So there's no error in my mind.
today they were not arguing whether or not there was an error on the survey. They're only
I'm just-
attempting to narrow the issue.
I'm just trying to understand 34-86, and that's what it says. I'm not hearing an error, is what I'm saying.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Do you want us to restate the motion, Nancy?
If you could, because I think Council Member McLean said that he did not want to transfer it, that he simply wanted a motion to approve the motion to deny.
Okay. Counselor Link, do you want to restate your motion?
Yes. I will make a motion to approve the motion to deny. To dismiss, I'm sorry, to dismiss.
Sorry.
I said to deny, yeah, to dismiss.
And I will renew my second to say, I will second the motion to dismiss without the, well, I can't really add to the motion, can I?
No, but I think earlier you said that for the reasons set forth in the motion.
Yes, I did. All right, motion and a second. Was that sufficient,
That is
Nancy?
sufficient,
Okay.
yes.
Got a motion and a second. If there's any further discussion?
So just to clear, since we've changed some language, it sounds like we're voting on a motion to dismiss.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor Counselor Link?
Approve. Aye.
I'm an aye. Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
And Counselor King?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Item R has been removed. So that brings us to final public comment. Yes.
Mayor,
Yeah.
we added the discussion of the proposed settlement.
I thought we were going to do that under your items, but we can do
Oh,
that
I'm
here if you
sorry.
want.
You're correct.
Okay.
That's right. That goes under town attorney. items.
Town attorney, yeah, okay. Then final public comment. Anyone? Anyone still here? All right, no public comment. We'll close public comment. Town manager items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to talk about the draft or the feedback that I received from the school district of Lee County on the draft ILA. My comments to them, our comments, I should say, staff and council's comments on the draft ILA. They reviewed those, incorporated many of our suggestions, and are providing some feedback on others. Basically, what comes down to the bottom line is what we received is they agreed to immediate property access to the property upon signing of the ILA. So that would give us a little bit more time to work on that from when it's signed. The only stipulation they added is some insurance documents, some insurance, I guess, proof, which is totally fine, and we would ask for that anyway. They also approved or acknowledged our request and integrated into the draft, expanding the time to work on the application from 120 days to our request of 12 months. So much more time for us on the extension there. And then for them to give us records for the school, they asked for 60 days as opposed to 30 that was in the original ILA. There are a couple of areas where I think we still have some work to do with them. It's going between staff negotiations back and forth. One is they push back on any changes or any additions to the usage of the property beyond that for educational purposes. Majority of that I think we can agree to, but we'd still like to discuss some of that with them. But more importantly, it's going to take a little bit more time. And thankfully, Becky Bose also reviewed this for us and wants to have some internal discussions again with us on what she's warning that there's several provisions, especially in the force majeure section here, which would be very difficult for the town when it comes to the 1-year reopening deadline. Doesn't clearly account for all measures, especially hurricane recovery, and it could let the school board reclaim the valuable property if the project hits the any foreseeable delays. She lists 7 risky provisions total, and really wants us to get together to work through those before agreeing to this draft ILA. I say all that just to say that we're still making progress in negotiating with the school district. I still feel strongly that we'll come to an agreement, and as we get ready to move into the committees to help us start working on the application, we still have a little bit of time to work through these details with the school district. So I feel comfortable with where we're at right now in the process. There's still some work to do, but we've got the right experts in place to do that. I'd like to talk about 2 more, the Bay Oaks irrigation and sod. Thanks to the Community Services Department, Jeff, and hard work of the team, they were able to negotiate with our contractor, that for doing our landscaping in the town, and got the cost of that down to an amount, around $230,000, which is what we have in the fund to fund that work. And I believe we'll be able to move forward with the irrigation and sodding of Bay Oaks Field in the very near future. I don't want to promise a specific timeline because there's still some details to work out, but just wanted to update the council that we're moving forward aggressively on that. 2 good things coming up that for the town here is Roar Offshore was purchased by a new owner, a gentleman by the name of Sean Torrente. He approached myself and the chamber with interest of bringing back Roar Offshore to Fort Myers Beach. And specifically for this year, he'd like to hold a single day, single class event this fall, and is wanted to meet with us to see what issues we might have, but also at the meeting were Lee County Sheriff's Office, Fire District officials, as well as some business leads from the town. I believe that it's very doable what he wants to do. There'll be very little impact to the town when it comes to a traffic disruption or any physical security concerns. I believe we worked through all of those during the meeting with our partners from the Sheriff's Office and from Fire District. And I believe even though we don't have a special event permit ready for approval at this time, what the owners of Aurora Offshore are looking for is, tentative consent, if you will, that if they meet all of the, requirements of ourselves and the Sheriff's Office and the Fire District specifically, that they'll be able to move forward with that. What they're looking for is just some kind of acknowledgement, which I gave them, that I think they meet all the requirements for an event. They want to start advertising without the risk of it being denied. I know I can't offer them that 100% because we don't know what the final special event permit was, but I just wanted to brief it here, make all of you aware so that they're comfortable. Okay. I'll come back to that, Jeff. Thanks. And then finally, we also had a meeting not long after that one. We had a meeting with Tom O'Riordan from Cars on Fifth and What's Up FMB and our emergency services partners. Had a couple of meetings, one here at Town Hall to talk through just some general ideas of what it is that if they were to agree to do an event here on the beach, what that might look like. The next week, we did a walk around with the Sheriff's Office, the Fire District, and the Cars on Fifth people through downtown Fort Myers Beach. So I'm updating the council so that you know that those discussions are ongoing, still moving forward. We're just hoping to keep Fort Myers Beach on their radar screen as a potential location as they're looking for other locations to do alternate events for Cars on Fifth. Back to the Bay Oaks irrigation and sod. Jeff reminded me, really what I needed to do was walk that on for approval since it's over my approval threshold of I'd like to ask to do that today so we can get moving with that project. It is who's our landscaping folks again? Sorry. Tidewater.
My name is Jeff Hauge, Community Service Director. Our contractor is Tidewater.
Tidewater. So it is underneath our Tidewater contract that we already have. And what's the exact amount?
STA, is it just a work
Yes.
order?
Yes,
Yes,
it's
You're
an
asking
STA.
for, and the amount is,
232.
32.5, I
okay,
think.
and the description you've already provided.
Yeah.
And we went through the bid process. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we went through the bid process already with the town-wide landscaping and irrigation contract that was bidded out. They won the bid, and so we're going with that contract and those pricing. So we already have vetted this out. It went through the whole bid process. Anybody could have bid on it on the town-wide landscaping and sod. So we did our due diligence on that end as well. So.
Go ahead, John.
I'm sorry, what was the total cost again?
232,000, I believe, 500.
Yeah, we need
Okay, coming from the general fund or?
Park impact fees.
Park impacts. Thank you.
So to keep the record keeping straight, you may want to authorize the town manager to go ahead and sign it and bring it back for ratification so you can actually see the terms and conditions and we can get it into the town clerk's records.
I concur with.
Okay, I will make a motion.
Wait.
Yeah, we'll
Was this
discuss it.
budgeted?
We'll discuss it. Yeah, I will make a motion to approve the town manager to execute the contract with Tidewater for $232,500 for the irrigation and sodding of Bay Oaks to be brought back to council for ratification at a future meeting.
Yes, and when it does come back to you, I will have the ability to give it a legal review.
Okay. There's a motion.
So my question
One
is,
second.
was,
Okay.
We're waiting for a comment here.
Well, we have to have a second and then discussion because there's a motion. So either someone can second it and we can have discussion, or nobody can second it and it dies.
I'll second it,
Okay.
and then Scott can have his
Okay,
turn.
we got a motion and a second for this. Go ahead, Scott.
okay, so thank you. But my question was this budgeted? We knew this was coming. We have funds already available.
Yeah, the park impact fees, we have funds in there right now. The reason we did it this way is because
That's not my question. My question was this budgeted? Was this in our fiscal year budget that we knew it was coming, that we had funds ready for it?
Well, it would be in impact fees, which is a separate fund outside of the general fund. My understanding is that they have multiple project budgets that are going on in there simultaneously.
Okay. So the funds are there.
Yes, sir.
That's the only question I had.
Good question. Any other discussion?
Not for me.
Got a motion and a second. There's no further discussion. I'm an aye. Counselor
Aye.
Link? Counselor McLean?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Town attorney items.
Okay, so this morning we added to the agenda a discussion of a proposed settlement agreement from White Sand Properties of Fort Myers Beach LLC and the town of Fort Myers Beach. I have a copy of that agreement and I will give each of you a copy and I will go through the entire agreement with you. It's very short.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Thank you.
And you can probably recuse yourself from the actual vote, but you can see it.
No, let's keep him in the dark.
It's public record. So the terms of the proposed settlement agreement, they're very straightforward. They basically eliminated the need to have a closed session where we would have focused more on strategy for the litigation itself and what costs would be to the town. So the draft agreement, basically, we start with paragraph 1, which is incorporating all the recitals, which just sets forth the background. Paragraph 2 is the actual settlement amount. The amount that's being offered is $150,000, bearing in mind that there has already been $50,000 paid for releases of various liens, and that is one of the issues in dispute in the litigation that has continued to drag on since 2022. So that would be a release of all the liens, pending fines, dismissal of the litigation, the agreement not to impose any further liens to the extent such as available remedy, including attorney fees and other costs by the parties, both sides, in pursuing the litigation. So the compliance is if White Sand fails to comply with the obligations of the payment of $150,000, and I'm sorry, I omitted that money would be paid by February 1st. Paragraph 3 provides that they would submit to the immediate filing of an agreed upon final judgment in the lawsuit and dismissal of the appeal, because right now there are 2 cases that are pending. What that boils down to is either White Sand would be providing you the money directly by February 1st of 2027, or we would proceed directly to the judge with an agreement that the lien amount that is due is $150,000, and we would continue to go through the court process with a sale of the property. The first $150,000 that was bid on the property would then be paid to the town. So it's somewhat of a pretty good guarantee that you would get your $150,000 on February 1st of 2027 or somewhere shortly thereafter. Following payment, we would actually record a copy of the satisfaction and release of the liens. We're going to waive defenses. They will waive defenses. We will release them from any liability. They will release us from any liability. And that is pretty much the rest of the agreement is just boilerplate settlement agreement language. But that is the primary terms. And if you agree to this, we'll go ahead and move forward with the settlement. If you feel like you would like to discuss strategy or potential liability to the town, then my request would be that you allow me to announce a executive session to be held on Thursday. So,
Well, I guess I'll defer to the council members that may not know a lot about what this is because they haven't been here. This has been going on for years. As to whether they feel it's necessary for them to have a shade meeting to discuss all the things that Nancy just talked about. I honestly don't even remember who's been, I know John has been on the council and I've been on the council.
I think
Way
it
up
was
there.
us,
Yeah.
you and I.
I can recall the meeting when John actually put forward a settlement number, and it was higher than this, but not.
Not all that, maybe 80,000, I think
it
more.
was something like that, as
Yeah.
I recall.
So Nancy, can I clarify, we'll get the 150,000 in addition to the 50,000 that's already been paid, correct?
yes, the 50,000 is a credit, but we will get 150,000 in cash.
And
So,
having,
so technically, the release or the satisfaction is 200,000.
and so that's not far off what I originally proposed as a settlement. And as I recall, our end was very shaky as far as proof of what, so I think this is a good all-around settlement for the town.
So if you guys feel that you need to,
I was in on these meetings, so
so
I'm
you're-
up to
you're up to
speed,
s- oh,
yes.
okay,
So
good.
I'm leaning in this direction. It would be up to John for you if you need more information. on
No,
what to
as I
discuss.
said, I was present and I remember them.
Okay.
yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards this has been going on a long time. I know, I'm sure this person wants to be done with this. It's holding up the development of that property, potentially, of something happening in a very popular spot of the beach. So yeah, I'm inclined to move forward with accepting this, to be done with it. At this point, how many years have we been in going after this over a dispute that neither side has really, in my opinion, neither side really has a lot of leg to stand on.
There's a lot of paperwork left.
Yeah, I think you would have been the only person on the council now that would have been here when it originally occurred, right? Or does it even precede you?
No, yeah, it was, I think I just came on council, but I think it initially started before I was on council, yes. So I think this precedes 2018. It's been going on and there was a lot of, for the public, maybe that doesn't know. We can discuss it, right? So we're not shading. Right?
Sure, you can discuss it.
It went to the acquisition of property from a gentleman that was working with another person on the island that that supposedly paid a payment, didn't pay a payment, couldn't find a payment. It's gone back to, I think, 2016 or 17. So, I mean, this has been
That was
going
the
on.
original code enforcement. That was the original code enforcement case in this matter, yes.
Yeah.
So do you want to, I'm sorry,
Go ahead, no.
do you want a motion on this or do you want consensus or?
I would be looking for a motion to authorize the mayor to sign the settlement agreement subject to legal sign off, just in the event that there's any type of last minute cleanup that we need to do, anything of a substantive nature, we would bring back to you. But the bottom line, the substance of it is the settlement amount and the payment date, as well as the filing of an agreed final judgment.
I would go ahead and move that the mayor sign the Fort Myers Beach Code Enforcement Settlement Agreement. Is that good enough? Or?
Yes, that
Thank
would
you.
be fine.
And I would second
Subject
that,
to
Mayor.
legal sign off. So if I have to correct
ma'am.
a typo or
You
something,
bet.
thank you.
So you got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Link.
Yes.
The only extra discussion I'd like to add is, not that I have to tell you, Nancy, but please make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed, so that this finally is taken care of and we don't have to ever worry about either side having to talk about this again.
Thank you.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Link?
Aye.
Counselor McLean?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries 4-0 with Vice Mayor Safford abstaining.
Thank you.
I guess I should have asked, but I assumed you did.
Just rubber stamp it.
Yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Council members, agenda items and reports. Councilor McLean.
I think now it's appropriate to talk about some of the ribbon cuttings and the opening of the park, et cetera, et cetera. Just want to say that it's wonderful to participate in those. I love seeing the progress. I could also say that I know that we have upcoming discussion that Chris King and I had worked on with town staff. That's forthcoming
That'll be at the MMP.
at the M&P. So look forward to having feedback on that.
Okay. Councilor Link.
I have nothing.
All right. Vice Mayor Safford.
I have nothing.
Councilor King.
Well, since we had to discuss this today with the increase in the millage rate maximum, I'd like to move that the town begin the formal process selling 2525 Estero Boulevard by securing an updated independent certified commercial appraisal to establish the current fair market value with the intent to return a prime parcel to the local tax rolls and provide capital funds for other pressing town needs.
Okay. There's a motion by Councilor King. Is there a second? Hearing no second, that motion is denied.
And I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay. I just have one thing. So we were approached, I'm sorry, I'm going to pull up his name, from a gentleman who's a council member in, let's see if I can get it right. He's Yarabacoa, Dominican Republic. So he has reached out to us. Dimitri, I believe his name was Dimitri Deyamo. That's right. Thank you. Deyamo. Who's a council member in Yarabacoa, who has reached out to us about the possibility of being a sister city to them. Similarly, in Fort Myers, they have a sister city program with Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, where they kind of share Santiago. I'm sorry. Thank you. Santiago. Obviously, it's two different countries. It's two different things, but we share a lot of the same things. We rely heavily on tourism. We're beachfront, right? We're Gulf front water property. They're mountainous, but there's very much about tourism. It's about resilience. It's about the economy, environmental. So it's a lot of different things. And they had asked if we wanted to be. They actually came and I don't know if we have what they brought us. They brought us a little.
I forgot to bring it down. But,
they brought us a very nice little piece of art that from Yarabacoa that is a place where you can stand and take pictures in front of their town. They've got some really neat features. They showed the town manager and I. We showed him around the building. He had an interpreter with him. Maybe we should have had Scott. He can speak some Spanish. There you go. But we thought it was a very interesting idea. It would obviously promote tourism for both our cities. It would have some culture for both cities to be able to do it. I think it's a really neat idea. They've asked us or invited us down to the Dominican Republic to formally accept. But we told them we have to go through the council to get approval to see if the council is okay with putting forward a resolution to be able to officially make it official that we would like to be a sister city with them. They invited both the town manager and myself down in December at no cost to the town. We would be paying for our own travel. Anything that we go down there to do would not be a cost to the town. I think it would be a great way to promote. They really found what he thought was one of the most interesting things. Obviously, they're rich in culture and history, much like we are. And when he saw the picture of the arches, he couldn't get enough pictures of it. He stood there and just took pictures. So I told him about, you can actually go still see some of the arches on the other side of the bridge. And he just thought that was the coolest thing ever. That's exactly what they had. And showing us some of the pictures, they have really neat things that I think gave the town manager some ideas as to what we could do, maybe in the Times Square area, of incorporating a little bit of their city into our city and vice versa. I think it'd be a really unique opportunity to be able to partner with a sister city that shares a lot of our values. But town manager, do you want to add to it? I know that you had some really cool ideas too when you were talking with them.
I think it's important to know too that what the mayor did, that this doesn't cost the town or our taxpayers anything. It's just a good opportunity. We looked into the sister city program, International, it's SSI, is actually a program that was established by President Eisenhower during his term to promote international goodwill and peace, amongst the international community. and that they were connected with us through our as the mayor mentioned, the mayor of Fort Myers, that Fort Myers has a similar relationship with a sister a town of theirs. So it was recommended that they reach out to us. I think, yes, the mayor points out several things that we discussed in the short time that we met with them, that how they've set up some things in their town that could really look nice here and vice versa. Ideas on how we, different governance ideas, different community engagement ideas. There's lots of great things that could be shared between the communities. This is what the mayor was talking about, that it is basically it's a replication of what they have in their downtown of Harabacoa. Basically, it spells out the Harabacoa, then it's got artwork throughout all the letters there of the different cultural and environmental things that make their city unique. So I agree with the mayor. Great opportunity, and that's all.
Mayor,
Yes.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. It's not bad news, but we just need to proceed slowly and cautiously. Apparently, the Florida legislature enacted some legislation effective July 1st of this year, terminating specific sister city and sister state agreements, primarily with foreign countries of concern. And hopefully, and I don't think so, but I have to double check that the Dominican is not a country of concern, that the governor is not allowing us to go forward. So we'll make sure that we don't have any snafus there.
Okay, well, based on that, can I still seek
Yes.
approval for
Yes,
a resolution?
yes.
Should
We'll
it not
just
violate
be-
any state statute?
Yes, and yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm just seeking support or input if my fellow counselors think this is a good
If
idea.
there's no violation, I think it'd be a good public relations move.
Councilor McLean?
I agree. I just point out it's spelt Jarabacoa for anybody that's out there that wants to do some search and
Yeah.
some education on what the town looks like.
If you do some research, it's a beautiful looking city. It's down in the valley, surrounded by mountains. They're very outdoorsy there. But yeah, look, it took me a while to learn how to say Harabacoa.
Harabacoa.
Councilor, think you have any?
I don't have enough information, but for now, I don't have any reason to say no.
Yeah, we'd still have to come back before us with a
Yeah.
resolution if it meets state statute. You got it all, okay. Do you just need consensus, Nancy, or do you need an actual vote?
Yes, but I think this is something Will's staff could start.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can start drafting the for ratification.
Okay, to bring back, well, just let me know, I guess, if it's something, if you find out, Nancy, that it's something that can't happen because of this new state statute,
Yes, I will let all the council members.
so that I could let them know.
Yes.
Because they won't move forward until they know that we
We
will.
will,
or
we
could
will
move
try
forward.
very hard. I'd
Understood.
like to go to the Dominican and say, this is my sister city, but you know.
Yeah, just if you look it up, it's a really cool city with a lot of cool history. All right, that's all I have. If there's nothing else, John?
To quote the great Groucho Marx, hello, I must be going. I cannot stay. I came to say I must be going. I'm glad I came, but just the same, I must be going.